Iran right now. And I think that we need to point that out, right? Like he said very clearly that if Iran retaliated against America in any way, we'd hit them harder. Okay, and they
Yes,
did retaliate. They sent 14 missiles to a U.S. base in Qatar. But
that
then,
was all
like
intercepted.
Trump,
Yeah.
yeah, but then Trump didn't respond to that retaliation. So it looks like cooler heads prevailed within the administration and convinced him otherwise. But we shouldn't say that this is a win for Trump, right? Because Trump wanted to do something else. We should probably say it's a win for whoever convinced Trump that he shouldn't do what he wanted to do.
I feel like, wouldn't it be fair to say it's like a 50-50? Like, as much as I agree with a lot of the things that Trump has done has been a travesty and have been things that are going to turn people away from him, but there are going to be things that he will eventually, or that he has done that will be good, a lot of bad, and
Okay,
some
you're
good.
being very vague. So, what about Trump do you support? Because I feel like we've sufficiently addressed the strikes on Iran. Unless there's anything else that you want to go over, respond to what I said.
Okay. Uh, well, in regards to just the bombing, that's what I would just say is that it ended up with peace. And it seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, is Zelensky now looking at actually having talks with Putin now? Was that
So,
resurfacing or no? Is that
Zelensky's offered
incorrect?
like 4 or 5 ceasefire agreements to Putin. I think what you're referring to is the 72-hour ceasefire agreement that Putin offered to Ukraine in like honor of like the 70th or like 100th anniversary since the start of World War II.
Okay, nope, didn't know that.
Right?
Okay.
That's not that. That
Yeah,
doesn't
no, no, no,
matter too
100%.
much.
That's not going to fix it. Okay, and then the next thing is so, and I,
Dustin, before you do, I have a question. Do you support
yep.
Donald Trump cutting the funding to defend Ukraine?
So do I support Donald Trump cutting the funding for Ukraine? I think it's yes and no. I don't like the fact that Putin is pushing and we're not like stepping our foot down a little bit more and actually having a backbone like we should realistically against Putin. But also at the same time, should we, while our economy is struggling and obviously adding trillions of dollars to the debt, keep supplying as much as we were? Now, we do spend an absolute asinine amount of money on our military for sure to ensure our safety as well. It is a little excessive, but I
I
do, it's
I
kind of a
think
mix.
that
Go ahead.
if you truly believed that saving $32 billion per year is more valuable than preventing like an onslaught and ethnic cleansing of Ukrainian individuals, then I just think that there's no way that you could support Trump because the conclusion of that position preludes to the idea that saving anything of the American expenditure is of the utmost value. Not many things are more valuable than our government saving money.
Mm.
Okay. Well, this just means any pro that you could identify of Trump is at the end of the day less valuable than the money that would have been saved if Kamala Harris was elected, since Donald Trump wants to spend significantly more than her.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And
So,
I can see
so
that. I
right?
thought it was in the
See what I mean?
trillions. I thought
See
it
what I
was
mean? Yeah.
more.
It's
Okay.
32.
So
It was $32 billion per year. But the difference between the expenditure of Kamala Harris and Trump was in the trillions. So if you'd say
mm,
that saving trillions of dollars is more valuable than preventing an ethnic cleansing in Ukraine, well, what is Donald Trump doing more that is more valuable than the trillions of dollars in which would have been saved if Kamala Harris was president right now?
yeah, no, I mean as a valid statement, but we can what if with Kamala for sure.
Oh,
My question is, my apologies. Yes, Harris.
Can you try to give the answer there? The
What
answer
what's
to that
sorry
though?
sorry.
Because
Ask it again. Yes, yes, I will. What was
yeah,
the
because you're
question again?
saying that the good of saving trillions of dollars in expenditure is better or gooder, quote unquote, than the bad of like further onslaught and ethnic cleansing of Ukrainians. So this would imply here that there is some like really bad outcome that would have resulted from the Harris presidency that is worse than like further onslaught and ethnic cleansing of humans, simply for the fact that she would have saved trillions of dollars compared to Trump, and you are now still deciding to support Trump. Do you
Has
see where I'm coming from?
yeah, I guess my and so if it is like has Trump I'm going to answer the question. The question is this: has Trump already in office caused trillions of dollars
Also,
in
bro,
damage?
y'all didn't see me put the word gooder there in the quotations.
nope,
Y'all
nope.
I
y'all
saw
didn't.
it.
No,
I
Dean,
saw.
Dean, we're blaming you for that.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what, Dean? You deserve to be blamed directly for that one. You did
Yeah.
that.
So now you're asking about Donald Trump's expenditure related to trillions of dollars. Yeah, the BBB passes through the House like he wants it to so bad. There's $4 to $5 trillion in debt right there. But I mean, like the estimated expenditure of all of his policies in the $10 to $15 trillion range by the CBO. So I mean, yeah, we definitely would have saved trillions if Kamala Harris was elected.
at the end of it. Okay. Yeah, and if that ends up being the case, then yeah, definitely it's gonna be one of those deals where it's like we made a very poor choice as those that did support
Oh,
Trump for sure.
oh, okay.
Um,
So
and then
honestly, man, I think that I'll just leave it there then. I want
well,
you to go look up the big beautiful bill,
well,
look up the
that's what my
CBO's
next
estimate
question
on an
is.
expenditure, and then also look at the CBO's estimate on all of her policy and all of his policy. And I mean, if you're doing so in good faith, you will yield the conclusion, like less than 30 minutes of research, that if Kamala Harris was elected, our government would be spending significantly less money. So, like,
Well,
go do that, man. I think that's a good next step. I don't even know if like further debate with you is even required at this point.
Well, it's more of just like I also like being able to hear things that you from you guys, you and Parker, that you're intelligent to bring it to light that other of us, like for example, Parker, I don't know if you remember on our live, it was me, you, and Santana, and we got to the military part, and I can't remember his name. He came in, we were talking about how Trump signed the bill that
Yep.
basically kicked all the trans people, and
Yep.
you remember that
Eli.
night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Eli, exactly. Yes, we had a great conversation with that, and I was very appalled by that. So I did a lot of research on that, and that is something that I definitely don't agree
Okay,
with personally.
so then how about this? If there's like one other thing that you want to run us through, feel free to do it real quick. But
Yes,
I think like the debate ended with that last point.
got you. So big beautiful bill, tax cuts, spending for the upper. Where is the tax cut for the 1% that we're seeing, like where it's so horrid for the new tax bill and the big beautiful bill, like you're talking about? Like, is it
Yeah, for
people
sure.
above
See,
500K or a million
so
or?
people making above $120,000 per year will save an additional $500 per year on average as a result of the BBB. Now, individuals making above $450,000 per year on average will save an additional $25,000 per year because of the BBB.
Now, how do you feel like personally with that, that the people that make that, should we take advantage of that or not? Because like you're very fortunate that you more than likely, you and Parker have had massive success. You will be above that category. You will be in that.
I don't think so. I wish.
I know so. Come on, bro. We see the donations in
Maybe
a positive way, in a positive way.
maybe one day. Maybe one day.
But like, what about the people that are in that bracket? Like, what should we do in that perspective, to alleviate it? Like,
I
do
I'm
you not take
confused on what
advantage
you're
of it?
asking.
So, well, is it really that bad if it's getting the tax cuts that are
Yeah.
allotting?
Well, listen, man. So like individuals may disagree with me here, but like I like in a vacuum, I don't have any issue with like rich people saving more of the money that they make and not paying it in taxes in a vacuum. But the
Mm,
reason that I take issue with it in reality is because reality isn't a vacuum, and there's a lot of cons to giving the top 1% a little bit of a tax cut. The cons specifically being shifting the tax burden onto the average American or the average low income American, and
mhm.
more so a redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich. Okay. And I feel like a lot of people on the right and having these conversations about tax policy like to misinterpret that part as saying that, well, if you don't support cutting taxes on rich people, you just hate rich people. No, no, I don't. I don't necessarily hate rich people. Okay. I hate immoral means of gaining wealth. Okay.
Mhm.
But I don't think that every rich person has gained wealth through immoral means.
Agreed.
Um, but what I'd more so say here is that I hate the idea of making rich people better off at the expense of less fortunate individuals. And that is exactly what said policy does in reality.
Okay. I'll go look into it. Like you said, the one thing that I want to say before I leave, again, thank you for the opportunity to all the MAGA supporters. One of the things that I came across that Parker helped and Eli, like we were saying, you guys should go look into what Trump forced people to get out of the military for. We should not be biased towards people who want to serve our country and put their life on the line to take care of our country and put their lives on the line. They shouldn't be forced out of it if they're desiring to take care of our country, to protect it.
Awesome.
Like, there's no reason we should be kicking that off. So thank you
Well,
so much.
appreciate you for coming up, Dustin. Have a good one. Welcome in, Sherry. How we doing? Do you support Trump, Sherry? Okay, Sherry's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Timothy loading up into that box. Also, if you're a woman and you support Trump, I would love to give you preference in the queue. We've not talked to a woman all day long. It's been men. So if you're a woman and you support Trump, go ahead and drop a MAGA woman down below in that comment section. I'll invite you up. I'd love to have a conversation. I'll let you skip the line. If you're a woman that is MAGA. Dude, Brian, shut the fuck up.
Pete's mom, thank you for $20. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a gooder night, Parker. I'm having a gooder night. Don't worry.
Brian, Timmy, shut the hell up, you guys. Joseph. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers.
Parker,
I don't know how you keep doing it. We got Maya loading up, y'all. Here we go, everybody. And yo, Robert! Thank you so much for the $51.50 over on Venmo 15 minutes ago. Everybody, please show some love to Robert down below. Robert says, I miss competing in forensic in the forensics you do. Great job, man. Keep it up and keep the truth going. Robert, I really appreciate you so much, man. That is very, very, very kind of you guys. Show some love to Robert down below in the chat for the $51.50, as well as Destiny with the $10 on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, can you please tell us if it's safe to travel in and out of the States starting July? I didn't know who else to ask, so I just asked you because you're smart. I'd say it depends on where you want to travel. Feel free to respond to that by telling me where you might want to travel, and I could give you my thoughts. And then Caitlin with a $15 over on Venmo, saying, Dean, I've tried to get the message to you somehow, but I really think that you could benefit your mental health to consider a way of screening guests. I have experience in helping nonprofits and for-profits with call screening for YouTube call-in shows, and I'm happy to discuss sometime. It's funny because before I started my stream, Parker was telling me the same exact thing. Caitlin, you should actually respond to that with some way to contact you. I'd love to chat. Maya, welcome in. How are we doing?
Hi, it's Mia actually, but hi, good to be here. I've never done this before, so it's been fun.
Sorry, Mia. I don't think that you're driving, but I do think that like maybe you're in the car and your mic is attached to your car. Is there any way to turn your Bluetooth off?
Reasons. I've liked him since 2016. I used to be a liberal, but I don't know. I'm not on mass deportation, but I think some deportation needs to happen. I think a lot of the stuff in school related to sex education needs to be fixed. All the health, the MAGA movement, all that stuff.
What, do you base health on science?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so if RFK and Donald Trump have both undermined the understanding of science, would you say that that would mean that they're not basing it on science, like health?
I would, but I would like to know how and when.
Okay, for sure. So Donald Trump specifically said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet, undermining the scientific consensus specifically about climate change, which is widely understood. There are climate models projecting this given by the like international climate agencies, specifically of literally scientists that come together, right, that formed a consensus specifically about what's going on. So that's one thing. Two, RFK specifically has said that vaccines cause autism, which is something that's been debunked for decades, right? And there are actually resources in my bio if you'd like to look at that specifically that debunk that very point.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have to convince you that vaccines don't cause autism, right, Maya? Mia? Sorry.
Okay, so I've recently been looking into this. I'm not going to pretend I know anything science. That's not my thing. But I've just been looking into it recently, and from what I've been looking at and studies show is when they were bringing vaccines into the younger generation, they were bringing it in and basically fast-pacing how many vaccines we give our children.
And at that same time, we saw an increase in autism rates in young children, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, wow, are you ready? Are you ready for it?
Causation.
I could tell you exactly why we see that correlation.
Okay.
What is the larger motivation that led to the idea that we need to focus more on the health, or that we need to start vaccinating our young children?
I can tell you specifically with one of the, I think the HPV vaccine specifically, they were targeting gay people, and then they were not coming and getting these vaccines. So they brought it into the pediatric area. And that's when they started pushing it. They're saying it's going to, what's the word I'm looking for? It's going to prevent cancer. It's going to prevent this. It's going to prevent that. But in reality, they weren't even testing for that in that age gap.
This is definitely This is definitely not the response I was expecting. Hey, man, I was going to say that our doctors started focusing more on vaccinations for our children because we were just more health conscious of our youth and how health ailments when young can infect the quality of one's life in the future. So the larger motivation behind vaccinating our children was just being more health conscious of our children. And I mean,
I
something else that falls under that umbrella of being more health conscious of our children is also being more conscious of like autism in young children, getting better at the means in which we'd use to identify and diagnose it, as well as using those means to screen more of our children so we could better understand our youth, to better treat them medically and socially speaking, to lead to higher quality of life in the long term, to generate better outcomes for society and future generations. So it makes perfect sense that we would see higher diagnosis rates of autism in our youth at the same time we're starting to be more centered around their health, right? Because that just means that we're being more centered around the identification of autism in our youth, and the tools in which we're using to diagnose it are significantly better. I mean, like, think about it. Think about it this way. I don't know. Let's say
I feel like at this point, there is a lot of overdiagnosing in the medical field. I work in the medical field, not a lot. I'm not very deep into it,
I just
but
want to let you know there's a lot of underdiagnosis. Okay, like for
I feel
example,
like there for specific things, yes, I do agree with that.
can I
but
give an,
and
can I
I'm
give
not
can I give an example? Like for example,
Yes.
like, throughout the entirety of my mom's life, she had no clue that she had anxiety. She was used to the feeling, and she had no clue that it was applicable to her because she was so used to the feeling and used to the coping of it. That later
Yeah.
in her life, when she figured out that she did actually have anxiety because she went to therapy and went to talk to people about it, she actually started taking medication for it, and it got significantly better. Right? That circumstance, then she was able to be like, "Whoa, I actually have anxiety. Now I know what anxiety is, and I'm able to accurately identify that." Before she had any of that information, she would not have been able to identify that, and she just thought she was living normal life, and that's how it was for it to be like normal, right? That
And
she thought that level of anxiety
do
was
you-
not like
uh,
normal.
I want to add on
then
here. I want to add before you speak, Mia. I'm sorry. I just
Yes,
want to
no,
butt in
of
here.
course.
There's so to kind of build off of what Parker just told us. There's a lot of underdiagnosis on different conditions as it relates to women specifically.
I do.
Medical sexism is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly real. I mean, you know, we know more about male pattern baldness and how to fix and remedy it than we do of 99% of
Oh.
health related issues that are exclusive to women. Okay. And like,
100%.
please let me finish, Mia. And the reason why I say this, and I mean, hey, you're a woman. You've probably experienced this in your own life alongside many other women watching. You go to the doctor with just about damn near anything. Well, what's the first question? Can you pee in this cup for me so I could see if you're pregnant?
Okay,
You know what
but
I mean?
yes, but pregnancy. Oh, okay. A lot of people come into my office specifically, don't know they're pregnant, and it is a shock to them. So that is not normal thing. But my concern is more with children. In my personal opinion, I feel like there's an overdiagnosis in ADHD and not autism, but more severe autism, like that. Completely understand.
Can I ask you a question? Are you qualified to make a determination of whether or not someone's has anxiety, has depression, has any sort of situation going on
Yeah.
mentally?
What are your qualifications?
Do you have
No.
any? Do you have any qualifications?
Yeah. Did
No,
you go
and
to?
I'm
Did
not
you,
No,
saying-
do you have a 4 years?
if you don't have the
Wait,
qualifications,
can
then
we actually just talk about her qualifications real quick?
We don't need to do
Did
that.
you get a 4-year degree?
No, and I said I'm not that deep into the medical field.
I'm so
not
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so
saying-
sorry.
No,
I'm so
no,
sorry.
no.
If so, you don't have an undergrad degree in anything related to medicine, chemistry, or biology. You didn't go
What
to
does
medical
that have
school.
to do with having an opinion
Well,
about?
you just simply can't hold the opinion that we overdiagnose these things, in which it takes a medical degree and like 10 years of schooling to determine if these things actually exist. You know, like there's really high standards for being a medical professional for like very good fucking reason. And I know these things because
Oh,
my sister,
shit.
my sister is going through them. She wants to be a doctor. She got an undergrad degree. It took her 4 years. It was a very treacherous process in like organic chemistry or biology or something. It was insane. I don't know. She's much better than me at school. She had to learn so much. It was absolutely ridiculous. And then it took her like 2 years to get accepted in a medical school. In fact, she may even still be going through that because of like how hard the MCAT is just to get into medical school. And then once you're in medical school, then you got to spend like another 4, 6, or 8 years just to learn what is required to be a licensed health practitioner. And then once you get that licensing, and then you go out into the career field, it's not like you just hop, skip, and a beat. Next thing you know, you're a brain surgeon in 6 months. You have to work your way up through the corporate ladder for good reason, which is so that you have sufficient field experience and know-how on your feet to be able to apply the things that you learned in school into the real world around you. So, I mean, unless that we see a consensus of these medical health practitioners with the degree, with the schooling, with the experiment, coming to the consensus of what you're saying is right. Well, I mean, like listening to Mia on a TikTok live that doesn't even have an undergrad degree in anything related to medicine, I just have no reason to believe you. I have absolutely no reason to believe you when you say that there's an overdiagnosis of autism, of ADHD, unless you could give me good reason to believe it. But like the likelihood that you could give us good reason to believe it with no qualifications is just incredibly low. And this is just an example of anti-intellectualism. And when we let this anti-intellectualism run rampant, well, I mean, what does it cause? We saw that the Soviet Union under Stalin had fired all of their state scientists with the credentials, the qualifications, the education, the know-how, the practical application, and they replaced them with people kind of like you that just thought that they knew what they were talking about, not because of an education or practical or practical know-how, but rather just because of like various conspiracy theories that they don't have evidence to justify, and that led to a widespread crop death that caused a famine that killed millions of people.
Okay, am I muted or not? No? Okay. I'm not pretending that I have any say. I can't make any decisions. What I am saying is I feel like we are moving in the right direction by not just following one idea. We need to be able to have balance. We need to be able to ask questions. And that's what I am saying. I'm not saying that we are completely over-diagnosing these people or anything like that. I'm just saying it just seems like, just from what I have seen personally, it just, watching children in the classrooms, and I'm seeing all these kids get sent home with these notes saying that, hey, we think that yes, what's up? You have a question.
You said that we need to be able to question these things. We need to be able to challenge the status quo, and we need to be able to learn more. Surprisingly,
Yes.
you will not find a medical health practitioner alive that disagrees with you. The very best and most reliable methodology of quote unquote asking questions that humans have at our disposal is objective forms of research, the applicability of the scientific method through peer reviewed and critiqued research.
But there
And
is
it is that objective scientific method. It is that peer-reviewed and critiqued research that asks the questions and challenges the status quo. In fact, you would fail to find one medical health practitioner that would argue that we shouldn't challenge the status quo or stop learning more. Right? It is a funding going into cancer research that is asking the questions. It is a funding that is going into neurobiological research that is asking the questions and challenging what we've come to know.
Okay.
I think if you truly believed in the idea that we need to ask questions, well, then you would trust the science, you would trust the professionals, you would trust these reputable institutions because they are the ones that are asking those questions in the most reliable way we know how to.
But there are professionals saying this. There are professionals saying that we are over-diagnosing them. We are looking at them when they are too young. Their brain hasn't developed. We shouldn't be medicating these children.
Okay, give me a peer-reviewed research paper. Give me a handful of peer-reviewed research papers that act in accordance with the scientific method, in which demonstrate that it is the case that vaccines cause autism.
By
the way, just the existence of people who have been misdiagnosed is not evidence of an overdiagnosis problem, right? Like that's always going to happen. Sorry.
And then also, RFK literally said not to take medical advice from him.
I'm not saying that's where it's coming from. There is stuff that he does that I appreciate. I appreciate him getting all of these dyes and these cancerous chemicals out of our foods. Like,
name one of them.
what is it, red dye, whatever it is. There's
Dean literally said it, and you still couldn't get it. Oh my!
Yeah, red 40.
yeah, red
So,
40.
surprisingly, fun
Oh,
fact.
I'm so
Fun-
sorry.
fun
I've been
fact.
driving all day and I'm a little bit tired. Let's continue.
Red 40 actually isn't that big of an issue. When we actually looked at the research.
So
hear
then
me out.
why is it banned
Listen.
in
When we
almost
actually
every other country?
when we actually look at the research into Red 40, it's actually not that bad. Like, I think that there's about like a billion other things that we consume on a day-by-day basis that are like significantly worse or than Red 40. And I think like the amount of Red 40 that you'd have to consume for it to be considered like a carcinogen is like insane. But I will say, I've always been told that Red 40 is bad. I've always been told to stay away from it. And somebody brought this up to me the other day, and they actually gave evidence for it. I was like, this is actually really interesting.
Well,
Yeah, I just inject Red 40 into my veins.
okay. I don't really know where to go from here. I mean, I feel like we've been doing this for a minute. It was nice chatting with you guys. I actually got to go, but thanks.
Yeah, have a good one. Yeah.
I love saying that because it's the biggest rage bait thing ever to someone who thinks seed oils are bad and Red 40 is horrible and supports RFK. It's like the most possible rage bait comment ever. I love Red 40, you know?
I don't know, man. My mom hates Red 40. So I've always been told it's bad. And I get it. Like super like crazy dyes like that can't be good for you. But like apparently the research disagrees. I don't know. It's something. What's up, Christy? Do you support Trump?
I don't, but can you add my nephew to your chat? He's trying to debate you.
How old
He
is he?
supports Trump. He's 18.
Sure, what's his name?
His name is Darth Zader.
Darth Zader. I'll take a look for Darth Zader. While we're trying to get that next guest up in here, everybody, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen, everybody. I'll look for Darth Zader. I don't know. I don't see him.
Yeah, they don't exist. I am looking through. I don't
Okay.
think they exist in the chat.
What's going on, Spoon? Do you support Trump, Spoon? Okay, bye, Spoon. Let's go to get that next guest up here, Parker. If you want to help me out, that'd be great.
I am.
In the meantime, let's see here. Destiny, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, my family and I want to travel to Mexico. I also wanted to take this time and tell you that we love you and support you from Maryland. I appreciate you for that love, Destiny. Yeah, I mean, I think that you should be good. Just be vigilant. But I appreciate you for the $10, Destiny. Especially of Border Patrol on your way back in. Ellie, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. This was 13 minutes ago, but I'm just getting around to it now. Thank you for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Ellie, thank you so much. Show some love to Ellie, E-L-L-I-E, down below in that chat. They say, I really appreciate your conversation with the trucker guy last hour. I appreciated your gift, the encyclopedic knowledge of the facts in your head, ready to go. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you for that, Ellie. And thank you so much for the $30. As well as Kalia, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. 500 Kalia W's. It is Kaila. Kalia says, I've recently come across your page and I've kept up over the last several days with your debates, and I appreciate you educating the uneducated. Love, Kalia Bolt. Shout out to you, Kalia Bolt. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the love. Show some love to Kalia Bolt down below in that chat, as well as Arizona and Chelsea. Thank you both for the $5 over on Venmo. What is going on, Joshua and Patrick? Do you guys support the man, the myth, the menace, Donald Trump?
I'm MAGA. I want to make America great again.
Oh,
Okay.
Patrick. Well, you definitely hate Trump if you want to make America great again, right?
Are you saying
Yes.
America is not great right now?
Yes.
So then why? Okay, so then with Donald Trump as president, it's not great.
That's correct. But
So then he did not make America
drive
great
to
again.
make America great again is great.
What kind of mic is this?
So Donald Trump has not made America great again, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Oh, I don't support Trump, but I want to make America great again. So I'm MAGA, but I don't support.
I don't know, wasting our goddamn time. Get the hell out of here. While we're moving on to the next guest, we got Lincoln loading up in that box right now. And yo, Roger! Thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Holy crap. Roger says, thank you so much to Dean and Parker for standing up for individuals such as myself. I was diagnosed with severe autism and I get bullied for it. Seeing you and autism shut her down is making me so fucking happy. Sorry for cursing. I also love you, Dean and Parker. My name is Roger. Roger, I know you. You've been hanging out with
Get
us
some
in
W's
here.
for Rogers in the chat. W for Roger.
I love you too, Roger. Thank you so much for watching. Roger, you are very shining light in a dark time. I always appreciate hearing from you. Show some love to Roger down below in that chat. Thank you so much once again. What is going on, Lincoln? Do you support Trump? Okay, Lincoln's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody.
They're literally
Here we go.
spamming someone in the comment section that does not exist in the guest box.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Like, I'm actually like, I've been looking for like the past few minutes, dude. I can't find them.
Jay, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, saying, sorry, Dean, but your remark about rage and the heart at times reminded me of a quote I read some time ago. I quote, unquote, I just don't have a short temper. I just have a quick reaction time to nonsense. That's a good one, Jay. Thank you for the $25. All right, they got some background noise going on. Joseph, welcome in. Joseph.
Finally, it's been 3 hours, bro.
Hey, Joseph.
Hey,
Hey, do you support Trump?
yes, I do.
Okay, what about you, Liam? Liam, do you support Trump? Liam's not here. You know what, Joseph, how about you take it away? You've been trying to come up here for a couple days, man. I want to give you that mic.
Yeah, bro. Why didn't you let me in, bro?
Well, I have a lot of people in the queue.
It's okay. It's understandable. Okay, so let's start with immigration.
Okay.
Okay, so why do you think mass deportation is bad again?
Yeah, it's bad for the economy. It's bad ethically, and it's bad practically speaking. It's hard to do.
And you want mass amnesty, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about precedent. We start with Reagan in 1987. He did mass amnesty, but it was not enforced. Do you agree?
I know nothing about Reagan's policy, but I have heard that he's done it before. But
Okay.
I'm not comfortable speaking about things that I know literally nothing about.
So what happened is that he started with a policy, and he didn't enforce it correctly. So the goal at that time was 11 people are forgiven, therefore given the citizenship. But the 11 other,
Without
11
talking about
11
Reagan, could I ask you why you support Trump's mass deportation?
Because it's better for the U.S.
Okay,
I
what's
mean,
a good outcome of
what
mass
way?
deportation?
Any crime.
In
any
what way?
crime. First, when we talk about national security,
Okay, what are the pros of mass deportation as it relates to national security?
the pros are that once we have mass illegal immigrants coming into the country, illegal aliens as Trump calls them, you don't know who's coming in.
Okay, so you're
Terrorist.
saying that a pro of mass deportation is identifying everybody that's in our country, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
one of its many perks.
We could
be
also do
honest.
that with mass amnesty.
But mass amnesty is just telling people that it's okay to enter the U.S. illegally, but forgetting about
it's
the
telling them that we had fucked up immigration laws in the past and that we're trying to do things to fix our system.
Why is it fucked up? I mean,
Because it
I don't
takes way
find
too long for people to get through the legal process.
If you don't already have, so imagine that you're like a Mexican citizen and you want to become an American citizen, but you don't
Okay.
already have any family in America. It could seriously take like 20 to 25 years to come in.
Yeah,
That's
my
obviously
parents,
fucked up.
my parents did go through that, and I agree that our policy on immigration should be better. But I know that seeking asylum would take about 1 month or 2 months.
Okay, well,
and
asylum is
it's-
specifically for individuals that are being persecuted. Not everybody that wants to come into America
Not
is
only
like
persecuted,
facing
who feel-
persecution on
who-
behest of the
people-
government.
People who feel in danger.
Okay, but like still, yet that
Like,
is a
which is
claim
most
that
of the
has to
people
be
who-
processed through a court, and like a lot of them are denied. Like you can't just say that, oh, well,
Yeah,
we
because
shouldn't fix the current legal means of entry into America because, like, technically, you could just take advantage of asylum and be here for a year, but then get deported again once a judge denies your claim. No, we need to fix all the legal means of entry into this country. We shouldn't just be saying that, well, they could get into America on a year on a technicality. No, let's fix it all. Let's make it easier for everybody to access. Let's remove those barriers. That's what needs to happen. Why would you disagree with this when it's something that your parents went through?
no, I totally agree that we should amend the policy to make it easier for people to come into the U.S.
Okay, great. So then we'll go back to the
But
conversation about mass
I
deportation.
disagree on one. I disagree
Well,
on one. Point.
sorry, we're pivoting because you told us that you support mass deportation because it's a
I
means to
support mass
identify those in our country. Well, a mass amnesty would be better at identifying every person in this country. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, but you would be forgiving a crime, which makes it. This is what happened under Reagan. People started coming in more illegally. You're basically telling people that it's okay to break the law and coming illegally into the country, which is against the law. There's a
I
U.S.
agree.
penal code for it.
I agree. I agree that if we just simply did mass amnesty for the individuals that are in this country, the use of undocumented means, offered them that expedited pathway to residency or citizenship, that would cause more individuals to enter into America with use of undocumented means, 110%. But not if we
Yeah.
also offer that same legal pathway to residency or citizenship to everybody trying to come into America with legal means.
It is easy to say, but come to enforce it.
It's
Okay,
easier
when-
to
when-
enforce that. It's easier to enforce that than mass deportation because the
How would
millions of
that be? But
undocumented
you're
for
spending-
sure
you're
because the
spending-
millions of I'm telling you because the millions of undocumented immigrants that are in America today would be more willing to cooperate with it because it would help them. It wouldn't hurt them.
Why not cooperate when Trump's giving them money to go back to their country and come back legally?
Because that hurts them.
Why does it hurt? Okay, so no
Wait,
one.
are you really
entered-
questioning why it would hurt somebody to completely uproot their life and put them on a plane to a country that they didn't come from?
No. My question is why come into the U.S. illegally if you know that there's
You're
a
pivoting.
chance that-
You're absolutely pivoting. No, you're not responding to what I'm saying, Joseph. Respond to what I'm saying about how it is easier to identify every person in this country through mass amnesty compared to mass deportation.
It is not easier.
I gave you my reasons why it is. Refute the reasons. Don't just say nuh-uh.
No. I said that it's not easier for mass deportation to identify illegal people. I
Okay.
said it.
Okay.
I think-
So then
I
we
think
would
it's
agree.
the same.
So you said that you
think it's
support
the
mass
same.
deportation. You said that you support mass deportation to identify everybody in the country, and now you've conceded that it would be easier to identify everybody in the country with the use of
No,
means
I
of a
didn't
mass
say it would
amnesty.
be easier, it would be the same.
It would not be the same. The reason it wouldn't be the same is there's more resistance faced when you are trying to identify undocumented immigrants to hurt them compared to trying to identify undocumented immigrants to help them. If there was
But why-
somebody, imagine, listen to me here, Joseph. If you're in New York, right, and there's somebody that is trying to track you down to kill you, are you going to make it hard for them to find you?
Of course.
But now, if there's somebody trying to track you down to give you $1 million, are you going to make it easier for them to find you?
Of course.
Think about the tracking you down to kill you as analogous to deport you, and the tracking you down to give you $1 million as analogous to giving you residency or citizenship so you could legally drive a car, so you could legally get a loan to buy a house, so you could legally file for a tax return at the end of the year and get the benefits from paying those taxes like Section 8, EBT, food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Bada boom, bada bang. We will see more resistance from undocumented immigrants given a mass deportation because it's something that makes their life worse. Okay, meaning it'd be harder to identify them all because they don't want to be identified. But we'd face less resistance if we were to do mass amnesty because it'd make their lives better. And because it'd make their lives better, it'd be easier to identify them. They'd want to be identified. They'd be shouting, "Here I am! I'm an undocumented immigrant." They'd be lining up at the government facilities to process their claims of an expedited trackway to residency or citizenship. You will not see undocumented migrants lining up at the doorsteps of ICE to be put in handcuffs and thrown on a bus or a plane to get sent to a country that didn't come.
Of course.
It is obviously going to be significantly easier to identify every single undocumented immigrant in this country through mass amnesty compared to mass deportation.
Okay, but we're back to the point where we're forgiving illegals.
Okay.
Okay,
So
I
I
think-
asked you to identify a
think-
pro of mass amnesty. Sorry, I asked you to identify a pro of mass deportation.
I could give you
and
other
then
ones.
now listen to what I'm saying. I asked you to identify a pro of mass deportation. Then I demonstrated to you how it's actually a con of mass deportation, because when contrasted to mass amnesty, it's more difficult for national security reasons to identify everybody in this country. And now you're saying, well, the reasons why you don't want to use the means that makes it easier for us to identify every undocumented immigrant in this country is because we'd be forgiving them. Honestly, I look at it as the idea that they'd be forgiving us. I think that we have a responsibility to do that. Why? Because what is the ultimate incentive for undocumented entry into this country? As Parker pointed out earlier, unattainable legal means of entry. We should absolutely, quote unquote, forgive the crime of all undocumented immigrants in this country without prior violent offenses. A, because they help this country, and B, because our government is ultimately to blame for the root cause of it.
Okay, I'm gonna propose a hypothetical again. Why would a person that's committing crimes in the US, for example, like go to ICE or whatever the mass amnesty procedure would be, and submit his legal documents, request legal documents?
Are you talking about like individuals that wouldn't be granted mass amnesty?
No. I'm literally talking about people who commit crimes.
Okay, so
Or
like
the
individuals
illegal
with prior violent
traffic-
offenses.
Yeah.
Individuals with prior violent offenses. Okay, well, they
Yeah.
won't. We'd
Yeah,
still have to
exactly.
find them and deport them or put them in jail.
Okay, what Trump is doing right now, he's starting with the illegals, right? With the illegals that committed crimes.
Undocumented
That's not true.
immigrants.
That's not true. 50% of the undocumented immigrants that have been deported have not had any, don't have a criminal record. Not true.
Do you think it's okay to deport people in the situation that they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
Well, real quick before you respond to what Parker just said, acknowledge that you just lied. You said that Trump has started with deporting individuals with criminal histories. That's not true. 50% of the undocumented immigrants deported so far in his term in the last 150 days have not had a criminal history.
Yeah, but I think we have different sources on this.
What?
We have different sources on this because my source tells
Okay,
me.
I don't even. I don't, what's your source?
To be honest, I read
You don't
this
have one.
like 3 months ago.
Great. Yeah, you don't have a source. So either respond to
obviously
the question
choose-
that Parker
I would-
either respond to the question that Parker just asked you, or B, go back to the debate that you absolutely pivoted from with this nonsense of the fact that mass amnesty is good, right, for the concern that you pointed out of national security because it makes it easier for us to identify everybody in the country, and B, your response, well, we shouldn't do it because we'd be basically forgiving them for their crime, also is invalid because we should forgive them for the undocumented entry because our government is ultimately somewhat responsible for the incentivization of said undocumented entry. Maybe if we haven't been neglecting the legal means of entry into this country since the goddamn 1990s, we wouldn't be where we're at today. But listen, let's face the facts, bro. The reason why our Congress has not made the legal means of entry into America more attainable is so we intentionally don't have a long-term solution for undocumented entry, so individuals can continue to run every 2 and 4 years on a platform to crack down on that undocumented entry, to be the savior of all the prejudiced white Americans, so they could get the vote and support of prejudiced white Americans. I mean, think about it. Donald Trump has been running on immigration for the last 10 years. We've never even heard him stand in front of a mic and said that he wants to make the legal means of entry into this country better, even though that is the only long-term fix for undocumented entry. We only hear him talking about Band-Aids on bullet hole wounds, of building the wall or deploying the National Guard, so these issues can continue to persist unless we have him continually reapplying that Band-Aid. Okay, he's creating a necessity for him and his policy, even though there is a long-term solution that he doesn't opt for. And because he doesn't opt for that, undocumented entry persists. And then you're telling me that we should turn around and blame it on those undocumented immigrants, give them no leeway, even if said leeway of mass amnesty makes their life better and our country better by adding trillions of dollars to the GDP, billions of dollars in taxable revenue for our government, increasing quality of life, reducing crime rates by reducing poverty. You just continue to blame it on them. It some point, you need to wake the fuck up, recognize that our government has not had the best interests of immigrants in mind, and that this is all propaganda parroted and originating from prejudice echo chambers like Fox News, Newsmax, etc.
Okay, you've made
By the
very
way,
valid
Sid, thank you so
points.
much. I just wanted to say thank you. I just wanted to get a time I
And
could.
told
Thank you
you
so
I
much, Sid.
already
And
agree
W's
on
for
the
Sid in the comment
process
section.
part.
And Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
But
much.
we're still
So then
I
you
really
would agree that
appreciate it. Thank you.
So then you'd agree that the government is somewhat responsible for the undocumented entry. So if our government is somewhat
Seriously, though.
responsible for the
I think
undocumented
both
entry,
Democrats.
That is a
I
source
think
I've
both
used, Joel.
Democrats
It is
and
right.
Republicans hold responsibility for that because Democrats
Agreed.
have been equally
Agreed.
represented at that
agreed.
point.
I don't think it's equal. I think that the GOP holds more responsibility, but I absolutely do think that the Democrats also hold responsibility. Agreed.
I mean, I think Clinton, Obama, Bush, and Hillary Clinton both like wanted people to vote for them on that basis. Didn't they?
Obama implemented DACA. Donald Trump didn't implement DACA. Biden and Harris tried
Yeah,
to
but
influence the bipartisan border bill to get passed, which was literally designed to further fund courts on the border, more money to expedite legal claims of immigration. Donald Trump told Republicans to shoot it down. I agree that Democrats are responsible, but Republicans are more responsible. Also, stop pivoting because the argument that I just gave you demonstrates that our government holds some responsibility of fixing the issue of undocumented immigration, meaning that we should realistically, quote unquote, forgive the undocumented immigrants for their grave crimes, which would in turn make our country better. Absolutely. Also, what's the reason in the first place? Like we consider things to be criminal offenses that we condemn with the use of our authority. It's because when individuals commit these criminal offenses, it makes the country worse. Like we lock people up and we put these felonies on their records because supposedly it'll disincentivize individuals from doing it further, and which would make our country worse off. But like we got to understand that that's not true about mass amnesty. Like in alleviating like what should be the expected punishment of mass deportation, we're not making our country worse off. We're only making our country better. So that's why I think that we should get rid of the status quo of mass deportation. It's a backwards law, just like racial segregation, something that
There's a lot
only
of
serves
truth
to
in
bias
that.
and makes our country materially worse.
There's a lot of truth again, but we're still talking about the Constitution, and it should be amended, and process should be easier. But the fact that illegal crime is still there, that people are still coming illegally,
bro.
is
I'm
So
sorry,
you're
Joseph,
he's saying
shut-
the
dude.
fact that it violates the law, right?
But I've responded to this. I have responded to
you
this,
did.
Joseph.
You
So
did.
then
Can we go
address
to
my
another-
responses. No, I'm getting pissed off because you're incessantly repeating yourself. Like you're like, oh, but they broke the law. And then Dean's like, well, our government has some responsibility to fix that because it is the case that we've created the incentive for them breaking the law. And then that responsibility would look like offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship. And then you're like, oh, but they're breaking the law. Well, I'm like, well, I just demonstrated to you that our government would have some obligation to offer them that pathway to residency or citizenship. And in fact, offering them that pathway to residency or citizenship would make their lives better, our lives better, and the country better. And you're like, oh,
And
but they
I
broke
agree
the
with
law.
you on
And
that.
then I'm like, well, it is the case that the purpose of a criminal justice system and the existence of legislation and drafting and enforcing laws on the macro scale in the country as a whole is supposed to make the country better off by condemning bad actions that make the country worse off. However, it is the case that the law on the books, mass deportation, is something that makes the country worse off, and amending that and installing mass amnesty would make the country better off. So the ideological goal of legislation aligns more with mass amnesty compared to mass deportation. And then you're like, oh, but they broke the law. I'm sick of this shit. This is exactly what the guest did before I ended the live stream and restarted it. And this is exactly what you're doing now. There's no way to have these conversations with Trump supporters about why mass deportation sucks, because at the end of the day, they don't care about the outcome on this country of the policy. They don't care what the motivations for the policy are. They don't care if our government is responsible or if it's going to make our country worse. They don't care about the material conditions of the immigrants or of citizens. They don't care about the short-term or long-term consequences / repercussions of the alternative policies, or doing a comparative analysis to see what would yield the better outcomes. At the end of the day, you live in this fucking bubble that is reinforced and galvanized by right-wing talking points that have just about as much nuance as the fucking turkey drawing I did with my hand in 3rd grade, and it's insane. engage with what I'm saying. Hear me, please, because what I'm saying is so valuable, not only for furthering this conversation, but for furthering this nation and everybody in it. We're talking about real shit, dude. It's not just a debate topic. We're talking about families being ripped apart from one another. We're talking about individuals being illegally detained in detention centers operated by ICE for 3 months without reason. We're talking about immigrants with no criminal history being sent to centers for terrorists in El Salvador. We're talking about SCOTUS approving Trump legislation to deport immigrants to countries that they didn't even come from and leaving them stranded, okay? And the reason that I get so pissed off isn't just because you're being dense, but it's because your denseness leads to the direct consequence of grave violations of individuals' human and constitutional rights, grave reductions in qualities of life, not just for the immigrants, but also of citizens, and a grave, in a very grave standard that you're setting forth that at the end of the day, you don't care about any of these real world outcomes. You just care about that Fox News talking point of they broke the law.
Okay. That was a reasonable crash out. Sorry, dude. Can we debate another topic and then I'll go to?
Wait, you got to address what he has to say if you think it's a reasonable crash out, man.
Okay. So again, mass amnesty is good. I'm convinced, but I don't think he's gonna do it anyways.
Okay, so you think that Trump isn't going to do mass deportation, even though Dean just
No,
explained
no, no.
to you multiple
I think-
circumstances of Donald Trump literally engaging as such without due process, kidnapping people from their communities?
No. I'm not talking about mass deportation. I'm talking about mass amnesty.
Yeah. You agree? If you agree with mass amnesty, well, then you wouldn't support Donald Trump.
I mean, I have other fronts to support him. Like, it's not
What other things do you
No.
support him on that overrides this?
Okay, let's talk about Donald Trump putting America first. I'd like to address the point that you've been arguing for 3 hours about Iran.
I have a question. Do you think that putting the America first is like undermining the Constitution, calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Again, I think that some articles in the Constitution need amendment.
No, he said all.
That's why it's
He
called
said all
amendments.
of them. Do you think that's like
I think
super?
all is pushing it too much.
That's putting America first.
That's pushing it too much. Too much.
Okay, so then he's he's not putting America first.
He is putting America first in many of his policies.
Can you name one?
Tariffs, easily.
Okay.
Uh,
Tell me how the tariffs put America first.
You're moving industry back to the U.S. using your tariffs.
Actually, in the long run, it's going to decrease the size of the United States GDP because it is the case that it reduces. Right.
But tariffs,
Hold up.
but tariffs are not, but tariffs are not used for the long run, aren't they?
What? Tariffs
Okay.
are used for wait, if you don't have a tariff
So let me give
implemented
you-
in the long run, well then you're not going to have an increase in domestic production for the long run.
But you would.
No, you wouldn't,
Let's
because
talk-
the tariff's
let's
not
talk-
implemented. The only reason the tariff would increase domestic production is if the tariff is implemented, which would cause an increase in the price of consumer products, right? Specifically for American consumers, along with the fact that it would make the cost of production for domestic manufacturing in the United States higher because of the cost of production coming from other countries around the world, materials, labor that is used as an aspect of the manufacturing process in the United States. Because not every aspect of the production process is done here in the United States. It also doesn't make sense for us to do only all of the production process here, right? In the same way, it wouldn't make sense for a single state to just cut itself off from the entirety of the rest of the United States of America and just only trade within its state. That's not putting its state first. Its state is put first when it trades with all of the other of the United States. You understand that engaging in global trade is more efficient not only for people who are consumers in the United States, but also for producers as well and domestic manufacturers. The idea that Trump is actually increasing domestic manufacturing is laughable. If you look at his first administration, it was stagnant manufacturing investment. If you look at his administration now, it's now become stagnant after multiple years of growth under Biden.
Okay, let me address one point, then I'll go to another because you're talking too fast. Sorry. When we talk about tariffs in Trump's manner, they're not on the long term, just for one reason. Because if you see what happened with the EU, we were being tariffed on our products that are imported to the EU way more than we were tariffing the imports from EU. Does that make sense?
Are these tariffs going to drive more than 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars back into the American economy per year?
Of course.
If your answer is no, if your answer is no,
Wait,
because
you're talking about EU. You're talking about
no, per
separate-
year. Are Donald Trump's tariffs going to drive more than 1.1 trill through 1.7 trill back into the American economy per year?
That was not the purpose of tariffs.
No, you said that the purpose of tariffs was to galvanize American industries.
The purpose of a tariff was moving industry back to the U.S.
Right.
making deals-
When you move the
All-
industries
all-
back, they build more, they sell more, so they make more, and when they make more, the GDP goes up. The GDP would be the metric that we'd be using
Yes,
to determine the industrialization of American manufacturing. So I have a question. Will it reindustrialize this country to be able to inspire more growth than what would be equal to 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year? Yes or no?
I think it's way more complicated than what you're saying. You're just limiting my answer to moving back industry. I'm talking about a larger scale.
Dude,
I'm a strong
how do we track how much how do we track how much industry is being moved back into America?
You can't evaluate unless the 4 year terms is done, can't you?
Okay, you're saying that how do we ever track at any point? The GDP. Okay, more American businesses are booming. GDP. Okay, so you're basically saying that the long-term positive outcome of the tariffs will be an increase in the GDP, right?
Yes, but you're not letting me complete my point. You're sticking
Yes.
to the
So
moving.
do you think that long-term increase in the GDP onset by the tariffs will be more than or equal to 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year?
Yes, if you let me talk.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah. Go ahead and explain that.
Okay. So another positive for tariffs would be making deals all over.
Why are we moving on? I thought you're just going to explain how the tariffs were going to add more than $1 trillion to the GDP in the long term.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. Because you're
Making-
talking about deals. Like, I want to talk about tariffs.
Yeah, exactly. My tariffs drive deals.
Okay, so what deals? Like the deal we got
What
with China,
deals?
where now we have 55% tariffs on them. What deals have they achieved?
Is it over?
Yeah.
Are the negotiations? Wait. Are the negotiations over?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because they reached a deal. When you're done negotiating, you sign a deal.
They didn't reach. They didn't reach a deal.
Yeah, they did.
Let's be no, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. This was like a huge thing that the Trump administration announced. The new trade deal with China. The new trade deal. We we increase our tariffs on them. They decrease our tariffs on us. America wins again. That was the deal that they reached via negotiations. Yeah, they did that.
I believe that was for 130 days, right? And then they're gonna. Okay.
All right, bro.
So
Get the fuck off my live. Nah, bro, you get out of here. Go on and skedaddle while we move on to the next guest. I've had enough of your shit.
What's up, man?
What's going on, Ethan? You support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19,
Phenomenal. What year were you born in?
2005,
Great. What month?
August 18th.
Awesome. There's a couple people that I gotta thank here super duper quickly. Yo, Diamond! This was 26 minutes ago. Thank you for the $75 donation over on Venmo. That is Diamond spelled incredibly interesting. That is Diamond spelled Dymon. Thank you so much for the love, Diamond. They say, thanks, Dean. You make your world better one debate at a time. Diamond, I really appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Diamond down below in the chat right now for the $75 donation, as well as Josie with the flying jets. Thank you, Josie and Diamond. You guys are awesome. Wow, as well as Alyssa for the $10. I read your message there. You're welcome. I appreciate you for the $10. As well as Kaylee with the $10 over on Venmo, saying I debated my father-in-law last night using your talking points, and they all went straight over his head. And yeah, that's how it works out. But good luck with that, Kaylee. Thank you for the $10 donation. As well as Trinity with the $10, Alyssa with the $10, and Amanda with the $12. Thank you three very much. Show some love to Trinity, Alyssa, and Amanda, as well as, oh my God, dude, Samantha. Oh my God. Samantha with the $100 donation over on Venmo. Bro, what the fuck? Samantha, that is insane. Can we please get 1,000 Samantha W's? That is so much money. Oh my God. Samantha says, shout out to you and Parker for schooling people every day. Have y'all seen Kat Kamek voted for Florida's abortion ban? They needed meds for an ectopic pregnancy and she almost couldn't get it. Had to call the governor. So if you're in power, you're safe. The rest of us screwed. Oh, Samantha, guess what? She blamed it on the liberals. She blamed it on the liberals. So there was a state representative from Florida that couldn't get an emergency abortion. She would have died if she didn't get it because of the Florida law. And then she was able to get the abortion with the governor's approval. She reached out to him and he got it done. But anyways, after she got this abortion for ectopic pregnancy, she then turned around and blasted liberals, saying that it was liberals' fault, even though she voted for the bill that got signed into law that ultimately restricted her access. You can't make that shit up, bro. As well as Anna, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Anna W's down below. Anna says, because I love you and I feel like this week has sucked, but you're still here and we appreciate you. Yeah, man, this week has been hell for the Trump supporters. They've been pissing me off, bro. Obviously, you guys can tell that, though. Let's get 500 Anna W's down below. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. As well as Amber with the $10 over on PayPal, Monica with a 5, Michael with a 1, and Chris, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Just asking for what my goals are in the future. I don't know yet. I don't know. I wonder where I'll wind up. But thank you so much, Anna and Chris. You guys are phenomenal. As well as, real quick, I'd like to thank Veteran for the $50 super chat on YouTube, saying, Boomer, respect to you again for doing so much more than my elected representatives. Keep fighting for your generation, sir. You rock. Boomer, I fucking love you. Boomer Veteran, sorry, not Boomer, but Veteran, I fucking love you. Let's get 500 Veteran W's. We love Veteran over here. As well as Lennon, welcome back into the stream, Lennon. Thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. Lennon, welcome back 3 days in a row. We love you here. Show some love to Lennon down below in that chat. As well as Bob with the $20 over on Trooper Chat. Here's $20 to help offset the tariff on your next box of Cheez-Its. Funny enough, I actually do have to get a new box tonight, so hey, I appreciate you. All the love. And then Stephanie with the $5 over on Venmo, and Sahas with the $20 donation over on Venmo. That is SAAHAS. Thank you so much. Saying, love your content. You're the GOAT. Keep it up. I really appreciate you for the love. That is incredibly kind. And I apologize that took a little bit in the chat. It took a while, you guys. Maybe what I'll do here is every 10 or 15 minutes or so, I'll stop the conversation and thank all the donations we have. But what I've been doing is I've just been thanking individuals about every hour or so, but I'll do it more frequently so it doesn't take me 5 to 10 minutes. And I appreciate you guys for y'all's patience. I just want to make sure that I do have a chance and ability to thank everybody that is supporting me. But take it away, Ethan. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Why do you support Trump?
No worries. So I just want to start off by saying I do not know lots of bills and policy specifics. I do not follow politics extremely close, and I'm not an expert. All right. So my first question for you is, when you were talking about illegals and how much they would increase the GDP, how is this information possible if they were undocumented? Is it projected?
So I think that there's a lot of confusion about what it means to be an undocumented immigrant. That means that you just don't have documentation as it relates to your citizenship or your residency. But undocumented immigrants can still be documented insofar as being documented as an employee of a company, or being documented.
So a work visa?
As a not even, or being documented as a taxpayer by possessing an ITIN, being documented by state legislators that don't wish to deport you, right? I mean, there's a bunch of ways that they can still be documented, but that comes from the IRS, specifically about their $400 to $500 billion per year annual contribution to the GDP. And that's a really reliable calculation based upon how much they pay in taxes per year. And then about the 1.1 through $1.7 trillion figure, that's going to be an estimate from the Center for American Progress built on top of that data from the IRS that I just gave you. That doesn't just account for their direct contributions through the wages that they garner and what they spend their wages on, but also through their contributions in labor to their employer. and overall contributions to the productivity that would be lost if they were lost tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. I wasn't arguing. I was just trying to get more informed.
No, good question, man.
All right, and my second question is, or more of explaining. Remember that trucker guy? What he was saying about the undocumented / illegals getting paid less.
Okay. Yeah.
so- Okay,
so
go
what's
ahead.
your remedy for that?
I was just explaining. He didn't really know how to explain it properly. I think they get paid less mainly because they're in desperate need of work and they want to get paid more. Right? They take harder jobs for less money that American citizens would not necessarily take because they have other jobs that they could get paid a similar rate for less work. Correct?
What's the point you're trying to make, though, with this? I guess my question is that it is the case that they're forced into these conditions because of the threat of mass deportation. And if that threat of
No,
mass deportation
no, it has
doesn't
nothing to do
exist,
with
well, then they
deportation.
wouldn't be able to be exploited because they'd be able to tell authorities if they're receiving anything below minimum wage.
It has nothing to do with deportation.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does, because that's the reason why they're forced into a circumstance where they're willing to accept lower than minimum wage, because they can't
No,
tell
no.
authorities because of the threat of deportation.
What I'm saying is they come here because they want to make more money than they would where they came from, right? So they
No, that is
Yeah, go
not the
ahead.
incentive. I could give you an argument to prove it.
Yep.
Legal immigrants are also going to be making more money in America than where they came from. They don't have lower wages on average.
What was that again?
Legal immigrants
Yep.
can also make more money in America than they made where they came from. They don't have lower wages on average. It's that simple. If what you're describing, which is true of undocumented immigrants, was truly the incentive for lower wages on average, we would also expect that to be the case for illegal immigrants, but it's not. So there's some difference, right? Not just between undocumented immigrants and natural U.S.-born citizens that causes undocumented immigrants to get paid lower wages on average, but that difference also must be true between legal immigrants and undocumented immigrants. So what is the difference between legal immigrants and undocumented immigrants? That means undocumented immigrants have lower wages on average, but legal immigrants don't. What's the difference?
Nathan, think the
Where
10.
they
I wish
came
I
from?
could.
Nope.
Najia, what?
Not at all.
JB, think of the
Along
$20,
here?
and Chris, think of the $2.
No.
Thank you.
I
Nope.
couldn't tell you. The only
jobs
thing
that they're working.
I'm tired.
No,
I'm good.
because lower wages on average accounts for the different jobs. So what is it?
the only thing I
Difference
could
would
think of
be
is
in the
work.
residency or citizenship.
The only thing that I could think of is work ethic or education, possibly.
Work
That
ethic,
drives the
well, okay.
difference.
Work ethic and education are actually accounted for in discovery of wage discrepancies.
Okay. Yeah, I was unaware.
Yeah. Now, what does that leave us with? It leaves us with what Parker brought up: the threat of being deported, the fact that they have less bargaining power built into the idea that they just simply don't possess residency or citizenship. So at the end of the day, those are the facts that lead to the conclusion that undocumented immigrants collect lower wages on average compared to both natural U.S.-born citizens and legal immigrants. And sure, we could fix this by deporting them, but that's not actually better for those undocumented immigrants, okay? Like, even though they will be collecting lower wages in America, they still opt for it, meaning they view it as a higher quality of life.
Right.
Right? And it's definitely not better for the American economy. Well, what's the alternative here? Offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship. All of a sudden, then they'd have the same amount of bargaining power as citizens or residents, meaning they get paid the same wages on average as citizens or residents. They would be less likely to be exploited by their employer, meaning that they're better off and our country's better off.
I do not disagree about that. However, there are a couple of stipulations to that in order for that to work. One of them being some sort of screening process to look at criminal history, as well as, I mean, obviously our government has to figure out a way to get people legalized quicker. So more government jobs, I guess, in that sense, to get people legalized. Although I do think that people that are here illegally, in the process of getting that, they should be sent back to their wherever they came from, only because we do not know if they are a criminal or not. If there's no way to determine that
Dude,
quickly,
if we could identify them as an undocumented immigrant to be deported, then we could identify them as an individual with prior violent offenses or not.
but how do we know they're undocumented? That's what I don't.
Well, we'd take time to identify them as undocumented, or they'd bring themselves forward. But that same amount of time would be required to identify them to deport them. So it's like by the time you would have identified them to deport them back to their own country to further explore them to determine if they have prior violent offenses or not, that exploration would also determine if they have prior violent offenses or not.
Okay, but would you not think that people would be worried that they would find something or be falsely accused of having criminal actions in the process of amnesty?
I don't know what you're asking.
What do you mean?
Like, if they were coming forward, do you think that they would be worried about being prosecuted for a criminal action and being deported?
Not
Instead
not if the case if you gave mass amnesty. If there was a legal pathway to citizenship, well then people would not be scared of that particularly and
no,
would
no,
go
no,
through the
that's not-
legal pathways to be able to get access to the legal citizenship.
What I meant,
Are you saying like maybe that there'd be some like smaller amount of undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses that wouldn't bring themselves forward because they'd be scared of not being granted amnesty?
yeah, like
Yeah,
small.
sure.
I
I'm
don't know,
sure. I'm
maybe
sure that
like-
would exist. And
I don't know, I'm just saying.
yeah, no, sure. I'm sure that would exist. 110%. 110%. But there'd be more undocumented immigrants that wouldn't want to bring themselves forward given mass deportation compared to mass amnesty.
I'm not saying deport everyone. I think it's very, very wrong of them just to pick random people off the street and pull up the job sites and just deport random people.
Yeah, like anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, there's no good reason to deport them. So we should clearly be against Donald Trump deporting people that meet that criteria, along with the fact that are doing so without due process, right?
Yeah.
Without respecting constitutionally protected rights. Isn't that like anti-American for him to undermine the Constitution in that way?
I mean, I never said it wasn't, but
But would you believe that it is?
sure.
Yeah.
And I've said multiple times that I do not think that everyone should be deported that is here illegally if they are not known to be a criminal.
Okay.
There are plenty of people that work off the books that contribute to the economy. Sure.
I have a question. What are we debating? I don't know. It just kind of sounds.
I
like
don't
we're
know
agreeing.
either.
I'm not really debating
It
anything.
seems like he has like a democratic position
Civil
on the
rights
matter,
policy.
but then like still supports Donald Trump even though he has a democratic position on immigration.
Yeah, sure. You shouldn't
Not
support Donald
necessarily.
Trump
It's just a
because-
realistic position.
You shouldn't support Trump because Trump disagrees with you, man. He wants to deport every undocumented immigrant in this country.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. But Ethan, I appreciate you for coming up, and hopefully.
But I'm getting kicked. Oh,
I mean, unless you.
I
have
guess I
anything else
can't
to
talk
go
about
over.
other stuff. Yeah, sure. Okay, can we
Do you,
talk
mind,
about?
do you mind if we continue real quick? One moment. Conservative mom. You're Katie, right? Conservative mom. I brought you up here for a reason, because I just saw your donation over on PayPal. Would you unmute?
Hello? Are you gonna unmute? In the arms they left.
Well,
In the arms of
here's a donation on PayPal I just got. I want to read this one out. I want to read this one out. Hey Dean, it's Katie Marie. We've debated in the past. I love listening to your lives more, and the more I listen, the more I learn, and it's definitely starting to open my mind and to see things differently. I'm 40, almost 41, and I've been conservative my entire life. Right now, at this exact moment, I can't say I'll 100% fully jump sides, but I can say I'm more willing to continue to listen and learn, and I'm open to the possibility of voting differently in the midterms and in 2028. It's been quite liberating, no pun intended. I'm excited to be more open-minded and to challenge and to changing my mind on political topics. Just because something doesn't directly impact me doesn't mean it doesn't impact my fellow Americans, and I just want the best for my fellow Americans to be happy and to be able to live their lives freely as they see fit. Holy fuck, you guys.
That is nuts. No
Holy-
way.
Holy shit. Let me tell you guys a little thing about Katie. I've both me and Parker.
There's
like,
so much
Katie,
lore.
Katie like watches her, like she's in our lives a lot. Like it's almost like every single day she's in here for like at least an hour or two, like every day, 7 days a week. And she has been very frequently in these lives for like the last 2 years. Okay. The first conversation I ever had with Katie was like 2 years ago. And it's about why she thought that being gay was wrong at the time. And the only reason I specifically remember this debate I had with a random person 2 years ago was because of how incredibly dense and just honestly terrible the conversation was. And, you know, throughout the 2 years, I've also debated her on abortion multiple times. Once again, the reason why I remember those conversations is because how incredibly dense and just terrible the conversations was. And I've even debated her on, like, let's see here, politics and policy, like 3 or 4 times as well. And it makes me so happy that Katie is finally opening her mind. So if Katie, if you're listening to this, I'm genuinely proud of you. That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. I'm very proud of you. And I hope that you're able to live, grow, and learn, and you're heading in a very positive direction. And I think that's awesome of you. But Ethan, what else do you want to debate?
Okay, so here's one of the main reasons why I voted for Trump, and that is the Second Amendment. What was that for?
It just Second Amendment. It's always funny because he's the only president in modern American history to pass unconstitutional gun reform, and he like has challenged the totality of the Constitution, including the Second Amendment, explicitly calling
which
for
bill
its
was that?
derogation.
I'm unfamiliar with that. Which bill was
the,
that?
The bump stock bill. The bump stock ban.
What did that consist of?
A ban on bump stocks.
And what is a bump stock?
It's a type of stock that you could like put on a long rifle or even like one for like pistols, I think, where like the recoil just pushes it back into your shoulder, and then you could just kind of like hold your like finger in a specific way, and then it will like then push the gun with the bump of the stock back into the trigger, and it just kind of sets off this reaction.
Are you aware that
it's almost like auto fire?
Not quite. Are you aware that
Wait, why were you asking me what it was if you know what it is?
I didn't know what it was.
No.
But are you aware that majority of shotguns on the market have that as well? To reduce recoil?
I know that a lot of shotguns do specifically to reduce recoil, but like the way that like a lot of bump stocks work is they're not just designed to reduce recoil, but they're also designed to specifically send the gun shooting right back in.
No, you have to press the trigger again.
Well, the way is it's like it's hard for me to explain it, and it's because I've never used one. Now, maybe if there's somebody watching that has used a bump stock, that would be able to explain it significantly easier than I can because I've never used one. But when we're talking about like long rifles and ARs,
what is an AR, by the way? Do you know?
No, I don't know what AR stands for. I've been told before, but I forget.
Can you take a guess?
I think it's Armorite, right?
No.
I don't know what it stands
I have
for.
no clue. I mean, I'm not like someone that's very
The common
familiar.
misconception is it is an assault rifle, and that is not correct. It is an assimilated rifle. And people always say...
I don't even know if it's an assimilated rifle. I think even that's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like anything about guns, to be honest.
Can
And
anyone-
I have no issue with admitting that.
All right, so now are you going to allow me to continue to speak about like the bump stock?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's basically like a mechanism they could use as a stock on the back of like a long rifle that will, after the gun recoils into your shoulder, it's almost like there's a spring in the stock that then sends the gun shooting forward, and it sends the underlaying like the trigger back into your finger, and it sets off this chain reaction of the long rifle kind of bumping in between your finger on the trigger and your shoulder, and essentially makes it automatic.
Sure. So are you saying that's a bad thing?
I'm saying that Donald Trump passed a ban on these, and then SCOTUS turned around and ruled it as unconstitutional.
So are you saying that he should not have passed a ban on it?
I'm saying that if you are pro 2A, why would you support a president that passes policy that violates your
Well,
2A?
if it turns it into an automatic rifle, then yeah, sure. Why would you need an automatic rifle?
Okay, so then you're not necessarily pro 2A.
Sure, I am.
No, because you think that there's
You do not need an
legislation
automatic.
that is contra. You think that there's legislation that violates 2A that should be passed. That means you're not pro 2A.
Yes, I am.
What do you think it means to be pro 2A?
To
Like uphold 2A, right?
yes.
Uphold the Second Amendment. Okay. Well, you just advocated to not uphold the Second Amendment.
There are
banning
stipulations.
bump stocks. There are. You're right. But there was no stipulation that made it constitutional to ban bump stocks. And that's why SCOTUS said it was unconstitutional.
Okay, well maybe it needs to be adjusted then. I'm not sure.
So then you're not pro 2A because you think that 2A should be changed. That's what people who are anti 2A say.
Okay.
Okay.
People in the chat are saying that he's 15.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked at his
I see
page.
that.
I didn't see any evidence for it. But what I will say is just like what he was saying was like totally like something that like a 15-year-old would say.
Can I say thank you to a few people real quick?
Yeah.
For sure. Was a little bit behind on everything. I wanted to make sure to get to it. Sid, thank you so much for the $10. Yes, I thought I was right. I thought I've heard that before because someone's tried to make that point with me before. DJ, thank you for the $5. Absolutely. W Mom Donnie. W Mom Donnie. Chris, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Dalton, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. And then Roger, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Roger. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's Roger in the comment section, and Democracy Dies in Darkness. Thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Thank you. Absolutely
Well,
base.
let's see here. Brianna, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, and I'll check out your work. Thank you for the $20, Brianna. Let's get 200 Brianna W's down below. As well as Julia, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Julia says, we're the $50 nation. Seriously, show some love to Julia down below. Julia says, buy yourself some actual food with the basic food groups instead of Uncrustables and Cheez-Its.
Yo, that's actually kind of real, dude.
You know what, Julia? I'm actually going to take your $50 and spend it on some healthy food. You know, like just because of like the daily streams that I do alongside. Oh, shit. I just saw that plane on my phone. Yo, I got a unicorn. Yo, Lennon, thank you so much for the unicorn. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Sorry. It's really hard for me to see the gifts sent on TikTok because I'm using like YouTube Studio. But anyways, thank you so much. But actually, I will do that. I need to get better at my nutrition, everybody. Like I need my physical health. Like I need to do something about it. Like I don't work out anymore. I don't do cardio anymore. I don't eat that good. I don't even know. That's right. I'm on the DNC Dean account. I'm on a different account than I am usually. That makes sense. Well, Dan, see you're in here. I appreciate you for the leopard. Now, I must say, Dan, I am not happy with you. I'm honestly upset with you, if I'm going to be honest. I'll be honest. I'm upset with you, Dan, about what you did the other day and the way that our conversation had went on live about it. And honestly, here's what I'll ask of you is to please keep the donations to yourself, but feel free to hang out in the stream. And the reason I say that to you is because I would love to see if I could convince you of my views, as I would say to any Trump supporter, or any, like, I know that you're not a Trump supporter, but any Trump supporter or anybody that disagrees with me. So you're more than welcome to hang out and watch. I would love if you, I might be able to convince you of some more of like the social views that I hold. I know that's like what the conversation that we had the other day was about. But I was not happy with the way that conversation had went the other day. Anyways, let's go to move on to the next Trump supporter. Lennon, I appreciate your future journey. I appreciate that so much. That is incredibly kind of you.
I have two more people I have to catch up with as well, by the way.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Field, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Field. You're the GOAT, and I hope you've had a good night with the debates. Thank you so much, Field. I really appreciate it. As well as Jay, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to read that message. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jay. Go ahead, continue. I'm going to read. Give me a sec.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go to move on to the next guest. At this point, if you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Trump. We'll get you pulled up here. But yeah, no, man. Let's go ahead and get that next guest up here, y'all. And once again, Dan, the reason that I'm just gonna be transparent with you, Dan. I'm gonna be really transparent with you here. The reason why I asked you to stop donating to me, is because a lot of people have been calling for me to block you from my stream, and I fear if you continue to donate to me and I keep you unblocked, people will then say, well, the only reason why I'm not blocking you and doing the quote-unquote right thing is so I could, take your money from you. Now, that's not why I'm not blocking you. The reason I'm not blocking you is the same reason I don't block a lot of people, because I think that there's a lot of value in what I say. And, maybe there's some places where I think you could take some value away from it. So I don't want to block you, and I'll make that public. I will. But I just don't want to give individuals a false impression that the reason is because I want your money. But let's get that next guest up in here, y'all. What's going on, David? Do you support Trump? Oh, Dan.
Whatever. I was reading
David's
it.
not
I
here.
was reading a message. Jay, again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jay. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's loud. Lucas, thank you for
That is
$5.
loud.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to see that Zoran won. That's really cool. It's cool to see it feels like a new energy is coming through the Democratic Party, and I really like it. I love to see progressives winning. It really gives me hope for the future. Great. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gray.
All right, guys, we're still trying to get that next guest up in here, everybody. What is going on? All of this. Do you support Trump?
I was kind of back and forth, and I do agree with how y'all said that y'all do say a lot of things that hold a lot of value. I did want to mention something though, because on the mass deportation, I don't agree with the mass deportation on how they.
Larry Liberty, thank you for the diamond gun. I apologize, man. The sound of that gift totally cut you off there. So
That's
Larry
so loud,
Liberty, I
yeah.
appreciate you. But go ahead, all of this.
Okay, so I'm against the mass deportation because it is not my day.
Larry, thank you, Larry.
So- Sorry, man.
Was
Sorry,
was
bro.
that Dan again? No, I'm just kidding.
No, that was Larry. That was Larry. What a
Okay.
day.
All right. So basically, I'm against the mass deportation and all that stuff that's going on. I think that they could have went about it a better way, a whole nother process. Now I know this did have me thinking the other day, especially that Parker had just said a while ago that there's nothing good that could come out of the mass deportation. Well, it's pretty crazy because I'm from a city that is pretty close to kind of the border, and it's kind of near. And the other day, somebody brought to my attention that you see a lot less undocumented people out and about, and and for me, I did notice that, and I don't know if you could call it maybe that your quality of life is better because you feel safer because let's just say you're just driving and you randomly have an accident, in the back, you hit the back of a car of somebody that's undocumented. When you live around cities like this where they could possibly have attachments to cartel and stuff like that, that can get pretty dangerous. So, I mean, like I said, I'm against the mass deportation, but at that one point, it did make me feel like I go around, like even festivals, like I've gone to festivals around here, and you could just tell that there's less people just by looking and seeing it, and you can even hear because, of course, you could tell some people can't speak English in the city where I'm at, and a lot of that you can tell that these people are undocumented, and you're seeing a lot less of that. I even have a friend that worked at a retail store, and they're like, "Hey, like I feel like I see less people in here that don't just speak Spanish only, that are coming into these stores. Normally they come in and buy and spend their money and spend thousands in this store, and I don't see them that much anymore." So, I mean, I don't know what.
So are you saying that Donald Trump's mass deportation policies are harmful to you? Also,
No. What I'm saying is, if you were me, right, this is what I noticed. I mean, like I said, I don't want to be for it because of everything it's causing and the process, how it's how the bad that it's doing. But I just noticed the other day how it almost gave me some kind of sense of safety, because of the reasons that I just explained to you. Like if you were in my shoes, I guess that's my question for you.
well,
If you
I
were,
just want to know if we had a pathway to citizenship for anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, how would that make us less safe?
if you had a no, I'm not saying it wouldn't. I'm saying they could have gone about it that other process. That's what I was saying. I agree with you on that. But I'm just bringing out because you have brought up a point that you were saying that there's nothing that could be good. And at one point, I thought the same too. I thought the same as you because you said there's nothing that could be good of the mass deportation. And I am against mass deportation as well. But like I said, I literally kind of felt safe not too long ago, and even somebody bringing it up because you don't see um, like undocumented people very much around. It's almost like people are kind of in fear right now in this area, in these cities where I'm at. So you don't see them that much around, like at these festivals or everywhere. Usually places would be more busy in the city where around that I live in, and you don't see that. So I mean, what do you think about that? In my shoes, would you feel like, hey, and I don't want to be selfish and say, oh, well, because it makes my quality of life better and I feel safer. I agree with mass deportation, because that would be selfish of me is how I feel, you know.
Hey, man, I feel like I've been listening for like 5 minutes. What's the synopsis of your argument?
It was just that I heard Parker say that there's nothing that could come out good from mass deportation. And I understand that because I felt that way at the same time. But there's a little bit of it that I just wanted to mention. Have y'all ever talked to anybody that is around these cities?
Synopsis, please. Synopsis, please.
Yeah, what's the reason why you want to restrict people from coming to the country who have not been held civilly liable, or sorry, not I can't speak, who have not been have committed a violent crime or bad crime? Like, why are you feeling unsafe around people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
Wait, you're telling us that you feel unsafe around undocumented immigrants?
No. That's not what I'm saying. No. That's not what I'm saying.
What was this talk about being at like a festival and feeling unsafe? What was that about?
No, what I'm saying is if there's, well, sometimes, like I said, if there's somebody that's undocumented, you don't
Somebody
know.
that's undocumented.
There's somebody that's undocumented, right? They don't have no social security number or anything like that.
Okay.
So if it's more easily for them to commit a crime, especially and easy
No,
for them.
undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States. Why are you why are you scared that an
what I'm
undocumented immigrant is going to commit a crime when they commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens?
No,
Yeah,
what I'm
that's
saying
that's
is-
kind of
what
like the
I'm
rebuttal here.
What I'm saying is they could commit a crime and easily go back to their country. So do you know,
Wait, you're saying that they could commit a crime and easily escape the country? That's not necessarily true.
well, it'll be harder to identify somebody like that because they have no social, they have no other way, no photograph, no fingerprints or anything like that.
I don't have my photograph or fingerprint in any system, any governmental system.
You do have a social security number.
Okay, and
And that's what I'm saying. There's some type of documentation that
okay, just like there's documentation on a lot of undocumented immigrants, such as where they live, or like ITINs related to the taxes that they pay, documentation via their employer.
so
You
it's
know, but maybe like if you're saying that you just think that technically undocumented immigrants could get away with crimes easier, even if you're right, I guess undocumented immigrants don't agree, right? And I feel like that's what matters at the end of the day is what are the perceptions that undocumented immigrants hold, and undocumented immigrants hold the perception that committed a crime would be really, really bad for them to do, because if they get caught, then they'll be deported. And that's why undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit crimes, including violent crimes, compared to citizens. So, like your argument that like theoretically they might be able to get away with it easier doesn't matter if that's not what is held to be true. Because ultimately speaking, here, what really matters is what is held to be true in the brains of undocumented immigrants, because that is going to be what would incentivize or disincentivize an undocumented immigrant from committing a crime. Not what you think; it's what they think, and apparently they disagree, right? And that's why they're significantly less likely to commit crimes.
so you're saying with statistics is what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, let's just put it this way: if you're somewhere, right, and there's not very many undocumented immigrants in that state, right, and you're somewhere in a city where there is undocumented, what would you? Of course, you rather would not want to be in an accident at all, in a vehicle accident. But if you had to choose between either one, if you were in a car accident with an undocumented person and versus not an undocumented person, what would you rather choose? You know what I'm saying? And then almost maybe, do you understand what I'm saying?
I think someone would be indifferent, but if you have like a preference one way or the other, wouldn't you say that you'd wish that they were documented then?
Yes, and I agree with you that.
So then if you wish that they were documented, well, then you'd be in support of mass amnesty.
No, I just wish that they would have been about it a better process. Like if they would have made it easier for them to get their, to get their citizenship, And
So you want the legal pathways to go faster, correct?
yes, and I really feel bad for what's
Okay,
happening
well,
to them.
then you hold the Democratic position. You don't hold the Republican position.
Yeah, I do hold a Democratic position. Before, I'll be honest with you though, I did vote for Trump the very first time. I was back and forth, and y'all guys have actually helped open up my eyes a little bit to some things. But I just did want to mention to you also too, in the event that if somebody brings that up to you about being a little safer depending on where you're at, whether in what city, because there's other people that you can be on here with that they're from a city and there's no undocumented immigrants at all. And over here, to be honest, yes, what happens if I get into a car accident with somebody that's undocumented and then they got this ties to a cartel, and then it's all that's pretty scary, and even though that might not.
It's actually like significantly more likely for a citizen to have cartel ties than an undocumented immigrant. Because that's who the cartels send into America to do their business.
90% of people who are bringing DRUGS across the border are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, like essentially like anybody who like the cartel sends in to America to handle their business, they're not going to be an undocumented immigrant. Why would the cartel take that unnecessary risk?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Boom. Yeah, think about it that way. You got to remember, cartels at the end of the day are businesses. And when you're running a business, you got to make decisions to mitigate risk to ensure the efficiency of your business. And they do that as it relates to the business in America with a transitionary usage of citizens. They get to flow right through that border. They show their passport. Wada bam, bada boom. All of a sudden, you are in America. Right? They don't send non-citizens like trekking across the Texan desert to get in. No, they just send them in a car across the border with a passport.
I mean, I'm just saying, in a city like where I live in, that's something that just crosses your mind. You know, it in other cities,
Is something that crosses your mind? Well, I mean, I feel like that would be rooted in bigotry, right? That's going to be rooted within some like phobia of saying, geez, they're Mexican. Must be a part of the cartel. See, that's a phobia.
No, it's not that. I don't judge or just look at somebody and say, "Oh, hey, this is what that person could possibly be." No way. I mean, now that would be completely wrong to have that state of mind or be looking at it towards that. But I will tell you, like I said, in these cities where you can literally like, I don't want to speak anymore than what I have to say, but there's stuff that exists like that, and they'll exist if you were here in that city. And like I said,
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else that you want to add on here, man? I feel like this is kind of going
no,
on a little
that,
bit longer than I like it to.
no, that's it. I appreciate your time. I just wanted y'all to understand that people's perspective is different in different cities and where they're at. But again, I don't support the mass deportation at all. I'm completely I'm against Trump now because of that. And I just wanted to tell you though that what my point of view is from where I live, and that's it. And I appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a good one.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna thank a handful of people, super duper quickly. Let's see here. First and foremost, everyone, give us a minute here. Amy, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Amy says, "Thank you for all that you do to educate others. Much appreciated." Thank you so much for the love, Amy. Show some love to Amy down below, as well as, let's see here, Hannah with a $5 over on Venmo, saying, "As a reminder, drink some water, take care of your health." Yeah, I mean, once I get off, I'm gonna go make some dinner. I mean, it's pretty late. It's 7 p.m. my time, but I mean, I think I'm gonna do the grocery store run down to down to the market and maybe cook some dinner. That'll be great.
That sounds good.
Yeah, let's see here. John, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, and I appreciate you for the information on Reagan's amnesty. Sonny with the $2, and then Myra, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. They say for autism awareness. I couldn't donate earlier when the lady was spewing the nonsense about autism. Lol. Thank you for always doing your research. I appreciate you for the love, Myra. Show some love to Myra down below in that comment section. As well as Heidi with the $20 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Heidi. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Tristan, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Tristan says, "Dean, you seem down. I hope you have a gooder rest of your night." Oh, come on, bro. No, honestly, I'm not down at all. I'm honestly just kind of chillaxed, if that makes any sense. I honestly feel really relaxed right now. I feel like most of the time you guys you guys see me when I'm not relaxed at all. As well as Sid, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube, saying, "Hope all is well. Thank you for all that you do." Sid, I hope that you're doing well as well. Please, you should privately DM me through any channel that we have opened up talking about how you're doing after the accident. As well as COD, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube super chat. And COD, I'm aware that is something that is going on. That is true. I also see everybody in the comment section talking about the supposed man of the hour. I'm gonna just choose peace, everybody. I'm gonna ignore it. Is that fair? Is that fair? Is that fair for me to do? Is that a responsible decision? Yeah, I think that's a responsible decision. I'm gonna choose peace tonight, everybody. Sarah, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love. And then Morgan, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal saying, thank you for everything that you do, Dean. You're phenomenal at educating the uneducated. Thank you so much, Morgan. That is incredibly kind. That is incredibly kind, incredibly kind. Phenomenal.
Alrighty. How long have you been on live, man?
I think it's been around 4.5 hours.
Wow, damn.
Yeah.
How do you
Guys, what do you
feel?
want? I mean, I'm chilling. I should honestly probably get off, but what about the people watching? Do you guys want like one last debate here?
You know, everyone's gonna say yes.
Yeah. Maybe bring one last person up. I'll let you cook, Parker. It's gonna get one last person up for the night. You want to debate this conservative-minded guy? You probably talked to him before.
All right, bet. I'm excited.
Do you want to talk to him?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know who it is. I don't know their name.
I don't know. Maybe you talked to them before. I see him on like smaller pro-Trump lives frequently. Feel free to talk to him. I'm gonna.
Have I already talked to you before?
Yeah, I haven't talked to Dean though.
Okay, well,
So
Wait, when did you talk to this guy?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
I'm the guy with the numbers. I'm the guy that you guys give me a number and I show you the truth about the number. For instance, like the 95 billion in tax revenue that the illegal immigration population brings in, but they cost taxpayers about 185 billion. You guys,
That's not what the House Republicans say. Even the House
No,
Republicans
actually,
put it
it's-
at around 150.
it's actually on budgethouse.gov. You can
Okay,
That's
actually
that's
so
a
that-
Republican partisan source.
So then, okay, you're right. So then that is what the House Republicans say.
Okay.
Yeah, I have good reason to disagree with that.
Okay, so let's talk about the immigration problem.
Wait,
Okay.
well, you don't want to move on? I have good reason to disagree with the reporting from the House
Okay.
Republicans.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they include the expenditure on the children of undocumented immigrants, even if they're citizens. So they include citizens as non-citizens. That is outrageous.
The one I reviewed under house.gov is actually illegal immigrants, not undocumented.
Are you sure? Every time
Yeah.
I've looked at a report from the House Republicans on expenditure for undocumented immigrants, a
Yes, but-
massive part of that is going to be the costs for the education of the children.
Okay, so there is tens of billions of dollars that go to, I know what you're talking about because I did read that report as well. Tens of billions of dollars go towards undocumented and illegal immigrants. But as far as the taxpayers front on medical, on food, about 93% of illegal households receive food benefits through the state. Yet
Through the state.
more than one or more people under that household hold a job.
Mhm.
Okay, so you have households that have a steady income that are also collecting benefits that are paid by taxpayers. They're undocumented, and some of them aren't taxed that are doing this. So yes, there's a huge tax hit on American taxpayers for fronting a lot of the illegal immigrant funding. Everything from medical, everything from food benefits, everything from, even.
Can I propose something to you?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, I've already kind of like introed my critique of a lot of that expenditure. That most of it ultimately falls down to citizens. But I actually want to accept what you're saying real quick. Here's my solution. So you're basically like, our states are spending a shit ton of money on undocumented immigrants, billions and billions and billions of dollars per year. And you don't like that. And for whatever reason, your solution is to turn around and spend even more money on them, like $88 billion a year just to get them deported. That makes no fucking goddamn sense in my mind. I think like a more reliable solution that wouldn't just simply cost us more money, but would actually save us money, would be like a system of amnesty. You know, like, I seriously, man, if it's all about the numbers, I feel like at the end of the day, amnesty is going to end up making us and saving us more money than deportation. Because deportation costs more money and leads to economic inefficiencies, which reduce total GDP and reduce government revenue. So we have to factor that in as an opportunity cost. But like amnesty, on the other hand, like seemingly would alleviate the amount of individuals on these social safety nets because they'd be more likely to get higher wages. I mean, they just have a higher quality of life as is. They'd have more opportunities open to them insofar as the jobs that they could work, because not all employers hire non-citizens on ITINs. What are your thoughts?
Okay, my thoughts on amnesty is that no, we cannot do a broad amnesty bill because there is a lot of unvetted. You can't just blanket the whole industry of illegal immigrants that have come over here. And we're already concerned at this point, like with sleeper cells. Like you go into that you can say that, but on top of that, you look
sorry.
at-
I think I agree with you. I don't think anybody in their right mind would be like, if you're an undocumented immigrant, boom, guess what? You're no longer an undocumented immigrant. No, I think that it shouldn't just be a snap of the fingers. If you're an undocumented immigrant, you're all of a sudden a citizen. No, it would be a little bit more of a meticulous system, similar to the nuances that would go into deportation of identifying undocumented immigrants and then offering the specific undocumented immigrants without prior violent offenses a pathway to residency or citizenship. Theoretically, ignoring practical concerns for now, how does that sound to you?
So my problem with amnesty in general, okay, is that I believe at this point, especially through the Biden administration, and we'll touch that, but as far as how many illegal immigrants came over, I don't think that we can wait for the court system to get them in there for 6 years, 10 years down the line, kick the can on amnesty and then try to vet all these people now. I think that what happened in the Biden administration, and they blamed it on the Republicans the whole time, but yet Trump got in and day one shut down the border, which
wait, I just want to stick on amnesty. I understand.
I know.
You're wrapping in other things. I want to have a nuanced dialogue with you specifically about mass deportation versus amnesty. So far, you've listed your main concern of it taking 6 to 10 years.
My main concern is the time frame. Even if amnesty was created, the time frame to vet all of them, and then they're protected by the Amnesty Act or bill, whatever comes back. And then now you have people that are criminals that we come across that now have a legal binding with the United States, even if they've done wrong. Now we have to sit there and we have to say, okay, now we have to put them in our own jails, in our own systems, and then we have to pay off the taxpayers their stay at a 3-year stint if they got a DUI or that's the problem with that. When you talk about the amount of illegals that are here, amnesty, and then they break the law because we haven't vetted them. Okay. Now,
can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. So if your main critique of amnesty is just how long it would take, why isn't this also a critique that you hold to be true of mass deportation? Because in the same way that we'd have to grant the individual undocumented immigrants due process, vet them for amnesty, wouldn't we also have to grant the undocumented immigrants due process for deportation? And there's another practicality concern about deportation that isn't true of amnesty, and that's just the fact that undocumented immigrants, they don't want to be deported, so they're going to try to run away from that as much as possible, stay away from ICE. Now that's a whole new practicality concern in which spawns in about 1 billion and one issues that isn't true of mass amnesty. I'd assume that at the end of the day, accounting for vetting and due process and everything else, it'd almost be more practical to pull off mass amnesty just because the millions of undocumented immigrants in this country, they actually want it. I don't think that the millions of undocumented immigrants in this country want to be deported. And that's just an extra layer of practical concerns that makes mass deportation take longer than mass amnesty.
Well, I do believe that. So if your question is about due process, which I believe your first question was, the due process, I believe that as a country, we have a right to deport before you get into the court. Before we say, okay, we're going to accept you over here in asylum, okay, we have a right as a country to say, you know what, we're not accepting asylum seekers right now. We're going to deport you back to your country.
Do you require any level of due process within that method of deportation?
No, that does not, in my opinion.
Okay, so do you know that violates the Constitution? The 14th Amendment says in Article 1 that everyone within the jurisdiction of this country, right, regardless, gets due process under the law because they get equal protection.
Yeah, so conservative. The argument...
Here's my idea behind
the argument you'd want to be running right now is that you think that undocumented immigrants should have access to some limited form of due process, but that's not what you're arguing. You're arguing that you don't think that they have a right to any due process. And as Parker just pointed out, that could be refuted via the language of the 14th Amendment.
Here's my idea behind that. Okay, you're right. You have the 14th Amendment. Okay, and it states that. Not going to argue that. However, I believe that Biden broke the Constitution with which allowed him to mass immigrate people that infringe on our constitutional rights to be protected by our own president. So when you have a cause and effect, you may have to, if one president from one administration.
First and foremost, what you're saying here is wrong. No, even if Biden did violate the Constitution, this wouldn't give Trump any right to violate it. There's not going to be a single legal scholar that will hear that and not just totally laugh in your face.
That's
the only people that you're going to be able to convince of that view are like 14-year-olds that are like, yeah.
That's
But
why
anyways,
he's using the Aliens Act.
What was like
why
this?
he's using the Aliens Act because
the
of
thing
what
is,
Biden did. He shouldn't have to. Let's be honest.
Sir. But now you're equivocating because you were arguing that he has the right to violate the Constitution, but he does not have the right to implement the Alien Enemies Act, given that it violates the Constitution.
That's not what I said. I said what Biden allowed to happen violated our constitutional rights.
Wait, no, you said that Donald Trump has the right to deport undocumented immigrants without giving them due process. That amounts to a right to a constitutional rights violation. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, he's using the Aliens Act, which he has every right to do, but it's only because of the cause and effect of what Biden did.
Well, according to the Supreme Court, circuit courts, federal judges, etc., when Donald Trump has the legal right to apply the Alien Enemies Act, it's because the Alien Enemies Act would give the undocumented immigrants their right to due process. And I mean, there's been circumstances where his deportations under the act has violated the right to due process in the eyes of the courts. And in those specific circumstances, the courts have refused him the right to use the act. Like there was a group of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas, and Donald Trump was trying to deport them under the Alien Enemies Act with like a 24-hour heads up. SCOTUS made like a preemptive ruling saying that, the specific application of the Alien Enemies Act in this circumstance is violating the right to due process. Thereby, he has no right to implement the act. So even in your explanation right now, no, you are not justifying the previous statement that you made. And your previous statement was that Donald Trump has the right to deport undocumented immigrants without a legal right to due process. And that statement was unequivocally false. So would you like to concede that statement was unequivocally false and he does not have the right to deport undocumented immigrants?
No, I think that the Aliens Act is rightfully being used to eliminate aliens from our country that came in.
Don't call people aliens. That's so weird.
I just went over this.
Aliens Act, Parker. Come on.
Wait.
No,
How did I respond to this?
I said,
how did that?
And I still hold strong to my view that he has every right to use the Aliens Act.
Okay, well now you're equivocating between two claims. The claims that you're equivocating between, the first claim would be is that he has the right to deport undocumented immigrants without due process, and the second claim is that he has the right to deport undocumented immigrants under the Alien Enemies Act. Okay, in the eyes of the court, the Alien Enemies Act would grant due process to the individuals that he's deporting, and in specific circumstances where he's tried to enact the act without giving them due process, the courts have restricted his usage of the act. So, I'm talking specifically about the claim that you made that he has the right to deport undocumented immigrants without giving them due process. That, legally speaking, is different than the claim that he has the right to deport undocumented immigrants under the Alien Enemies Act. Because in the eyes of the court, that act can give the undocumented immigrants a right to due process. Now, maybe I disagree with that socially speaking, but in the eyes of the law, it's just simply not true. And your claim wasn't a social claim, it was a legal claim. It was a legal claim that Donald Trump has a right to violate undocumented immigrants without giving them due process. And
But I
legally
also
speaking,
think
that is absolutely
socially-
not true.
I also think socially that we have a right as a country to sit there.
Now you're shifting the goalpost, though. Don't
No,
shift
I'm
the
not.
goalpost.
This is something I've said.
Yes, you are. The goalpost you're shifting is from the legal claim that he has a right to do this without giving them due process. To the
does.
social claim that you're okay with it, even though he doesn't have the right to do it.
Well, here's the truth. If he doesn't, for some reason, it's going to go to the courts, okay? And he's probably going to appeal it, and he's going to continue the deportation process because of what Biden did. And from what I gather from how you guys create this.
What would they be appealing?
Hear me out. You
Okay,
guys
fine, I'll
create
hear you
a
out.
sense of urgency behind what Trump is doing, but yet you guys rooted the Biden administration, said, "Oh, there's nothing wrong at the border." It's the Republicans' bill that they won't pass, and you guys know what you guys.
Okay,
were doing.
stop pivoting. No, I'm trying to have a conversation with you about the claims that you're making. And I feel like every time I'm getting you in a corner here, you're like, but Biden. That's your third
I'm not
time
in a
you've done
corner. I told you how I felt.
Yes, the specific corner that you're in right now is you're trying to stand behind the claim that he has the right to deport undocumented immigrants without actualizing their constitutional right to due process. Now, you respond to this by saying you respond to this by saying, well, like maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. He's going to take it to court and we'll see if it gets appealed.
No, I said maybe
Okay,
the courts find him.
what would the appeal be? If the courts like appealed a ban on his deportations,
I'm saying if
what
there was
would that
a
appeal
judgment
mean?
that said he can't use the Alien Enemies Act, okay, from a court, okay?
But what would so let's assume that a court has ruled that, and then it's appealed. In that appeal,
It would go to a higher court.
What would the appeal look like?
It would go to a higher federal.
And if the higher court issues the appeal, in all reality, all that the higher court is saying is that the Alien Enemies Act does not violate the constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants, meaning that your original claim that he has the right to violate the constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants is still false, okay? Because all that the higher court is ruling is that, no, he actually doesn't have a right to violate their constitutional rights, but this bill just isn't violating their constitutional rights. You see, nobody has a right to violate constitutional rights. Nobody. There's not a single circumstance where that is true, because the Constitution is the law of the land. It is the highest law in the land. So when you tell me that Donald Trump has a right to violate the Constitution, legally speaking, you're just dead fucking wrong.
Well, then maybe
even your
they
own
have to-
arguments are proving that you're dead fucking wrong, because you're telling me that, well, a court will appeal a ban. Well, if a court appeals his ban, they're not saying he has the right to do something unconstitutional. They're saying what he's doing is constitutional.
Okay, so what I am trying to tell you is that he's still deporting today. If it was unconstitutional, it would have went to a court. They would have made a judgment on it. They would have said, "Hey, Trump, this is unconstitutional." He continues to do it.
Okay, funny enough, you're actually
Any
contradicting.
constitutional issues right now. So where is your argument that says
Funny
the law
enough,
sits
funny-
there and allows illegal immigrants due process when they've come into this country illegally and broke the law immediately, which is means for deportation. When you
Yeah,
come
sure. You asked me
you're
what's the law that
waiting
says
for
that?
asylum.
Wait. You said what's the law that's the 14th Amendment?
No, what I said is when they came over here, they came over illegally. They
Right.
broke a law.
Okay.
Right
So
there
did Jeffrey.
is
So
means
does
for
like okay. So
deportation.
typically when people
What's hard to understand?
Typically when people are granted due process by the court, they broke the law first.
The problem
so,
is,
I just want to clarify this. I actually don't get the argument at all that we shouldn't give undocumented immigrants due process because they broke the law coming into America. Okay? 8 out of 10 times when a court grants a person due process, it is literally because they broke the law and the court is adjudicating that. Like,
Okay,
it just
so
doesn't make
if-
any sense to me.
Plus, I just think it's really ironic
Well,
because you're
hot goes up.
currently on an app right now that is literally illegal, right? Under the law. There was a TikTok ban. He's just not
Yeah,
enforcing
and-
that law. So you think in some circumstances you don't have to
put the
enforce the
deadline
law
back,
just
didn't
because it's
they?
the law.
like,
it-
okay.
it's-
Do you concede though that
It's
you
not
were
the
wrong?
same thing, Parker.
What's different?
I heard you compare this to the TikTok thing, dude. It's just
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous.
Wait, Trump
They're sitting there
chooses
like,
not to
"Oh, you guys
enforce
are
the
on
law.
illegal app."
Trump
No,
chooses not
you
to
know, they're
enforce the law.
waiting for certain policies to come through. Maybe a buyer of TikTok to maybe make it a little more of a platform of free speech than shut down conservatives. Maybe hopefully that comes out of it. But
What happened to the deal? I thought he was going to get that deal. Then he keeps extending it, even though there's no likelihood of there
This
getting a
guy
deal right
came
now.
into office
Did
and
we
he
hear-
had such a mess from Biden to fix right now. It is crazy how you guys could find anything wrong with how he's run the presidency right now.
I have not been,
No,
I've been
wait,
able-
wait.
I've been
He's
able
trying to.
I
Hear me out.
mentioned one thing, and all I did,
Continue.
all I'm acknowledging is that just because there's a law doesn't mean we have to enforce that law. That's all I'm saying.
This
No,
whole
no.
time-
Well,
wait,
it's
bro,
a
stop
hold
it, stop
the
it, stop
water
it.
to
This whole time.
illegal immigration issue. That's what the point is.
The whole time you've been on this live, I've been pointing out issues with the Trump administration. Like the first one, and honestly, I feel like you just kind of like skedaddled away from this conversation, was how much better mass amnesty is compared to mass deportation. You gave me 2 critiques, okay? First and foremost, you didn't even respond to my explanation of how it would be better economically
I
speaking.
told you.
When the only motivation that you originally brought up for mass deportation was economics, which was funny. Okay, contradictory hypocrite. But then you gave me 2 reasons why you didn't like the idea of mass amnesty. The first reason is I don't like the idea of a blanket mass amnesty for all undocumented immigrants because that would mean we might be giving amnesty to sleeper cells or terrorists. And then the second reason that you brought up was I don't like how long it would take because it would take so long to send everybody through the courts and vet them. Now,
You
my
said what
response to
was
the
the
first
bad thing
point,
about
my
amnesty?
my
Labeled.
response to the first point that you brought up about like blanket amnesty is that's just a misrepresentation of the view. I don't believe in blanket mass amnesty. I believe in individualized mass amnesty, where we could vet individuals and determine if they're sleeper cells or terrorists. And then in response to the second point that it would take so long, I just merely pointed out that mass deportation would take longer. Okay? So at this point, I believe that I've kind of qualmed your concerns
Let me
about
ask you
mass
something.
amnesty. So even though I've answered to your concerns of mass amnesty, and I've
Let me
shown
ask you
you why
something.
they're not where they're not good concerns, why they're actually fake and false, why do you not like it?
So what's your biggest problem when it comes to mass amnesty? And you just said it would take a long time, but vet properly, or deporting and having them come through the legal way.
I just
Port of
yeah, sure.
entry, have
I
them
just think it's inefficient. I think it's
What
inefficient
is
to deport them, then
inefficient
have
about
them come back in the legal way. It's incredibly inefficient.
What is inefficient about it?
Yeah, for sure. Because if we didn't deport them first, just to come back in the legal way in 20 to 25 years, they could continue to be a provider to the economy. They could continue to pay taxes. They can continue to garner higher wages because then all of a sudden they're residents or citizens. They could continue to contribute 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP per year.
don't.
But if we remove them first and then tell them that they could just seek legal means of entry after, well, if we were able to identify them for removal, then we could identify them for amnesty.
Okay.
So that doesn't make any
So
sense.
let me correct a
and
number that you
B, if you send them out just for them to come back in, the $2 trillion that you spent on the operation of the mass deportation was just completely forsaken because guess what? Apparently they'll just be right back in the country.
The
So
right
just
ones, though.
incredibly inefficient. That's
The
the way
right
I
ones,
disagree with that. Now, why do you agree with it?
So here's the number that you got wrong. You said how many trillions do they put into the GDP?
According to the Center on American Progress, it's equivalent to around 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars, factoring in not just for their direct contributions, but also for the productivity generated for their employer, as well as the productivity in which would be lost if they were all removed tomorrow.
Now, are you talking about undocumented or illegal? There are two different. There are two.
When I say undocumented, you say illegal.
Okay, so I have a different number for that. That's 85 billion is what they put into taxes, and they hold about 299 billion dollars purchase power. So to say that they are sitting there with trillions of dollars towards our GDP is just not accurate. They hold
No. It is totally accurate. Right?
No, it's not.
And also,
You
like,
guys are misleading.
are you saying reducing the size of the population wouldn't affect the GDP?
No, so like you, Parker, you're an economist, right? You're an economist, right? You're an economist.
Well, I have a degree in economics.
Okay, economics. Okay, you're going to get a job in economics. Dean, I don't know what you do outside this. What do you do?
Well, I went to
this
school.
is my job.
I went to school for philosophy, and then I dropped out.
Okay. All right. So let's just say you get a job in philosophy. Okay. I'm a union worker. Okay. Our union wages compete with non-union, and now we have a second class under that, which is illegal immigration that has caused for the contracts that we sign, we do collective bargaining.
I have a question. Does that same negative impact happen if it is the case that someone is a legal immigrant?
So the case that what we do is collective bargaining. We bid against contracts from non-union, right? So non-union, if
Check this shit out. Check
immigrant-
this shit out. Why do
Yeah.
people in the union get paid more than people not in the union?
Why? Let me finish. This is the problem.
Okay. I'll let you finish. That was rude. I'll let you finish.
Because
Yeah, Dean,
Parker's
terribly rude of you.
Parker's job, okay, when you look at illegal immigrants, millions of them hold construction jobs, millions of them. So you flood our markets that we depend on our wages to go up and our contracts to move upward with cost of living. Ours stall. We can't get better contracts because we're competing with non-union. Non-union goes down even further because they're competing with another class that's been put into this country. So you're
I don't believe this horse shit.
Okay,
You guys are the same people that say that this
this-
country would listen. I'll tell you why.
so you know how
I'll tell you why. You guys are like the same people that say this
That's
country
rich.
was absolutely wait, hold on a second.
You just said you're a philosopher, and you're gonna come into my line of work and tell me what's going on.
I am going to tell you. Watch this. Watch this. So you have definitely said at least about 1.5 million times in the last, 4.5 years that under the Biden-Harris administration, we had a full-scale invasion of undocumented immigrants. In fact, earlier in this conversation, you even said that it was so bad, it was unconstitutional because it was putting the lives of Americans at risk. That's how bad
It
the
did.
invasion was, right?
I mean, Lake and Riley, you can go on.
Right. So you agree with everything I just said, right?
I agree that Biden screwed us over huge on
So
bringing
many
unvetted
immigrants.
people into this country.
So many immigrants, right?
Go on.
So many of them.
I'm listening.
I mean, is that something that you agree with? Just like an unfathomable amount of undocumented immigrants. Just the worst thing ever, right?
12 to 16 million.
Okay, well, guess what? Real median wages rose faster under Biden and Harris's administration than Trump in his first term.
Do you know why? Because C-19 caused an increase in wages because people didn't want to work. That's why it went up, and you know that.
C-19 caused an increase in
wages. So
because
during
people didn't wanna
Biden's
work.
administration, they were paying people more to go to work. That's why it went up. You look
Okay.
at it now.
So I'm actually
they're coming back down.
So are you basically saying that undocumented immigration into America in the last 4 years really helped the economy?
No,
because if
I
there wasn't
think
millions
that
of
was-
individuals to go into the workforce,
No, you look
the
at
whole
every
system would have fucking
reporting-
crashed. Listen to yourself. No. Listen to what you're saying without interrupting me this time.
You're about to
You
crash
got-
out.
What? I'm not about to crash out. I'm about to shut it down. Boom. The way I'm about to shut it down is you just got done complaining about how it is the case that undocumented immigrants are just taking all these jobs, reducing wages. It's the worst thing ever. But then you go on to say that in the last 4 years, nobody wanted to work. It was so bad that real median wages were artificially pumped up by like 5%. Oh my God.
was
Imagine how many
$39.
less people would be willing to work if those undocumented immigrants didn't come into this country.
That makes it. The people went back to work.
See what
The
I'm saying?
people- I
See
mean,
what I'm
the
saying?
unemployment. You look at the unemployment rate that went down back to it leveled out.
Okay, so then,
I'm
then
saying
why
that
do we
now-
see? Then why do we see a drastic increase in real median wages through the totality of their term?
What are you talking? Okay, say that again because you're.
So then why do we see an increase in real median wages through the totality of their 4 years? Because the first reason that you attributed to the increase in real median wages was
C-19.
because people didn't want to work because of C-19.
Yes.
But then when I brought up the fact, well, if nobody wanted to work, it was so bad that they had to artificially bump up real median wages, accounting for inflation
did.
even, which is even crazier. Well, then you're basically telling us that
100%.
if it wasn't for the savior undocumented immigrants that came into this
weren't a
country and went to
savior.
work, this country would have like fucking been destroyed.
They added 15 million people here that took stuff off shelves, causing inflation with groceries, causing inflation in gas, they helped the
Imagine, wait. Imagine how much more
And the
inflation would have
supply
occurred
couldn't keep up with
if they weren't on the supply side of things producing those
crunch on
goods
supply
because
and
of how
demand.
little Americans wanted to work.
They put a crunch on supply and demand. That's
I
that
don't
caused a lot of
no. My
inflation.
argument here is that there would have been more inflation if they didn't come into this country because, as you pointed out, there were so little Americans that wanted to work. Companies were having to pump up their wages by like 15%. Imagine how many less individuals would have worked if we didn't have the undocumented immigrants.
Them
There would have been like
jobs
there would have
were-
been like 8 million less people in the workforce. That's like damn, bro, that would have been terrible.
That was a temporary inflation for the wages, is what I'm trying to say. Then it plateaued, okay, and you have it still doesn't make sense to sit there and say that they were anti-inflation. No, 20 million people in this country taking stuff off shelves and using gas and stuff. Everything went up because of that. Dean,
Okay.
it's actually scholars were right
everything
about
went
this.
up.
Scholars wrote about this in 2006. Go look at the 2006 studies of the immigration when they passed the 1990 Act. And they
I think
allowed-
that they actually have more of a downward pressure on inflation. compared to
no, it
citizens.
kept wages at negative.
Can I tell you why?
1%.
I actually have a pretty good argument that they have a more of a downward pressure on inflation relative to citizens.
Go back to 2006 reports of the 90s, and you're wrong.
Can I give you my argument?
You can give me it, but I listen to scholars. I do research. I look at reports.
Okay, well then you should be able to tell me why my argument's flawed.
Okay.
Okay. So the reason why I think that undocumented immigrants have more of a downward pressure on inflation in this country compared to natural U.S.-born citizens is because A, they're more likely to participate in the supply side of any given good because more of them are of working age. They have a higher labor force participation rate. And B, they're less likely to participate in the demand side of things for the reason that we already agreed upon, which is that they get paid less on average, so then they'd have less on average to spend on goods. And because they're more likely to participate in the supply and less likely to participate in the demand, that is going to have a downward force on the equilibrium price of any given good in comparison to citizens or legal immigrants / residents.
Okay, so now I'll tell you why you're wrong. Okay. So 93% of immigrant households have state funded food. Okay. And at least one of them work. Okay. But when they work, they underbid our wages, which puts a damper on.
Are you talking about legal immigration or illegal immigration?
I'm talking about illegal immigrants. And I am talking about undocumented in that report.
Okay, so
specifically.
Undocumented immigrants are getting social services?
They are. They get state food benefits, and it is about.
Okay, wait. So which states?
This is an overall report. This is about.
Tell me what state gives undocumented immigrants that are not undergoing the asylum process.
Look at New York.
No, Parker, he's right. He is right.
He just asked me a question. He just asked me a question. I'm going to finish it. New York just released their fiscal 2025 budget. It'll cost them $4.5 billion for the undocumented, illegal immigrants in there for food, for housing, the cost of medical. It will cost them $4.5 billion. Do you realize there's 30,000?
I have a question.
Real quick.
Where are you getting that?
Land this real quick. Okay?
Where are you getting that stat from? About 96% of.
I actually looked up the New York fiscal budget that they just released. Go ahead and go to their,
but you said all of
their state site.
Are all of undocumented immigrants in New York?
Yeah. So they they said that this.
And also, a fiscal budget wouldn't tell us about what percentage of undocumented households are reliant upon food stamps.
I'm not going off of the households. I'm looking at their fiscal budget for feeding, housing, and medical for undocumented.
What is a fiscal budget going to tell us about what percentage of undocumented immigrants are reliant on food stamps?
Also, I thought you guys were like pro states' rights.
Could you just respond to my question? Why would a fiscal budget tell us how many? Why would listen?
For it. And I just said the 20.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
New York State's food.
Why would a fiscal budget tell us what percentage of undocumented immigrants are reliant on food stamps?
That the fiscal budget didn't. I'm talking about the government.
So then what's your source at how many undocumented immigrants are reliant upon?
Budgethouse.gov.
Budget.house.gov where?
It says it in all. It literally runs down every kind of cost associated with.
I just want to read it. I just want to read it. Where do I find it on here?
Google it. It's on house.gov.
Okay. I'm on budget.house.gov. Where do I go from here?
Okay, so if you Google cost of illegal immigration, and then you go down to housebudget.gov, they have a whole write-up of what illegal immigration costs.
Actually, okay, I think so.
185 billion a year. Some estimates are higher. Okay, now when you look at New York's fiscal 2025, they mention food, they mention housing, and they're at 4.5 billion for their fiscal year for 2025. So when you say that they bring in more money than they give, they decrease wages. They put a strain on continuing costs of living for union workers, for people that work in the construction.
Okay, let's just go one step at a time.
And we have to pay taxes to feed them.
I've already responded to like a lot of the information that we see set forth by Republicans in Congress. I mean, like for instance, I've already read a lot of the reports, specifically the one coming from the House Republicans on January 22nd, 2025, stating that they cost $150.7 billion, which by the way is the same figure I'm seeing from the House Budget Committee in May 13th, 2024.
You see where they say
that being a lot of expenditure on the funding of education for the children of undocumented immigrants, but I still want you to answer my question.
I do appreciate you reading that, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's really important to. I want the facts, man. Where can I see on house.budget.gov in this report that undocumented immigrants seemingly cost, or like 96% of undocumented immigrants are reliant upon state-funded food stamps?
So that was another research that I did. But I mean, obviously, you're fact checking this one, and I'm accurate. I'm not.
Wait. That's another. Wait. When I asked you what your source was for that, you said the House Budget Committee's research.
It's a different research.
Okay. Well, what is that different? Because I'm serious. I want the source for that.
So do Google and then go down to your house.gov. Google illegal immigration food program. How much do taxpayers pay?
I did. I looked that up. I couldn't find. Wait, not how much taxpayers pay. What percentage of undocumented immigrants are reliant upon?
And then it goes. Yes. Well, here's the thing. Some aren't, but they do say that so 93% of them collect food assistance.
Okay, where is that coming from?
At least one of them working in the household.
Where's that coming from?
I would have to look up my research. It's on my internet. I got stuff saved. I'd have to back out.
Can you possibly give that to me?
I could, but every time I backed out, especially Parker knows this, I was on his live and I backed out to go grab something and it kicked me. It kicks me every time I try to back out to look at something. I don't know if it's my phone. I don't know if it's my settings, but it's happened twice to where that's why I'm like, I hope you take my word. You just research what I just said and it was fact. Right?
I don't think I'm willing to take your word on that because it sounds absurd.
What?
Like, I'm not gonna lie.
So
The
if you're
the idea that 96% of undocumented immigrants in America are reliant upon state-funded social safety nets, it just sounds fucking outrageous. to me, okay?
93%.
Like, listen. The first
assistance.
reason why that sounds completely outrageous to me is not all states offer those food assistance programs. Only a handful of only a handful of blue states offer those food assistance programs. So the idea that there's even 96% of the undocumented immigrants in this country are in those blue states that offer those safety programs is completely absurd.
It's 93,
but
and I'll tell you
even
what.
assuming that 93% of all undocumented immigrants in this country do fall within the blue states that offer those programs to begin with, we're basically saying here that 100% of the undocumented immigrants in the blue states that offer these programs are collecting benefits from the states. But we got to keep in mind that most states with these benefits only give like things like food stamps or EBT or food assistance to families that make under like $30,000 a year. Like you cannot tell me that 100% of undocumented immigrants and the very minuscule amount of blue states that offer these programs are making under $30,000 per year. Like that's why I'm asking you for your source because it just completely sounds insane.
I'll tell you what. I will get that to you. But aside from that, will you admit, because you even said per IRS they pay $85 billion a year, but now you're looking
it was $100 billion in 2022.
That okay, $100 billion. But now I just provided you proof that we actually pay $50 billion more to actually provide food assistance, housing, and everything. You just looked at my source and you agreed after looking at that we are upwards of $160 billion that we spend, and the only thing you could provide was an IRS that said that.
What the hell? No, man, this was like the first thing I disputed when you joined.
I know.
Like my issue with like the CBO's report, not the CBO's, the House Republicans report is that a lot of the reported expenditure is going to be on the children of undocumented immigrants who are for majority citizens.
Yeah, but that is also state paid taxes that actually provide schooling for people, the kids that live there. So yes, that does come off us. I get taxed on my house every
which
year.
would mean that it's inaccurate because it's going to citizens. Like in order for you to say that undocumented immigrants collect $150.7 billion per year, like you're basically saying that you'd have to classify some citizens as undocumented immigrants in order to get that number, and I just disagree with that.
But you just read that, and you just seen that we spend more on them than they actually provide. That's what that report shows you.
Wait, no, I'm saying that the report is misleading for the reason that they would include citizens as non-citizens just because those citizens are the children of non-citizens, and I disagree with that.
Okay, so you agree with using IRS as a tax issue, but yet when you look at a Gov site that shows what we're actually spending overall, you have a problem with that because it doesn't meet the narrative?
So, I mean, the IRS and then the House Republicans are drastically different. First and foremost, the IRS would consist of like 100,000 people and they're nonpartisan. And then the House Republicans would maybe consist of 100 people and they're incredibly partisan. So there's going to be a big difference straight off the bat. But more so, I'm not just saying that it's unreliable because it's coming from Republicans. I'm saying it's unreliable because of the language of the report. Like, dude, like the report straight up says that this is how much is spent on the children of undocumented immigrants for education. Do you think that every child of an undocumented immigrant in this country is an undocumented immigrant themselves?
Did you read the
they're more likely to be a citizen.
Did you read the $68 billion that we spend just on medical on them? Did you read that part? About $68 billion? Or was it $88 billion? I don't know.
It's let's see here. $25 billion.
$25 billion. Okay, so that's on medical?
And I believe that. And I think that is one very true expenditure from the federal government on undocumented immigrants that can be wiped away for the most part if we offer them amnesty, because that is accounting for the costs of emergency room visits of undocumented immigrants. And the reason why Medicaid has to end up expensing out a lot of that money for emergency room visits on behest of undocumented immigrants is because undocumented immigrants don't have fucking health insurance. Like, you know what I mean? And then, like, of course that number is going to be lower as it relates to citizens because they have insurance. And the way to fix this is to give the undocumented immigrants pathway to residency or citizenship, so they can also get either state or federally funded insurance, or get a job from a better employer that maybe will offer them insurance, or be more likely to work over the table and have insurance granted to them as a benefit of being an employee. And like, listen, man, the big critique of all of this that I related back to, is like your big angle on mass deportation here is economics. And I think that this position is incredibly like very like tunnel visioned of you, because you fail to account for what we are losing via a mass deportation. Okay, it's like undocumented immigrants are draining so much money that you want them to drain more money by spending more money on them to deport them, and as well as like the crazy opportunity costs of all of the productivity that we're losing, and the supply side of a good, or even the consumer base. 12 million people being wiped out takes a massive hit on the GDP, takes a massive hit in taxable revenue.
It doesn't, though.
That's why we should do amnesty. According to the Center for American Progress, we would expect 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars to be wiped off of the American GDP if we were to deport every single.
That is not
undocumented
true. They
immigrant.
only hold 299 billion purchase power. They create
You're wrong.
$89 billion in tax revenue.
You're wrong.
You are
You're wrong. Because
with
let me assume
$1.7
that
trillion.
the GDP contribution there, that $220 billion figure, that's just being calculated as what we would expect from what their net income would be based upon the taxes they paid, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that is how that's being calculated.
Let me ask you something.
And I disagree with that. No, let me tell you why I disagree with that calculation. Because A, undocumented immigrants are more likely to work under the table. So we can't just say, oh, well, they paid $88 billion or $100 billion in taxes, therefore they contributed $300 billion or $220 billion to the GDP. A lot of that money is being paid by employers and then paid into the GDP under the table, as well as the fact that there is indirect contributions to the GDP on behalf of undocumented immigrants. So I do understand that you want to jump to the direct contribution of the amount of money that they're spending via their purchasing power, but we also have to account for the indirect contribution through the productivity that they would be levying to their employer, who's getting the profit off of their labor, and how that would calculate into our GDP, alongside the productivity that would be lost by expelling the workers from the workforce and the lack of a productivity that would be introduced into manufacturers. So, I mean, do you see my reasons there?
Well,
Why it's very fair
see
to
your
assume
reasons,
that
but
their
you
direct
gotta-
contributions are higher,
you
and then we also
also-
have to calculate for their indirect contributions?
Yes. Okay. So I will give you that as a like we're you know, you see where I'm coming from, I see where you're coming from, but we're both not kind of like, you know, you've seen the numbers, I showed them to you, you see that we're paying more than what they're providing. Your number with the GDP is way off compared to my number that I've researched. Okay.
But I told you why your
Here's the
number's wrong.
thing. Let me ask you something.
You have to
Let me
concede
ask
that
you
your
something.
number's wrong.
You got-
Can you admit that your GDP number there is wrong, because it doesn't account for the wages that are paid under the table, and it also doesn't account to the contributions to the GDP via the profit that their employers would be taking.
So are you admitting that the tax revenue that's brought in doesn't reflect workers that are working under the table and could be receiving tax benefits from us, like food, like housing, and everything, because they're not submitting their wages?
Yes.
So now they're double dipping.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's
All right.
something else that could be fixed via mass
And
amnesty.
I will give
And
you-
honestly, and I'm not that mad at undocumented immigrants that do that, because think about it. They can't file for a tax return and they don't get access to the federal benefits. So of course, we would expect undocumented immigrants to be more likely to work under the table, but it's not because they're bad people that like to break the law. It's because they don't get to file for a tax return or have access to the federal benefits. That
so-
incentive is eradicated via mass amnesty. But I will
So-
concede that there is likely a higher proportion of undocumented immigrants that get paid under the table compared to citizens. I'll accept that. Yeah, they just have more incentive to do so.
Then let me ask you a follow-up question about this. Okay, so if you got undocumented immigrants that are making, let's just say, you know, I make $40 an hour. Okay, and non-union usually sits about 20. I get all my benefits. They don't get any benefits. You got, you know, illegal, undocumented. They might be making like $15 an hour. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
So if they have, real quick, I just want to land this real quick. That way the question's finished. So they make $15 an hour. They got two people in the household working. They make $30 an hour together, but they get house, food, they get medical. Okay. They're living better than the non-union that has to be on the books. And they're illegal immigrants, they're undocumented, they're living better because of the
That's
tax revenue that we
that's
get.
not a that's so this isn't going to be a problem that's exclusive to undocumented immigrants. This would also apply to citizens that work under the table and claim government benefits. And actually, I would say that undocumented immigrants that don't claim like a W-2 employership, receive less benefits than citizens that don't claim their wages over the table. So I think that you should take a larger issue with citizens that get paid under the table than undocumented immigrants, because we're expensing more out to the citizens, because the citizens don't just claim some benefits in some states, they could claim benefits in all states plus any and all federal benefits too. So you should have a larger issue with citizens that work under the table compared to undocumented immigrants. Now
that's
about
what
your claim
union
that
does.
like now, listen to me. Now about your claim that like they're living better. I'm sure that there's some circumstances where that is true. There's some circumstances where that is false. It all depends on what their actual wages are and what their wages would be compared to the non-union worker, and what the non-union worker's after-tax income would be, and how that would compare to their income that they're not paying taxes on. B, what state they live in, if they're even able to claim benefits at all, and like a bunch of other things. So that's why I'd say that'll be true in some circumstances, false in others. But the question that I really want to ask here, because I believe that your argument has set me up for a slam dunk on this, is you agree that if you're in a union, you collect higher wages than if you're not in a union. Why is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Say
You
that again.
agreed that if you're in a union, you collect higher wages than if you're not in a union. Why is that?
The reason is because of we offer better education. We offer schooling that teaches us to do things that are more capable than the non-union group. So the non-union, if you put non-union on a job, you put union on a job, union will
What would you say?
better,
How about this?
faster.
Okay. How about this? What if we were to isolate for that? Let's say that there's somebody that's not in a union, that has the same qualification, same education, same work ethic, same everything as somebody that is in a union. Do you think that the individual that's not in a union would still get paid less on average?
Yes, because of the contracts. Because we hold a contract with the big corporations
And why do you hold that contract?
because of liabilities. Because in non-union work, people get injured more.
Okay. Would you say the reason would maybe be because unions hold more bargaining power than individual non-union employees, thereby they could demand more out of their employer?
There's a lot of different avenues about why we make more.
Is that going to be like the main umbrella though? At the end
Main
of the day,
umbrella, I
at the
think-
end of the day, you're a union. You're a group of a bunch of people. You have assumed all of your bargaining power into one conglomerate, and you could use that additional power to demand more out of your employer, right? Like that. That
No.
essentially, in a nutshell, is the
it's
purpose of
actually
unions.
what it deals with.
Whoa, what's the purpose of unions then? Why do we need to unionize? Fuck
I'm
unions.
gonna tell you. So the reason we
Can we get some
are
W
able to
unions in the
have
chat,
that
everyone?
power.
W union in the chat.
So if you're a big corporation, Dean, right, and you need a job done, okay, how much do you think it's going to cost if somebody fucks up that job? How much do you think it's going to cost if somebody falls on that job? How much do you think you're going to have to pay for liability?
I mean, yeah, you got to pay a bit out on liability. It's expensive.
I mean,
Dean, can you let me know what's going on? I just, to be totally honest, I just started talking to my YouTube chat. I like
No,
literally
you're good.
completely zoned out.
Oh well,
Completely
dude,
and totally.
we're just having like a pretty in-depth conversation about mass deportation compared to mass amnesty here. Hey, man, I want to tell you, I disagree with you on a lot, but I appreciate you for the convo because you're probably one of the more educated Trump supporters. And honestly, like, I don't mean this to diss you. I want to clarify that, but I think that like I finally like solidified the thought in my brain that like it is true that mass deportation sucks and mass amnesty is a good thing, because I feel like I'm like really holding weight in this debate. And you're probably about as educated as it gets insofar as proponents of mass deportation and proponents against mass amnesty. Like you're about as educated and as knowledgeable as it gets. So
I appreciate that from you, Dean. I do listen to you. I listen to Parker. You know, I've been up on Parker's lives. I try to speak my mind and what I know about things. Different side of the fence. Appreciate you guys. The one thing I'd say to kind of look into, if I'm going to give you with a little bit of information to kind of like see what immigration does in general when it's too heavy, okay, is if you look at from 2000 till now, China has the most strict immigration policy, and their middle class has grown 50%, and ours has shrunken 8%. So we're losing our middle class, and I'm a union worker, and when it comes down to why I believe in like restricted, to an extent, immigration.
I think that there's a bunch of other things that China also does, and I think that makes it a correlation causation fallacy. Like I could just say, oh, geez,
No,
look at them. They restrict the amount of children that the families could have, and their middle class has grown and ours has shrunken.
But
Therefore, we need to restrict the amount of children that our families could have too.
All I'm
Like,
saying
I
is
don't
that
think we could say
when
that.
you look at the reports through the 90s, when you look at what it did with stagnating wages across the board for almost 10 years, okay, I look into that and understand it from like middle class people that are trying to work for a living, that these jobs are being taken. Most of them work construction.
Thank you,
Most of them
Larry.
work
Thank you.
construction, and just have that almost like you got to have empathy on both sides. Different people are going through different shit over this. It's whether you're on the left or right, it's a catastrophe both ways. I mean,
I'll leave you with this because I wanted to tell you where I was going with the argument about like why union workers get paid more than non-union workers. I'm sure that there's about a billion ideas, but at the end of the day, the umbrella idea here, the synopsis would be it's because unions give the people in the unions more bargaining power against their employers. That's why unions exist. That's where unions come from. That's why unions are important. It is a way to levy more power against the individuals with the most power in a capitalist society is unions. Now, okay, all that this tells us is that the more bargaining power you have, the better benefits and compensation you can receive from your employer. That's the synopsis. That's the conclusion, okay? And obviously the inverse of this would be the less bargaining power you have, the less benefits and compensation you will be able to get from your employer.
Yeah.
And it just so happens to be the case that not being a resident, not being a citizen, being under a threat of being reported to ICE or being deported from the country, not having a prospect of long-term survivability in the economy, needing work now, because you don't know if you'll be out of the country in a month or 2 months from now. All of these facts basically quadruple fucking whammy undocumented immigrants into having significantly less bargaining power against their employers compared to citizens or residents, etc. So in the same way, we would expect unionized workers to get higher wages than non-unionized workers because they have more bargaining power. We would expect citizens or residents to get higher wages than non-citizens or non-residents or undocumented immigrants because they have more bargaining power. And there is a lot of issues that this generates in like the labor force. I want to clarify, I think that a lot of Trump supporters will misrepresent this issue and try to use it as a tool to be hateful and divisive. But ultimately, it is true that when we do have an influx of individuals into the labor force that are willing to accept lower wages, that has bad outcomes on like average wages, that has bad outcomes of like the survivability of particular markets. But we can fix that issue by simply giving the undocumented immigrants that pathway to more bargaining power, which would be a pathway to residency or citizenship. So that is one massive, massive pro of mass amnesty, and I'll leave you with that.
Okay, and I'll give you just a little bit of knowledge about the 60s. Unions fought for fair, job safety and everything like that, and it's come a long way. And we've educated. We have like apprenticeship programs and stuff that do a 4-year, like almost like a college. So when it comes to the bargaining that you're talking about, that is a direct result of educated workers on a job site. Beyond uneducated workers, and there's a lot more injuries that happen on the non-union side. There's a lot less knowledge that goes on the non-union side. So that is why we have a collective bargaining right. That's why we can do that, is because companies will pay for what they get, and we know it. But it is hard to sit there.
I think
and
that
bargain
maybe
against
unions can give you access to more education, sure. But I don't think it's being more educated that would ultimately yield higher wages. I just think that maybe ensuring that more people in the union that possess a higher level of education would give more bargaining power once again. I think that everything ultimately tracks back to bargaining power. Like you'd say, like, why is more education in the workers like useful? Well, it gives more bargaining power when negotiating pay for a job against an employer,
Yeah, but all I'm saying is, like, if me and you walked on a job site, right, and we go up there and we just do my trade, for example. You probably know nothing about my trade. If you go onto my trade, you're probably going to get hurt. You're probably going to get injured. You're probably going to be somebody that, might start off at, $13, $14. And, there's a big risk there. But our apprentices that start off, they're already in school the day they start. So when they go onto a job, they've already been through their OSHA, 15, OSHA 30. They have safety knowledge in their head before they even walk on a job site. So that's what I'm saying. Like when you talk about collective bargaining, the reason union, and 100%, the reason union can actually demand insurance and higher wages is because we are educated. But don't get me wrong, that
I
bargaining,
still think that unions would be able to demand higher wages if you had the same level of education, same qualifications as individuals that weren't unionized.
well, that's what I'm saying. But we still have to compete against non-union for contracts. So in my area, I'm from Michigan. Okay, when you go to a right-to-work state, okay, even down the government contracts, they let non-union bid against union. There is no, it's a right to work. So, we compete against what the non-union are going to bid. So that affects our contract going forward with big corporations. And that's the problem
Wait, bro, you're just proving my point. Imagine if the non-union people unionized with the union people, then you just have one big fucking union. Would you get paid more or less?
it's not that easy. You have to
You'd get paid more if everybody, if everybody unionized.
In a market setting, if you have more bargaining power, are you likely to get more money?
If you have more bargaining power, yes. But there's also a supply and demand.
If you have more people that are unionized versus not unionized, you have more bargaining power, correct?
I see where you guys are going, but
like when you're describing that you have to compete with individuals that aren't any unions, so you maybe accept lower wages. All that you're telling me is that, well, here's like one aspect of the union that makes you guys lose a little bit of bargaining power because there's people not in the union, right? It's all about bargaining power.
And I'll be honest with you, when you get into a union, you have to go through drug testing, okay? And a lot of non-union, that's why they stay non-union. A lot of non-union,
boom, bargaining power. Look at that.
Okay.
There's a bargaining power for the union. Everybody's drug tested. Bargaining power.
Hear me out. There is still a supply and demand. So if there's an oversupply of workers, our contracts go down because the corporations can say, oh, well, we can get this work right here, this job done for this much money. Well,
more bargaining power for the employer. Look at that. All of a sudden, the employer has the bargaining power of being able to say, I'll go to somebody else. It's all about bargaining power. Just admit.
Now you see why why people in the middle class, they don't like mass immigration, because a lot of them hold construction jobs and they can underbid them. And it's American union wages that they're competing against. And it sucks.
Again, they could underbid the undocumented workers because what? They have less bargaining power than you.
I have a question.
Christ.
If they join the union, would you then get higher or more wages?
So if they so
then what's wrong with them joining the union?
Parker, you haven't even let me answer yet.
Go ahead.
This isn't a got you moment. Trust me. I'm union. I know way more about this than you guys. You guys
sure, but that's true, right?
No, it's not true.
Okay.
So
everything that you've said so far would imply that you said an issue with collecting higher wages is competing against
okay,
those that aren't in the union.
For instance, our contracts
have. I'm gonna let you explain this, but then I'm gonna end. I've been live for 5.5 hours.
Okay.
I'm losing my mind.
There's only a certain amount of jobs out there, right? Whether you're building, Caesar's Arena, whether you're building whatever, there's only a certain number of jobs out there. Okay, we have to be able to bid on them jobs collectively, and we have to be able to get them jobs for union workers to work. Okay, we struggle in our contracts to go up because every time we have a new contract every 2 years, the big corporations come to the table and they say, okay, well, we're willing to up your package to this. When we have an oversupply of workers, they are less likely to raise our wages in our package because there's more workers out there that are willing to work. So yes, it does affect union like 100% that there's an oversupply of workers.
Wait, can you repeat that one? I did not follow. Repeat that one.
Okay, so you know what cost of living is, right? We go about
what causes there to be an oversupply?
I've been live for 5.5 hours.
are
I can
contracts
answer.
that go up
Okay.
every 2 years.
All right,
Okay,
hold up,
it's
hold up.
based on
Just tell him
what
to
the
come to my live. He can
okay,
explain it there.
huh?
Okay. Yeah. If you want to go to Parker's live, you can. I'm gonna end. But like, listen, I'll say this again.
But it was a good conversation with you guys.
Yeah. No. It was. There's a lot of good back and forth. But I'll leave you with this. So, first and foremost, I think that there's some very obvious solutions that you don't want to take because of bias or prejudice, such as what Parker down here set forth of unionizing with undocumented immigrants. You have absolutely no reason to explain why that is a bad idea. They get paid more, they'd love to do it, and you'd get paid more because there'd be less competition. But yet you don't like it. That makes me think it's not about economics at all.
No, I just told you why. It's because supply and demand. We can only fulfill certain jobs. We can only fulfill the amount of jobs that there are. When there's an oversupply of workers, even if we took every single one of them in,
If there's more people in the country, isn't there demand for more jobs?
Hear me out. Let's just say we got everybody in without a drug test. Okay, they came in, and we have a huge union. The work still has to be there. So now half our union's laid off because only half can go to work. That's how it works. Unions will shut down their apprenticeship program when the work comes down to a level that they can't fulfill the work. They'll actually shut down their apprenticeship programs because of that.
I think maybe another issue that you're not factoring in for here is because of the productivity that would be lost in the workforce, the cuts that our companies would take to their GDPs, and just like the reduction in the average qualities of lives because of that fact, that would probably prelude to less job opportunities. So, like, how can you tell us that if we did do a mass deportation, everything would be glee and it'd be so much fun because there wouldn't be an oversupply of workers, there'd be the same amount of jobs there are today, and you'd be getting paid more. When in all reality, sure, you're going to be removing 8.3 million laborers, but who's to say you're also not removing a sufficient amount of jobs, a particular amount of job opportunities that would then just make whatever the current labor force is minus 8.3 million an oversupply of jobs because of the oversupply of laborers because of a new lack of jobs.
Because research shows that about 8 million or so do construction jobs. They don't own businesses.
That's not true. There's not 8 million undocumented workers that do construction.
Well, the research said it's hard to say a specific number, but it's estimated that they use millions of undocumented immigrants are within the labor force. So it's the highest.
There's 8.3 million
highest.
labor force. Well, I don't think that you understood what I was saying. I was just saying, well, we downsize our economy via mass deportation. Sure, there'd be less laborers looking for a job, but there'd also be less people offering a job.
I mean, listen, Dean, this is your thing. I appreciate your back and forth with me. This is something I do. This is my living. I actually do construction. I'm actually in it. I know.
I know, but we're just talking about economics. Like, I don't need to be in construction. I don't need to be in construction to acknowledge that if we were to remove all undocumented immigrants, the economy would downsize, and with the downsizing of an economy, would follow with a lack of job opportunities for individuals in construction. Like, I don't need to be in construction to know that.
Let's just say that we took 8 million people out of this country, 10 million people out of this country.
If all else held like the same, you would be getting paid more for sure. But not all else is going to hold the same. The thing that's going to change that may end up making you get paid less is because there'd be significantly less job opportunities in the first place.
Well, that's the problem, is that what you're not understanding is that job opportunities are not what illegal immigrants provide or undocumented immigrants provide. Many of them work.
I'm not saying that it's the undocumented immigrants providing the job opportunities. I'm saying it's that undocumented immigrants would play their role in creating the job opportunities by upholding an effective, large economy. But when the economy downscales,
Love you, thank you for the $5. I did hear about that from people in the chat. That is like, I'm so sorry to hear that. It's like actually so fucking crazy.
Be less individuals hiring construction.
That's so crazy. I
because
heard that he was
there'll be
crashing
less
out.
opportunities to build because there's going to be less individuals interested in building.
Beauty, think of the
because there's going to be
$5.
like a downsized, smaller economy where individuals are making less money and less confident in spending more money. Like what happens when we see a recession? Like, I mean, dude, Be honest. Like during like the recession, like
Thank you so much.
2007 through 2009,
Thank
you
you
were
so
hit
much.
hard as fuck,
I really
right?
appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
very
I
hard.
really thank you.
Very
Thank you,
incredibly
Didi.
hard, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It was a very bad time for, and I know where you're going.
How much did the GDP drop in between 2007 and 2009?
I don't have that figure, but I will say that I remember the work being bad.
I do.
But
Can I, if you just allow me to say this, like it was a GDP drop of around 4.2% in 2 years. Okay,
Yeah, that's
that
'cause the housing
is how
market
much
collapsed.
the GDP dropped in through 2007 and 2009, and that really hurts you. It reduced the amount of total job opportunities in the economy. If the Center for American Progress is right, and undocumented immigrants contribute 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, that's equivalent to around 4.2 through 5.8% of our GDP. So it would drop every single year, comparable to what we saw in 2007 through 2009, which would in turn really hurt you, just like it did in 2007.
Are you talking about when Obama deported 3 million immigrants? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the recession of 2007 through 2009.
Well, no, I know, but he was also deporting many,
you're right.
many immigrants. So are you
what's the
making a
relevance?
claim that are you saying that the deportation helped stabilize the GDP?
No, if anything, I'd argue that the deportations under Obama were like bad for the economy.
Well, I mean, the economy crashed because of the housing market. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac went under. It was a huge bankruptcy issue across the United States. People went bankrupt. And, foreclosures skyrocketed. People were kicked out of their houses and whatnot. But the deportation, if you want to look at Obama's policies,
Dean, did you want to get off? You said you wanted.
Yeah,
to get off
I've been live for 6 hours.
I thought you were already past it. I was like,
let me just land this real
off.
quick and then we'll get going. His deportation, he deportated. He was like,
Okay. Do you want to get off?
Yeah, I don't mind letting him finish though.
Okay, for sure.
yeah. So I don't know if that could have actually stabilized jobs because of how many were out there, open up 3 million jobs. It possibly stabilized people to get back to work. So I do believe that there could have been a cause and effect of that was positive for stabilizing after that crash. So I mean, it's an opinion. That's total opinion. I'm not saying I look more towards the research of the 90s when we opened the 1990 Act, Immigration Act. So, that's what I go off. But, that's just.
Of course, I'd hold to the alternative opinion that it only exacerbated the effects. But at this point, I am going to go ahead and get towards into my life here. I appreciate you for coming up for the conversation, then.
Man, I appreciate you too.
Yeah.
Nice.
I see you in all of those like Republican lives. Do you know Justin? Is that your buddy?
Justin, I think I follow him.
I don't know. Maybe it's you or it's not you. I always see like either you or somebody that looks a lot like you in all these Republican lives. And whenever I scroll into them, they always say, "Dean is your runner. You'll never debate us." But I debated you today. So have a good
Well,
rest
I
of your day.
appreciate it. I've been waiting to debate you. I've been waiting to throw my facts at you, see what you thought.
Yeah, it was a good compliment. Have a good rest. Have a good rest of your night.
Hey, you too, man.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go and thank some donors here super duper quickly. Let's see here. Sierra with the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. And also Corbin, thank you so much for the $20 an hour ago, saying I appreciate what you do, Dean. Was wondering what website/news to further my education in politics and not reading biased articles. I'd say cross-referencing multiple sources like AP, Reuters, NBC, PBS is a good idea. Trevin with the $15 saying, how do you handle when you are asked a question and you don't know how to answer it immediately? I've only ever seen you when you're prepared to answer something. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess you're right. Honestly, I don't think that there's like a single pro-Trump argument that I'm not ready to respond to. And if there is one, it's because the argument is so stupid I could refute it on the basis of being stupid. But honestly, like, do my research. Turn around, say, do my research, or find some like rational reason why their point is wrong, just not empirical. Catherine, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, saying, glad your live came across my FYP. Listening to you and your friends speak over the last 30 minutes has exposed me to be more intelligent the more intelligent conversation than I have been privy to in a long time. You're making the U.S. a better place. Thank you. Well, thank you, Catherine. That is incredibly kind of you. And then Ali, thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo, saying, so happy you stayed live long enough for me to watch some once I got off work. Have a good night. Yeah, I've been live longer today than I have been in a long time.
Yeah, I know. You're on like 6 hours, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was in a better mood today, and I just didn't feel like an inclination to get off. I don't know what that was about. But honestly, like I'm fucking myself over because now it's like already 8 p.m. and like I usually like to decompress after I get off these lives, like cook dinner, etc. And like now it's like too late. You know what I mean? Like now I gotta settle for some fast food and be up until like 1 a.m. watching TV or some shit. I don't know. Let's see here.
That's how you do it, bro.
Heidi, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Morgan with a 15. Roger, thank you so much for the 25. And Emery with the 1. I see y'all's messages there. I'm gonna be in touch with the person. Don't you worry. But alrighty, everybody. I think that's it from me for the day.
All right, bro.
Holy shit, I'm tired.
It was good seeing you, bro. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, it was good seeing you too.
Go make some good fucking dinner, bro.
Hell yeah. You already live?
I haven't started on TikTok yet, but I am on YouTube.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see you, Parker.
All right. I will see you, bro.
Cool. For everybody.
What's good, everyone? What's good? Here, let me fix my microphone real quick, and then I need to thank some people real quick, and then I will get into the debates here. Let me start up the live on TikTok here. Parker battle. I don't think that Dean has the energy to battle tonight. We'll have to do that some. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna try to get to everyone. I am a little bit behind on donations, as I always am when it comes to Dean's stream, like being on Dean's stream. I'll say thank you to some people real quick. Let me say thank you to some people. Let me catch up. Daisy, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've heard from multiple people that Dan's is like literally crashing out and was like saying horrible things to Athena. That is so disgusting. I've had him blocked. I think that is just crazy. I think it's crazy. And Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20 multiple times. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's based. Can't spell. Yeah, that I can't. I don't think I can say it on the live because I'm gonna get the live age restricted. Yeah, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can't refer to DRUGS. Thank you so much. Yes, Maudie, you can do the new stickers. Yes. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you. Charlotte, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Sierra, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nafi, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look through. I have to look through a lot of messages. I'm sorry. I will try to make sure to look through everything. Have I caught up on YouTube too? I haven't caught up on YouTube as well. Let me try. Hold up. Give me 1 second, everyone, and then I'm going to get into the debates. If you do you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Larry, thank you so much for the leopard. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Larry in the comment section for the leopard on TikTok. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Larry. Get some W's for Larry in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Larry. Get some W's for Larry. Lovey, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Yes, I did hear about that. It's fucking horrible. Absolutely horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Literally, it's absolutely horrible. And Celery, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Miss Icon with the $5 for the gardening fund. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rory, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Nina, thank you for the $5. Derek with the $5. Rachel with the $5. Thank you so much. I think I've caught up fully. I'm going to try to get some debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think it's the first time I've added them up from like the guest box because I always add them up from like the chat. Yo, what's up? How do you? Oh, I need to open up my YouTube chat.
What's up, Parker?
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yo, W Iowa. Toads, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, we're gonna start this. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You said?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do support him.
What's your birth year?
October 5th, 2006.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So I've been a raised Catholic my whole life. Very they have it's a large part of my life, and I always try to put God first. And so when deciding on a president, I try to, pick the candidate that best fits with my morals, or like what best fits with the Catholic view. And I believe Donald Trump was that candidate this year.
Okay.
And yeah. Do you would you say that's fair?
Okay, I have a question. Do you think that Donald Trump is a Christian?
I know he believes in God. I don't really know his exact denomination or anything.
Do you think you can be a Christian if you've never asked God for forgiveness?
Yeah. There's probably Christians that haven't asked God for forgiveness. So, yeah.
Okay. Would you say you align more with the Christians that haven't asked God for forgiveness versus the ones that have?
Definitely the ones who have.
Appreciate the journal. Thank you. Okay, well, you know that Kamala Harris is a Christian, correct?
Is she? Is she like a...
Yep.
She attends, like, church and...
Yep. Same thing with Joe Biden.
You know what
Joe
exact denomination or...
I'm not quite sure on what her denomination is.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You can keep going if you want.
Okay. I mean, so then you don't support Trump, is you're saying?
No, I support Trump. I believe he is a Christian. I've seen videos of him at not at mass, but at church.
She's Baptist. That's what the chat's saying.
She's Baptist. I really haven't looked into that much on her side of things. I've known Trump as a believer in God, a churchgoer, and
okay. Well then,
that's kind of why.
Well, then I have a question. Do you separate church and state?
I believe that's not a thing, right? It's not in the Constitution, right? It's not a separation of
Thank
church.
you. No, but do you do that? Like, do you think that like a good argument for why the state should operate in a particular way, the government should operate in a particular way, is that your religion says something?
For me, I'm religious, so I make most of my decisions based on my religion, my
okay. So if something violates the 10 Commandments, it should be illegal.
No, I mean that's how I rule, but that's not how I think society should rule necessarily.
Okay. So how should society rule?
People have freedoms. People have
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Okay, so religion and state separated.
For me, not for
for what you think the government should look like, or what you think the government should do.
I think it should be separated. Yeah, I think there's freedoms that you should be able to not believe in God if you want.
Okay. So then think about, like, in a general sense, what would be the reasons why you think Donald Trump is a better candidate that seemingly aren't related to religion now?
That aren't like outside of religion. You're saying like his stances based that aren't have anything to do with my beliefs, or
repeat that.
So you're asking me like what he does that has nothing to do with like the Christian like belief system, like his policies outside of that, or?
Yeah, because you said that you separate religion and like the state, like what the state should do.
Well, I made my decision on who I voted for because of like my stance on religion. That's, I don't think everyone can make that decision based on.
Larry, thank you for the time again. Thank you. Can you repeat that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
No, it's all good. Like I voted for Trump because of my stance on religion. I know people don't believe in God, and people are, have their whatever they believe in, and they probably vote based on that, kind of in a way. So that's why I voted for him. But I don't think everyone has to vote that way. I mean, can you kind of see what I'm saying here? Like, I don't think.
Okay, but like, what are the reasons why you think that Donald Trump? Name a policy you like of his.
I like
Crystal Dream. Thank you so much.
I know it's up to the states right now, but I do like his stance on abortion, and I do. That's one of the bigger things for me. Also, homeownership. when he was
Do you
president
think
before.
abortion should be illegal on a federal basis?
For my beliefs, yes, I think so.
Okay, why?
Why? Because I do believe it's murder. I know you're going to disagree with. I know your stance on
Why?
it.
Why do you think it's murder in the first trimester?
Because I believe life starts at conception. I know
Okay.
this is a touchy subject. I don't want to.
I appreciate the feather mask. Thank you. So then here's my question: do you
Yeah.
think that because you just said because there's life, okay? Do you think that it's murder for someone to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
I think that's murder. You pull a plug because they have no chance of living, right?
Well, they're cellularly alive. They can continue to stay cellularly alive on like a machine that would keep them alive, right, in the hospital. But the thing is, they don't have sentient life, and they'll never
they
come
ever gonna
back
be
in
able
terms
to-
of their sentience, which means they'll never have a subjective experience again.
Yeah, I
if
get
they're
you. Yeah.
if they're medically brain dead.
But I don't think they're ever going to be able to.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all.
They're never
all
going to be able to
the
be the
masks.
way they
Thank
were
you.
before, right?
What's that?
They're never going to be able to be the way they were before, like without that machine or whatever it is, the pacemaker or whatever it is. I don't know. Like, are they going to be able to return to the way they were before? Like that person relying on the machine without it or not?
I'm sorry. I genuinely couldn't tell what you were saying.
Am I cutting out a little bit? My bad.
No, I couldn't make out what you were saying. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I got you. So that person that's relying on that machine, are they ever going to be able to be the same without it?
Are they ever going to be the same? Okay.
Like living with that, like not laying there in the bed in the hospital. Like,
if someone's brain dead, they're never going to come back in terms of their subjective experience.
So no.
So no, they never come back in terms
That's
of their
why
subjective experience,
pulling the plug exists,
but they're
right?
still cellularly speaking alive. Does that make sense?
Like they're functioning, like talking and.
Their function? What do you mean? What
Are
function?
they functioning like a human, like normally, like talking, standing up?
They're brain dead.
So no, they're just laying there with the machine, keeping them kind of alive. That's kind of why pulling the plug exists, right? Because they're never going to be able to return like the way they were before.
I'm sorry.
But when you,
okay, so do you know what brain death is?
they're just laying there basically on the bed, dead, right?
Okay, so
is that what brain dead is?
I mean, someone's brain is dead, which means they'll never have a subjective experience again. You know how you're having a subjective experience right now?
Yeah, that's why pulling the plug exists, because they're never going to return.
Okay, so but they're still, under your view, they're cellularly alive.
I mean, are they? I don't know, like necessarily in that situation if they're alive or not. I'm not really sure with that.
Yes, they are medically.
They are alive.
They're cellularly alive. Yes. So according to the same conditions that are existing with a zygote, as to why you value a zygote, that same thing would be true in the situation where the individual's brain dead. But we all can acknowledge that we still think that you should be able to pull the plug because we value something called sentience, right?
Yeah.
In a specific sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I think when it comes to abortion and when it comes to conception, that life will become a human, you know, giving them the right to become a human. That's how I stand on that, because the person who's relying on the machine won't ever be able to return to, you know.
No, but like
function.
for example, with a zygote, why do we have to let a zygote, you know, continue on its pathways? Why is it wrong to like say, right, kill a zygote? If I in a petri dish had a zygote, right?
Yeah.
And I decide to slap it for fun for TikTok and YouTube content, should I go to prison?
You're talking like an actual thing in your hand?
Yeah, like an actual zygote. Like if I just slapped it for TikTok and YouTube content,
like
should
killed
I
it?
should I go to prison?
Not right now, no.
No?
Because that's not. I don't. That's not illegal right now.
Why not?
Why is that not illegal?
Yeah, why not?
Well, because it's legal in, you know, most states, I think.
So just because it's currently legal? So if murder was legal,
Well, I don't think any like.
What? You don't think people
like
should be held
any
accountable
laws
for
right
it?
now
What are you
that-
talking about?
Like any laws that are legal right now, I don't. And if people like like and later on those laws
Do
become
you think
illegal.
that? Do you
I don't
think?
think
Do you,
that.
do you think Nazi officials should have been held liable for war crimes and crimes against humanity in the Nuremberg trials?
I mean, yeah, I'd say so. But that was that.
Okay,
That
so even though in the country that they were in,
Germany was
that it
all
was
fucked
legal,
up
it
at
was
that
legal
point.
for them to do it.
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Even though in the country that they were in, it was legal for them to do it.
That is kind of. I think that's kind of different because I don't mean. With that point, they were killing lots of people like over and over and over again. I think yes, they should get in trouble for that because Germany was all messed up.
Okay. So even if something is legal, you still think someone should be held accountable. So why shouldn't I be held accountable for slapping the zygote?
Well, in my opinion, you're murdering that right now. But I don't think if that became illegal.
But okay. So then, do you think murderers should go to prison?
Yes.
Okay. So then, do you think I should go to prison? So then, would you say that
you think murderers should go to prison?
Well, no, would you say that I should go to prison? I don't think I'm a murderer in that scenario for slapping a zygote.
I mean, if it were up to me, yes, but it's not up to me, you know.
Oh, so you think I should go to prison?
For killing that baby, yes.
Really?
Are you talking about like slapping or killing? I don't
For
really understand.
slapping a zygote, killing the zygote, the single cell organism in a petri dish.
I think you should go to prison for that. Yeah.
For the rest of my life, would you keep talking to me on the live? If I did that, like right now on the live, if I just slapped the zygote.
I mean, probably not.
You wouldn't keep talking to me. You'd leave the live.
I mean, probably not. No, I'd probably leave. Yeah. I don't think you would do that though. I don't know.
I would do that.
You would kill it for fun?
Absolutely.
Why would you do that for fun?
Because what's the reason why you consider it valuable?
Because I believe it has, you know,
It's
moral
a single.
worth.
I have a question. Do you think that you could see a full person within a microscope?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then zygotes aren't people.
Person? That's not a good argument. I don't think. Obviously, we're a much
What do you mean?
larger.
You can see a full zygote within a microscope. If you don't think
Okay.
you can see people within microscopes because you don't believe Ant-Man exists, well, then clearly you don't believe zygotes are people, right?
I don't think that's a great argument. I think it's
Why
obviously
not?
going to be way smaller, and it's on its way to becoming full. You know, like babies are smaller than humans. Like not I mean babies are humans. But I'm sorry,
No. I'm just babies aren't. You can't look at a
Sorry,
baby.
I said
You
that
can't
wrong.
look at the entirety of a baby through a microscope, bro. Ant-Man doesn't exist. We don't have Ant-Man technology, bro.
I mean, this argument I don't think is great for the moral worth of that zygote or that baby. I think we're probably just gonna disagree here. Can you see what I'm coming from a little bit with my at all?
I'm confused. I'm confused.
What are you confused about?
No, I'm confused specifically. Like, is there a circumstance maybe that you could mistake a baby for a microorganism? Is that ever possible?
No.
No.
Well, I mean, to me they're the same because they both are humans.
So then it is possible that you could mistake a baby for a microorganism, right? Like
Yeah.
if say a microorganism of a different species versus
That microorganism, in my opinion, is a baby. I know a lot of people disagree with that.
Okay, I understand, but I'm just saying that like if you just believe in a basic fundamental sense that you shouldn't be able to mistake a baby with a microorganism, well then you can't believe that a zygote's a baby.
I disagree with that.
What part do you
They just
disagree?
look differently.
What part do you disagree with?
I think they're both babies, even though they look differently.
Okay, so you could mistake a baby for
I
a
don't think you can mistake
microorganism.
them. No, obviously one is a microorganism. I'm obviously going to
Star map. So wait, so you could
Those are
mistake a
different.
baby for a microorganism, correct?
You could mistake it. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, people have their confusions.
No, I'm saying like you would.
Would I
Yeah, like ever. Is that possible?
mistake it just by looking? I mean, probably, but I once I figure out what I'm
Really?
looking at,
Because
I'd
I would
probably-
never think in my life that I would ever mistake a baby for a microorganism. Seriously, like a single cell organism, you could mistake a
Yes,
baby.
because you don't believe. Yes, I believe because you don't believe that's a baby. I know what you're saying. I know where you're going with you.
Yeah, but isn't that like absurd that you could mistake a baby for a microorganism, a single cell organism?
I know you're trying to make me look dumb here, Parker. It's all right. I think we're just gonna disagree here. I mean, I believe that life starts at conception, and I don't believe that. That's kind of just part of the reason why I voted for Trump. That kind of fits with my morals, with being a Catholic. Yeah.
Does it fit within your morals in being a Catholic to like support someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that lied 30,000 times in his administration? Literally, what's it called? Sent falsely to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. Bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls and Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Cheated on every single one of his wives.
Again, I'm not gonna
like
agree with
is that also like in accordance with your Christian values?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, no, but there's some like
So then,
I'm not gonna.
Why are you
totally
cherry
with
picking
something.
where you specifically are placing your values then? If you're only going to place it in the way that supports Trump.
I guess because I've heard him speak a little bit about God and his beliefs, and
like what did he say? That he couldn't name a verse from the Bible?
saying that he believes in God, and when he got shot, that God saved his life.
What's your favorite verse? Why? Well, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean,
what's that?
My bad. I thought you were talking to me, not
That's okay.
like you were talking. Yeah, you're good. Am I enlisted? I saw it in the chat. No, but
no. Do you hear my point? Is though like what did Donald Trump say specifically about Christianity?
I know that he is a Christian. I haven't really seen him talk about it much.
Wait, you just said that he said something about Christianity that made you like want to support him.
That he believes in God and that God saved his life when he got shot. That's something I've heard of. But
wait. Do you think that God saved his life?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do? Okay, so this is the most indefensible view ever. And I'm going to explain to you right now why this is the most indefensible view, to believe that God literally saved Donald Trump from getting assassinated. The reason why this is so insane is because if God deflected the bullet, why didn't God deflect the bullet into the ground rather than going into someone? Are you saying that that person should have died who got hit by the bullet? Why didn't God deflect it into the ground? If God is deflecting the bullet to save Donald Trump, why didn't he deflect it into the ground so that the firefighter didn't die?
Parker, I'm not completely sure.
Yeah, that's why it's an indefensible view. It's an indefensible view.
I mean,
the idea that the
the
fact that he's so narcissistic that he believes that he literally was saved by God is the most insane position ever.
I mean, you could say that with a lot of stuff, though. I think with like every murder, you could say, "Why did God let that happen?"
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No. Wait, you're saying that God saved Donald Trump, meaning that God caused the bullet to not hit Donald Trump, but couldn't cause the bullet to also then, when it missed Donald Trump, hit the fucking ground, rather than going and hitting someone and killing them.
Right.
Wouldn't God prefer for it to hit the ground rather than to kill someone?
There's a lot of things that happen that I don't think we really have a full understanding of why they happened or why.
Are you saying an all-loving, all-knowing, all-perfect God would direct the bullet and kill the guy?
We live in an imperfect world, though.
Just to do it.
We live in an imperfect world, and there's a lot of stuff that happens that.
But this is something that God, you're saying God caused. You're saying God deflected the bullet into them to kill them.
I'm not saying necessarily God did that.
You're amazing. Thank you so much. So God didn't save Donald Trump.
I think he saved his life there. I don't know.
How so? How did he save his life?
I mean, the whole situation, not letting him get shot in the head, I guess.
How so? How do you do that? Like physically speaking.
Physically? I mean,
did he prevent the bullet from going somewhere? Did he make Donald Trump step back or something?
I'm not exactly sure. Not necessarily how he did it.
You don't know?
I mean, no, I don't.
Did he push the person shooting?
I don't know. I don't know what he did. Yeah, I don't think anyone does though. Anyone who would say that, you know.
Okay. Well, then what makes you think that it's true if you don't know?
Because I believe in God and I believe in religion, and
That
that's
doesn't
kind of
that
how I
doesn't mean you
base
can just believe in whatever you feel like.
I don't believe in everything I feel like.
Yeah, like do you have reason to believe what you believe in?
Yeah, of like what my religion or.
Yeah, so then like if I clearly show you that there isn't good reason to believe based upon your religious commitments that Donald Trump was saved by God, right? Wouldn't that indicate to you that you shouldn't believe that Donald Trump was saved by God? I didn't even question your religious commitments there necessarily in terms of giving that argument about about Donald Trump you saying Donald Trump was saved by God.
I don't know necessarily how he saved him. Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of really like I don't know, like close.
All right. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
I mean 2006.
Okay, what month?
October 5th.
Okay. Why are people saying you're 16 in the chat?
I don't know. They probably think my voice sounds young. I'm not 16.
Okay.
I can tell you that.
Astrid, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it.
I'm
And by the way, Sarah with the 200 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for I really enjoy your decorum during your debates, Parker. Thank you for fighting to educate the uneducated. Much love from Canada. Thank you so much, Sarah. Can we get some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
I'm just gonna say I'm not underage. I'll be at college here in the fall. So for everyone saying that, I am 18. My voice probably just sounds a little young. I get it a little bit.
Yeah.
But Parker, I appreciate it. I know you're pretty. I respect you. You're a pretty respectful guy. So I'll let you have a good night. All right.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Yep. See you.
Let's go on to the next person. Only sending guys requests if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Melissa, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. Keisha, I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. And Scotty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You said what?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Holy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 6-month subscription. Thank you so much. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, why so?
Probably like his immigration policy, I would say, is probably the biggest thing for me.
Okay. What specific immigration policy?
Like I just personally believe that we shouldn't have like open borders like how the last administration kind of allowed it to be very easy to get in with little to no repercussions.
Really, like what did they do specifically?
Well, I mean, it's kind of inarguable to say that like there was definitely a lot of illegal immigrants coming in with the Biden administration.
What did they do to cause that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they did. I wasn't there for what they did.
What did Trump do to limit that from happening?
What do you mean? Like, what is he doing right now?
Yeah, what did he do?
Oh, I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure it's more secure given the fact that there's less.
You're just sure?
There's less illegal immigration coming in, and there's more like people, like illegals, getting deported. I guess.
Losing description, undocumented immigrants. Also, no, there's not. And in terms of this specifically, people weren't protesting the amount of people that were being deported. People were protesting the process in which they're being deported without due process, right? Although Donald Trump's claiming that he wants the largest deportation in history, he's not been able to deport more people, and he's deporting disproportionately people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Well, I think the punishment of coming into the country illegally is getting deported. Like when Obama in that one interview where he was saying if you come into the country.
Hold on, what's your birth year? People are for some reason spamming your 17.
I'm 17. Well, I'm in high school, yeah.
Push the money gun. And did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm a senior.
Deb, think of his
No,
question.
I didn't vote in the last election because I didn't vote for Trump because I didn't have like I didn't want Kamala to win at all, but I also couldn't vote for Trump knowing that he also did what he did when he lost the last election, when he lost fair and square. So I didn't want to vote for him knowing how he acted with the Capitol and all that. Even though he said like not to be aggressive, he also said to protest and like kind of riot a little bit, and it turned violent. And if he wouldn't have sort of condoned that and been okay with that, none of that would have happened.
You talking about January 6th?
So, yeah.
Okay,
I don't agree with that, and I think he was very immature about that, and I think he lost the election in 2020.
Okay, so then why do you still support him?
Because I think he's the lesser of two evils.
Okay.
I think Kamala would have been a failure.
Okay, what makes you think that Kamala was worse than Donald Trump?
I just think her one job was to secure the border when she was vice president, and she completely failed, you know?
No. You think that she was the quote-unquote border czar? That's a made-up thing, right? There was no such thing. The only authority that she was given specifically by Joe Biden was to go to Central America and raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. Because of building...
Did she?
Because, yeah, over $5 billion in private funds.
Yeah, but I feel like, is there a way to, like, argue how many illegal immigrants came in those 4 years, you know? Like 10 million illegal immigrants.
I don't think it's wrong for people to come to the country undocumented, right? If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Anyone who's come to the country undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Well, I think there is a pathway, but I think people choose to not take
I think the pathway takes
legal
too
way
long,
to do it.
and I think that it makes sense for people to not go through the pathway right now because it takes too long to get into the country. Right? I'm saying that there should be a quicker pathway, and for people who are already in the country and documented, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country in order to be.
And
able to
I
go through it.
understand that, you know, and I can honestly see where you're coming from, where we could find ways for it to like get easier for people to get into the country legally, but there's not right now. So until we do have quicker and easier legal ways to get in, I don't think the solution is to commit a crime and do it illegally, you know?
Wait, okay, do you think that we need to enforce all laws?
What do you mean by all laws?
Yeah, like are you saying that every law needs to be enforced regardless of whether or not it's moral?
I don't know, like jaywalking. I think jaywalking's, I mean, it depends on the situation, of course. The context of everything matters.
Like, for example, you're currently on an app that's designated by the law to be illegal. Like, there was a TikTok ban, and Donald Trump's just not enforcing that ban. So clearly, in some circumstances, you believe that, like, some laws, right, you don't want to enforce because, I mean, it's not immoral to be on this app, right? You don't think TikTok should be banned. In the same way that if someone is in the country who's undocumented and they came to this country through the process that is not through the legal pathways because it takes too long to go through the legal pathways, I think that makes sense. I think that's a justified reason, and I don't think that they should be like put in prison or even deported, right, just because they came to the country undocumented. I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship, and I think that people who are coming to the country who are already going through the legal pathways should be given a quicker pathway to citizenship, right, that doesn't take so damn long.
So I actually don't know how long it takes for you to come in legally. Can you like let me know how long it takes? Like
5 to 7 years on average.
5 to 7 years. You know, I mean,
and for some people, it can go and be decades, right?
Decades?
Yeah.
In what circumstances would it be decades?
For some,
like a part of if it's 5 to 7 years for some people, what would change to make it be decades?
Well, there's priority-based systems, there's different pathways, and there are different things that you can qualify in order to get into. It's expensive, family members being involved, so like it's all there's qualifications they have in place, right? That obviously for some people cause it to be significantly longer, and for others to be shorter. But on average, it is still way too long. And it makes sense for someone who's just like legitimately just trying to get into the country for a better life and has not committed violent crimes or bad crimes to go through the pathway undocumented, right? But if you make the pathways significantly quicker to allow more people in the country through the legal pathways to go quicker, right, then it is the case that like it will not really clog up the systems in that way, because we'll be able to, if someone's coming undocumented, identify, or law enforcement will be able to identify easier if specifically they're coming right for nefarious means, because it is the case that less people going through the system undocumented would be coming here just for a better life, because the legal process takes too long. Because the legal
Are you
process
saying
would
like
be very
that there's
quick.
more people that are coming in with good intentions than bad intentions?
Yes. Right now, more people are way more people are coming in with good intentions than bad intentions through
Oh
the
yeah,
undocumented process.
I agree for sure.
And I'm saying if
But
you
I
make the
think
legal pathways extraordinarily quick, right, then that could possibly change to make it easier for law enforcement to identify that, because anyone with good intentions would just be able to go through the legal pathway that is super quick. That would be that makes so much more sense to do, because then it would
so. How
ensure that they're
quick do
not
you
treated
think it should
negatively
be?
on a legal basis. What's up?
Like how long do you think it should take for like legal process to get into the country? Oh my God, it's so cold.
No more than a few months in my eyes.
You know, I mean that's arguable. It's not really like I think 5 to 7 years can be somewhat of a stretch, but I think a few months is also like, you know, I think that might be a little bit too short, but you know, but like that's like the few months isn't like reality, you know, like the realism is that it's 5 to 7 years, or in some cases, like you said, decades, which I've heard 5 to 7 years. I haven't heard of decades. I'm not calling you like a liar or whatever, but like I don't know for sure.
And
So
like
I'm not gonna like
so like the few months number that I'm giving is something that I would compromise on. Like I would be like the max number I think I would compromise on, right, in general, is something like a year at max. And I don't even like that. I think that's way too long even.
you think I don't agree with you on that. I can't lie.
I think a year, even that in of itself. Like, what's the reason why we would need longer? Like, I think that we are at a point, technologically speaking, where we should be able to, right, make the system go significantly quicker.
I mean, like if you're gonna, yeah, I know there's not really a lot of correlation, but like there's a lot of things. Like for example, like if you're trying to like, for example, transition. Like I had no issue with trans people at all. Like I'm all for trans rights. I'm all for all of that. Like I have no issue with any of that.
Wait, while you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. I am for trans people. I do not agree with what Trump says about trans people.
Not just what he says. He specifically has kicked trans people out of the military, right?
Oh yeah,
He actively
I mean,
harmed trans
you don't.
people. Like, you understand that, like, what he says leads to like trans people getting harmed and violence against
Like
trans
physically?
people, right? Yes. You don't
Like
think
how do
that
they physically get harmed?
you don't think bigotry towards trans people that Donald Trump engages in, right, leads towards more violence against trans people?
I mean, I think that might be a little bit of a stretch. I don't think a guy's not liking trans people would cause like trans people to get like physically hurt. Like I don't really understand how they correlate.
No, not just not liking trans people, promoting that on a stage in front of hundreds of millions of people, along with the fact
Oh
that
yeah,
you
of
promote
course.
policy where you like literally ban trans people from the military, which promotes norms of not accepting trans people. Is that not going to lead to significantly more violence towards trans people, right? And trans people being
Physical violence, I
outcasted?
don't think so, but I think it could lead to more normalized like unacceptance of trans people, which at the end of the day you can't really like blame anybody for like not accept. Well, I mean, you could blame them and say they're in the wrong, and you can say like their morals don't match yours,
Well,
but
I just want to let you know
you can't
the
really.
reality is that it does lead to more physical violence. That's like the literal reality, and you can sit there and you can deny that all you want, but bigotry does lead to more like literal violence, right? Right, when we're talking about this.
I mean,
Absolutely. Like bigotry towards
I
trans
guess I
people
just don't
from the
agree.
presidential standpoint, right, where you're in front of hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I guess like
We're
I
talking
don't
about
know.
him specifically literally kicking out trans people from the military directly. Is that not explicitly, right, normalizing kicking trans people out of like typical social
Oh yeah,
settings?
I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but like that's normalizing kicking trans people out of typical social settings. If that's normalizing that, isn't that going to lead towards people who are trans being outcasted?
Yeah.
Okay. So if people who are outcasted and otherized, right, who are trans
Zach, have
and
you spoken to a
dehumanized,
single trans
doesn't that
person?
lead to more violence physically against trans people as well?
I mean, I guess in some very rare instances, but I don't think it's.
I mean,
I think you're making out to
trans
seem.
people are at a risk of like being assaulted at a higher rate than people who are cis. You know that, right? Like to say that it's rare, rare for someone who's trans, I think is ridiculous when they're at a higher risk of being assaulted.
I think the higher risk. What do you mean being a higher risk by Trump saying he doesn't like trans people, or?
I'm saying on a per capita basis.
I'm kind of getting off track. So what I was saying, my fault. I don't really know how to. I kind of understand where you're coming from, but I also like. I guess I'm thinking it's not as major as like I think obviously I don't want anybody to be like in danger or bullying or whatever because of your gender identity or whatever, sexuality, any of that, race, none of that, religion. None of that should ever happen
So
because
then
of
why
what,
are you
like,
supporting the guy that you're supporting? You have to be clear with that because Donald Trump, like objectively speaking, leads to more harm.
Well, it's not like he doesn't make someone. You can't say that he
according
made
to the standard,
somebody
according
punch
to the
a
standard you
trans
provided.
person. What do you mean?
I said according to the standard you provided, right? Honestly, Donald Trump objectively leads to more harm.
I mean, you could argue. I guess I just don't agree.
So, like, what is so much worse about Kamala Harris? Please tell me.
I just think I don't think she would be a good leader at all. You know, she wasn't very strong. She wasn't very strong as a vice president. I don't feel like.
How
I feel
so?
like.
How is she not strong?
Like how I was talking about earlier with like the border and all that.
Wait, what did she?
Like how her job was to have a secure border.
Wait, I told you that that was a made up thing. That was totally made up.
Who made that up?
You did. Like literally, like the idea that
I didn't
she
make
was
that up.
The only authority she was granted by specifically Biden was to what's it called? To raise private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, and she did that. Right, over $5 billion in private funds. So, like the idea that she didn't do what she was tasked
countries?
For Central American countries.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
My fault. I just didn't hear you. Like my phone, I think glitched out or something.
That's fine. So, Aubrey, thank you so much for the Galaxy. So that's specifically something that's like that she did. So when she was given the authority to do so, please explain to me what authority she had and why. Or actually, name me one fucking thing a single vice president has done in U.S. history.
I don't really pay attention to vice presidents. That's not,
okay.
then
how are you qualified to evaluate what she did as vice president if you don't even pay attention to vice presidents?
Because from what I've, I guess, heard in the media, I think,
So what? What you just heard? Do you think...
I'm not like a political scientist or none of that. I don't really. It's not. I don't let it plague my mind. It's not. I play.
You don't need to be.
I play Siege, bro.
You don't need to be one. I understand that you game, but like that doesn't mean you need to fall down the right wing pipeline.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean I should doesn't mean I should fall into the left one either, you know?
Well, yeah, use reason. Right? And I'm telling you that the only basis of reason is going to be my position. You didn't even have reason for yours. If you cared about reason,
which part?
You would have already been explaining that.
What do you mean?
If you cared about reason, you'd be able to explain it right now. Could you name me a single Can you name a single Donald Trump policy that you like? A specific policy.
Explain like the basis. Like,
name a specific policy of Donald Trump's that you like.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to say the law word for word or whatever. I mean,
you can't tell me just the name of a specific policy?
No, I don't know the names.
None. You couldn't even tell me the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? You couldn't even say that?
Oh, hell no. I don't pay attention to that, bro.
Okay, so if you don't pay attention, you don't know any of the policies, why the hell do you support Donald Trump?
Of the country knows like a tax code. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't look at the exact names of all of them. That's just like,
why do you do this?
Because that just would make me miserable, just always focusing on like things that I don't like.
You don't even need to always focus on it in order to just do basic research. Hell, if you watched one of my lives, I'm serious. You, based upon that live, would probably have enough information to be able to vote. I'm serious.
Well, I don't want to base my opinions off one extreme. I wouldn't. Well, I don't know if you're extreme because I don't really watch you that often. But like I just kind of was scrolling and saw your thing and requested, but I don't know if you're extreme or how left you are. I know you're obviously extremely left leaning because you're with Dean and who's that other guy, Harry. Like I know you
I'm not
guys are
friends
all
with Harry.
like,
But like
my fault.
terms, like when you say extremely left wing, from a overall international standpoint, I'm kind of moderate. Like literally, I'm a social democrat.
I actually
I'm
have
not. I'm
heard
not
that
extreme.
about
Like
your abortion stance.
I
I
think
have heard that your abortion stance is similar to Trump, so I know you're not like.
I'm not. Okay,
That's why I didn't
like
want to
okay.
say
So
you were
when
an
you,
extreme
when we say
leftist, you know,
similar to Trump, we need to be clear. We need to be clear.
with his abortion policy.
His policy is leaving it up to the states. That's not similar to mine.
No,
I think
I'm talking about like the view on it, like with the rape and incest and all that. I'm not talking about the states. I
providing
actually don't think that.
exceptions, like everyone. Wait, that doesn't. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
confused.
I think that's good. Like I think we should always provide exceptions for rape
That
and
wouldn't
incest. I think
just
that's.
advocating for exceptions doesn't make it similar to mine necessarily. Just
Well,
only in
I
that
heard
respect.
a video.
Appreciate the
I
galaxy.
saw a
Thank you.
video of you saying that like
No, this
your view on
yeah.
abortion is
Listen,
similar
let me
to
explain.
Trump's.
Let me explain.
Okay.
Let me explain the context of that conversation.
Excuse me.
Charlie Kirk was trying to claim that Donald Trump's position is that abortion should be allowed up until 15 weeks. That's what he was trying to say.
Charlie Kirk's view and all that.
And I was saying that's close to the 20 weeks, but that's not what his view is. So I was actually kind of trying to highlight how insane of a position I think that is.
Which one, Charlie's or Trump's?
No, that Charlie thinks that Donald Trump's position is that it should be up to 15 weeks.
Oh yeah, I mean Charlie with his abortion stuff, he's pretty extreme. He's very very extreme with all that. But you know.
Okay. So that's why I was kind of like, what the hell? Vinyl,
Nah,
thank you so
I was
much for
just
the
saying, like,
$20. Thank you so much. I really
I
appreciate
just
it.
have
Thank
heard
you.
you say that, like, how you think abortion should be handled, like with the exceptions and all that, that is similar to Trump's. That's why I wasn't.
I'm so sorry.
That's
to hear
why
that,
I didn't
Vinyl.
want to
Thank
call
you
you
so
an
much for the $20.
extremist.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Vinyl. Go ahead. Sorry, what you were saying?
Why is the Siege player saying to kick me, bro? Nah, but anyways, like back to what I was saying about like how trans people, how it takes like months and months, over like a year of like therapy for like gender dysphoria and all that to like be permitted to get like gender reaffirming surgery or like get put on testosterone or estrogen. Like,
Wait, hold on.
I had
Okay.
somebody that was.
I'm
Wait, what?
really just trying to understand why you still support Donald Trump, and I'm really not getting it, man. It sounds like
Why?
it's just vibes.
What do you mean vibes?
Yeah, like
I mean, he is a funny guy. You can't lie. He says some
no.
funny
Give
stuff,
me
but-
a good reason why you support Donald Trump. Don't just say vibes. Don't just give me like, oh, I just feel like it. You know, you should
like
you should
I
care
like
about
how he's
you should
handling
care
the
about educating
border.
yourself.
I mean, I don't know what ICE does exactly. Like I obviously know that they're deporting people, but I don't know exactly how they go about it. I've never seen a video of like an ICE raid ever in my
Okay,
life.
here's what I want you to do. I want you to go and do some research, bro. I want you to like actually get involved, critically think, bro. Don't just be like an NPC that doesn't involve, right?
Yeah, but that's just that.
Involve
That would make
themselves.
my
Wait,
life
hold on.
miserable.
Don't be an NPC that just doesn't involve themselves with the political system that impacts everyone's life. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
I'm
serious. I'm serious. These
so
are
my vote wouldn't
incredibly
even really mean anything.
these are incredibly important things. Okay, incredibly important things. And like when people say it's like your civic duty to go out there and to educate yourself, it is, because if you don't, we get people like Donald Trump in positions of power. The reason why
Well,
it's your civic duty
do you think
to go
that
out
he's
there
more
and vote
or
is
less
because it
qualified
is the
than
case that we want to ensure that people that have power over us are actively held accountable, right? In terms of, you know, their holding of power. And because if we do not hold that, well, then corruption is likely to come about, right? Tyranny and authoritarianism is likely to come about. And that's what we're seeing right now with someone like Donald Trump.
What's authoritarianism? I've never heard that word before.
Author-
I've heard tyranny, obviously.
when someone's thinking of the term authoritarianism, we're thinking of an overuse of centralized power.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what that word means. I saw someone say that I could be converted if I educated myself. Well, before I ever knew anything, I actually did support. In 2016, when I was young, I supported Hillary. In 2020, I did support Joe Biden. I actually did not used to like Trump at all.
Wait,
so
okay, I'm confused.
when I started
what led
just
to you
learning a little
changing?
bit about, I just think that Joe Biden honestly failed. I think he was. I mean, come on.
Okay. So what did Joe Biden do that you think he failed on?
I think the economy failed, but I think COVID also it
What did
had a
Joe Biden
large
do to
thing to
cause
do
the
with that.
economy to fail?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know exactly what he did. I don't think he did too much, to be honest. I think a lot of his team was a big part of it because I don't think he was in the perfect mental space to be like an effective president. You know, I think we all know that he was like water, bro. I'm drinking water. I'm just drinking water, bro. Like, but I just think
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I would say, yeah, I do. I mean, not to like an extreme. Like, I just only wanted to come over here and just like
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Wait, hold on. Is this only for like Americans or like?
Yeah.
Okay, like, can I just say like I'm not. I know I'm not like I'm not American technically. I'm not.
Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I would say yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I would say I just like some of his policies.
Like which ones?
Well, I would say I just like that he's not a puppet.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Like he just does whatever he wants to do. He doesn't like let Congress and like other outside sources influence what he stands for and the decisions that he makes.
Really? Okay. So then why was he so mad at Iran and Israel for not upholding the ceasefire?
I mean, he doesn't want war. Like he's always said that.
Then why did he bomb Iran?
I don't think that was to like enter the war. Like I think it was strategic.
For what?
I think it was strategic because he wanted to like end it. Like he wanted to end the tension.
Didn't he start the tension?
I mean, there was already tension.
Because of who?
How so?
Because of who?
How was it because of him?
No, you said there was already tensions. I said because of who?
I mean, between Israel and Iran, like there's been tension for a while. So I think he's just trying to end it.
Okay. So you think that the U.S. getting involved by bombing Iran is going to reduce the likelihood of Iran and Israel like being in conflict? Well, then that clearly didn't happen with the ceasefire, did it? That didn't go very well.
I mean, who's to say?
Who's to say? I mean, reality. Like, look around you. Like, what's going on right now? Like, I mean, like what Donald Trump, he's been complaining that Iran and Israel have both violated their ceasefire. After he paraded on the internet that it was like such a great ceasefire that he just got peace.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to say.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. All right. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I know if you go live because I know if you.
How old are you?
The guy.
I don't even think they know they're on the live. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Yeah, 38.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I don't love him, but I support him.
Like, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
I would vote Trump again, yeah.
And why so?
I mean, I wouldn't vote for Kamala, first of all, because she didn't even win the primary. So no primary, no vote for me, first of all.
Is that principled?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it was Kamala Harris versus versus Hitler, and Hitler made it through the primary, but Kamala Harris did not make it through the primary, who would you vote for?
Probably wouldn't vote.
You wouldn't vote?
I mean, it sounds like an extreme scenario. We'll see. I'm not there in that position, but
really, what do you mean? It sounds like an
point, but I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
It's hard to say, really. Really, you can't tell. You can't tell who's the better candidate, Kamala Harris or Hitler. You can't tell.
But the point is that she didn't win the primary. That's the point that I'm making right now.
No, but I don't think you care about that, because even if that was true, you still would support Kamala Harris over Hitler, right? Even if Hitler made it through a primary and Kamala Harris didn't make it through the primary, you'd still support Kamala Harris over Hitler, right?
I am not certain about that.
You're not certain about that?
It would be a situational.
What do you mean?
event.
What do you mean it'd be situational? To what? You're talking about fucking Hitler. Situational to what?
Would I know what he was going to do?
This
Like,
is
would I
so
know
unhinged.
him?
Not MAGA defending Hitler now. This is crazy. Like, you're unhinged. Hello?
I'm not being unhinged. The point is that she didn't win the primary. That's
What
why
do you?
I'm
Wait,
explaining why I didn't vote for her in
So you're willing to
2024.
take that to your grave? He's willing to take that so far that he doesn't even know whether or not he'd support Kamala Harris or Hitler. That's how far he was willing to take that. That's ridiculous.
Because
Dude,
she
I'm
didn't win
sorry.
the
I'm
primary.
sorry. What do you think that a vice president would do in that scenario? Do you think the vice president would step up if the president steps down from the ticket? Absolutely. That's how it works. That's how tickets work. If the president steps down on the ticket,
Yes.
the vice president steps up. You've got to come on, like, dude. I'm serious. What do you?
I'm not.
I have a
saying
question.
that.
I have a question. If it were the case that either Donald Trump did get assassinated, and then his vice president stepped up on his ticket because he was already nominated, would you have voted for the Republican nominee over Kamala Harris?
Can we repeat the scenario again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if Donald Trump was assassinated, and it is the case that what's it called? JD Vance steps up, right? In that particular scenario, would you say that you would have voted for JD Vance over Kamala Harris?
This is 2028.
No, we're talking 2024.
2024. Okay, so
neither of
Trump-
neither of them went through a primary.
Okay, good. So I didn't make my full point on why I didn't like the fact that she didn't win the primary.
I'm asking, would you vote in that scenario?
Yeah, but you don't have my full view, so that you can then question it.
Clarify then.
Okay, so the full view is that Kamala didn't win the primary, which is odd, And then if you look at 2020, you would have thought that Bernie would have won and something happened and he didn't. And then you look at 2016 and you think that Bernie would have won, but something happened and he didn't. So the point is like, what's going on with that party? That it doesn't seem like they believe in primaries. So that's why it's like, this is not right. Do a primary, do a fair one, and then maybe you'd get my vote.
It was fair in 2020 for Bernie. It just was the case that the entirety of the moderate Democratic Party side coalesced against him.
Except Elizabeth, she stuck around, and there was like a three horse race just to undermine the liberal, side that would have supported Bernie. So it was like, it was just the party was against Bernie, bro.
I don't necessarily think
the party was against it.
Wait. So are you saying that that's what Elizabeth Warren's intention was?
Yes.
Because
yes,
I don't even think Bernie would say that.
He would.
You think he would?
He would. I think he would. I don't think he trusts her. So anyways, the broader point being is they're not doing primaries. Something's going on with that party, bro. That's the 2024 thing, right? That's not the reason why I support Trump today.
Yeah, okay. So, again, you say something's going on with the Democratic Party. It's undemocratic.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump is undemocratic?
Like he won the primaries fair and square in 2016.
It's not about just winning the primaries. It's about the fact that he sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, along with the fact that he denied the results of the 2020 election, even though there were 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
Suspicious, like there was some suspicious shit.
Really? What was suspicious?
Well, first of all, did we get the results like that night or the day after? We got the results like 3 weeks later.
What's suspicious about how we got the results? It was the safest election at the time.
Would it be suspicious if we get it 2 years later? Would that be suspicious to you?
It was not suspicious within the time slot allotted that we had for it. What was suspicious
It
about
was
the
weeks,
amount?
bro. That doesn't happen.
What was suspicious about the amount of time? And no, we knew well before a few weeks.
We'll have to look back. I think it was a very suspicious amount of time to me.
It wasn't. It wasn't very suspicious. How much? You didn't even know how much time it was. No court case. By the way, no court case indicated this. Why didn't any court case indicate this?
Well, you don't have to indicate it if you don't have you don't
need courts to indicate things to be true. Really?
No, you don't need courts to indicate that we didn't get the results that night. We know that there's no court saying.
But like the courts didn't. Wait. You can say you think it's suspicious, but if there's no evidence given the court system has looked through it, well, then what can you say about it?
We go back to the
suspicion clearly wasn't justified then.
Well, I guess it's up to you to determine if it's suspicious. If it's suspicious that it took them weeks. If you don't find it suspicious,
it did not take weeks. It did not.
A court is not going to determine if it's suspicious or not.
It did not take weeks. That's just a lie.
How long did it take?
It was like literally like 1 or 2 days.
No.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It took a while, dude. It took a while.
For what?
With like the Georgia stuff.
Wait, for what?
For like CNN projects that the winner is Joe Biden. It wasn't like the day after. No way.
What are you talking about?
It wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was pretty early. It did not take that many days. It did not take that many days.
It should be that day. It should be literally that day.
Wait, so
there's no.
Wait, no.
It should have just been that day.
Hey, do you know how it's happening then? Do you remember?
I mean, I don't.
Maybe it'd be a really important context to add that there was a fucking global pandemic. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Why is that unexpected? If there's a fucking global pandemic.
That doesn't help. That's my point. That doesn't help. There was a pandemic, and
you're saying it was stolen just because there was a pandemic.
I'm saying it was suspicious.
How is it suspicious just because there was a pandemic? How is it suspicious just because there was a pandemic? And obviously your suspicion was not proven to be right. Obviously your suspicion was not proven to be right because it is the case that none of the courts indicated this.
Yeah, well, who knows? My point is that because of COVID, also they changed the laws in quite a few states in the way that they conducted the election. So again, suspicious.
What's suspicious about it?
They changed the laws. They changed the laws.
They did that before the 2024 election. Do you think the 2024 election was rigged?
What did they do in 2024?
They changed certain election and ballot laws in plenty of states around the United States. Do you think the 2024 election was stolen then?
I don't think that the 2024 election was stolen.
Clearly, because we know how to accept the results of an election, and we don't deny the results just because we feel like it. Because we're not a cult. You are.
What cult? I'm just like saying
the MAGA cult. You're in a MAGA cult right now. I'm serious.
I get it. I know what you would say that, but I don't feel like I'm in a cult. And like I said, I don't even love the guy.
I get you don't feel like it, but it's true.
Fair enough.
Is there one thing Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him?
So if we're really going on in like an all-out war, then I'm out. I don't want to.
What's a quote-unquote all-out war?
Well, like if they start knocking on people's doors and say, "Hey, bro, you got to go to the war," then I'm out. It's
so you only will stop supporting Donald Trump if you have to go to war? Sounds like you're just like Trump. You're just like Trump. You're just like Trump, a draft dodger.
Yeah, I'll figure something out.
Do you see what I mean? Like, is that patriotism?
You're asking me what would it take for me to stop supporting him? I'm saying I don't want a fucking war.
Yeah.
Is that not?
Yeah,
is that
you literally said
you
said the only way you would stop supporting him is if you were essentially sent to war.
I did not say only. I'm thinking of like a remote example that would grant me.
How about this? I have a question. If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you say you wouldn't support him?
No, but because I don't trust that court. I wouldn't
Why
trust
not?
it. Where was this? In New York?
Does that matter?
Yes, it kind of matters. Because they hate him up there. They hate him. So I just like.
So why did Donald Trump choose to live there?
He was like in real estate, I guess, in Manhattan and stuff.
Okay, and
so obviously he wanted to live there. It was fun for him. Who knows?
He wanted to live there. Okay, so
he wanted to live.
Okay,
yeah. New York sounds fun.
I just want to clarify. You would say because he's hated everywhere that no court would accept it. Right, no court would be legitimate against him. So I doubt you would accept anything.
I would accept it.
By the way, I'll still be able to hear you and I'll be responding. I'm just gonna grab something from downstairs quick. I want a snack.
I would believe it if it happened in like Texas and there was video and it's like we can all see it, and it didn't happen in like the 80s and like all of a sudden we're finding out right before the election. It's like, all right, dude, I don't buy it. If it happened, yeah, I don't like it, but I just don't think it happened.
What do you mean? Wait. He was literally, it was filed in 2019. You understand that, right?
No, but when did
That's well after he was already in presidency.
When did the act occur? The alleged act.
When did what?
When did it happen that he, abused somebody?
Oh, he did this in 1996.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
Come
wait,
on.
are you saying it's wait, I just want to clarify to you. Right. It is expected for great victims in plenty of scenarios for them to take decades to come out. There are social pressures that stigmatize them from coming out in the very first place. You blame a great victim not coming out right away, I think is actually disgusting, given that this like you understand how like the society that we live in and how like it could be hard for a great victim to come out right away.
Dude,
like wait, why just because it took longer for them to come out? Wait. Why just because it took longer for them to come out? Is that reason to believe that it didn't happen to them?
It just sounds weird. It sounds fishy. It sounds fishy to me. I need something more concrete. It's fishy, dude. Everybody knows that it's kind of fishy. Or at least those of us in the cult think it's fishy. Let's just put it that way.
Thank you for admitting that. Thank you so much for admitting that.
I know you want to hear it that way. I get it.
Yeah. In the cult, yeah, literally.
It's fishy. Just
No, it's
you
not.
should
No,
have.
it's literally not. It is expected for grave victims because of the social stigmas that exist in our society. If you deny that those social stigmas exist in the very first place, well, you can sit there and say, "Oh, I wouldn't expect this." But that's literally what you're doing here. But you know that you supporting Donald Trump being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman literally reinforces a culture specifically where like it's normalized for people to be accepted for doing those things and being held civilly liable. Like, let me ask you this question: do you think there should be harsher qualifications for the position of presidency or for immigrating to this country through the legal process to become a citizen?
I am a legal immigrant. Just to be clear, I am here as a legal immigrant. I did it the regular, the normal way. No shenanigans, if you will.
Yes, I asked you the question. Do you think there should be harsher qualifications on becoming a legal citizen through immigration or becoming president of the United States?
Well, it depends what you mean by harsher. Harsher? What does that mean?
More standards, more qualifications.
So other than the fact that you need to be like whatever, over 35 and be born here, and that's like basically the only requirements that we have today. You think there should be some extra ones? That's what you're proposing?
No.
I'm not against it.
You believe
Give me
that
what
when
you got.
wait, no.
What are
You
you
believe
supporting
that
here?
when no, you believe that when selecting candidates.
Candidates? No. We're talking about eligibility.
I have a question.
Can they even be candidates?
Under your
right?
own view, do you believe that every person above the age of 35 is qualified to be president?
Everybody that's over 35, born here, is eligible to be president. As far as I know. Honestly, I don't know the full criteria, but as far as I know, that's what it is.
No, I'm just saying, let me
But your
clarify.
proposal is that we need to add extra.
Let me clarify. Do you think
Go
that
ahead.
Joe Biden is qualified to be president?
Qualified, like legally,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, there we go. Qualified.
I think he's qualified legally. Yeah,
I'm asking
I
under
guess.
your own position.
Like, do I think he's a good candidate that I should support,
Mm-hmm.
or like, is he too old?
Does
Is that
he-
kind of your question?
Does he have enough qualifications, under your view, to be designated as president of the United States?
Yes,
Or do you think that he's
he
not
does.
cognitively aware enough to be president of the United States?
No, well, he's definitely too old. Absolutely. He's like senile at this
Okay.
point.
If
Yeah.
he's too old and senile, then you're saying he's not qualified to be president because he's too old and senile.
Well, but if you put him against Hitler, right? I guess we'd have to support the old Joe, right? Wasn't that your point at the beginning of this?
But the whole point of this, that's not what I was going to bring up. The whole point of this, I'm just saying in general in American society, would you say that that would be a disqualifying point?
It depends on who you're running against.
Jesus Christ. Do you understand, like when I tell
Just
you...
go with your question. You're like,
Do you understand
tiptoeing
what? No,
around.
please listen. Do you understand what I'm saying to you when I'm saying like what are typical qualifications that someone might need to be president of the United States? Like qualifications for a job application. Can you think of it in that context?
Yeah, okay. Probably they should be well educated. They probably should be well
Okay,
meaning.
so you understand the certain qualifications. So I'm saying,
of course.
What do you think you should need more qualifications for? Becoming a legal citizen through immigration, or becoming president of the United States?
Oh, president is there's more stringent requirements, but that's all.
Then
That's
here's
all
my
filtered
point.
out
Then
by
here's
the
my
primaries.
well then here's
That's
my
why
point.
we have primaries.
Then here's my point. Okay, if you think there should be more qualifications, specifically if you're becoming president of the United States, comparative to just becoming a legal citizen through immigration, well then if there's a standard particularly applied to someone through the context of legal immigration to become a citizen, well then that standard should also be applied to someone who's running for the position of presidency. Correct?
I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at, so just go with it. Just finish it.
Can you answer the question?
I'm gonna say yes for now, so that we can keep going.
Can you repeat to me what I said?
You're saying that somebody that's running for president should have the same requirements or more than a person that gets naturalized goes through. That's your point. I'm not against it. I just don't know where you're getting.
No. I said if there's a standard applied
to someone going through the context of legal immigration to become a citizen, well, that standard should also be applied to the position of presidency.
Dude, that's a weird ask, dude. Like to get here, you need to prove that like you don't have like some diseases. First of all, they check your blood, bro. They check your blood to make sure that you're not bringing in diseases. Like you want to add that to the presidential requirement? Okay, I guess. It's just a weird comparison.
Like, for example, would you let someone legally immigrate to the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
They don't. They do not do that today. You're not like you have to show your criminal record and stuff. They don't allow you to do that. You can't come in.
I'm asking you your position.
I wouldn't allow them to come in. No. If you have criminal record, we're not going to take the chance. If some people had it against you and there was a weird state where everybody hated you back in your country and they made up a false jury and a false verdict, I am sorry. We're not going to be the ones that, disseminate through all that shit. Unfortunately, you're not welcome. Yes.
Okay, so then why would you elect someone to the position of presidency held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Because in this situation, I think it's too fishy. I don't believe it happened. But that's just because I don't believe it happened. If it did happen, then no, of course not. Not good, bro. Don't be doing that to women. Of course. But the point
I have a question. What's the victim's name?
Jean or something like that. Carol, Jean Carroll. I don't recall. Something like
Carroll.
that.
Okay. Can you tell me what store she was assaulted in?
Dude, Macy's?
No.
Was it Macy's? Okay. No. What was it?
Bergdorf Goodman. Okay. So it sounds like you don't know much about the case. Given that you don't know much about the case, how are you going to say that it's quote unquote fishy?
Yeah. I didn't read through the whole thing. It just my gut told me that this was fishy. I will admit that. Yeah. I concede it. You're looking for some notes or something? Oh, trust me, bro. Trust me that it's fishy to me. You have to trust me that it's fishy to me. I'm the only one that can make that determination. It's fishy to me. I'm not saying it should be fishy to you, although I would suggest that you consider it fishy. But it is fishy to me.
Because of your gut?
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
His gut overrides a jury of 9 people.
Your gut overrides the jury of 9 people as well. Your own gut.
Really?
You would trust your gut. Yeah, dude. That's how we all operate. If tomorrow something like that happens,
is that how you should operate?
Dude, that's how you should. That's how you operate. First of all, whether you should or not is a different question. But that's how you operate, and I'll tell you why. Because if tomorrow Trump assembles a bunch of fucking, MAGA cultists, and that's the jury that gets selected for whatever trial, and that you don't like it, you're going to be like,
I just want to clarify.
I don't believe that.
You don't just base it upon your gut feeling. You look at the evidence, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
The evidence indicates Donald Trump's fucking guilty.
In the 1997 or something, right? That's when you said that this happened, and then she didn't come forward. 1996, and then she got millions of dollars out of this, and they even
she was already a millionaire, and the only reason she got all the extra money was because Donald Trump defamed her. If Donald Trump never defamed her, well, then she wouldn't have got like $80-something million.
Anyways, the point is that it felt fishy to a lot of us, and if you have empathy,
that's Donald Trump's fault for defaming her.
What did he do to defame her? It sounds like it sounds like what he
Really?
said something
He said
evil,
he
like
said that
something,
he said that
something
he wouldn't have sexually assaulted her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a
that's
deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. He also said that she was lying, that she was crazy and batshit insane, and sent a bunch of his followers, right, would harass her and demonize her all the time.
yeah, dude. If a super ugly girl all of a sudden says, "Hey, what do you know, Parker would touch."
You fucking disgusting pig. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, how do you want me to phrase
No,
it?
seriously. What are you talking about? Why would you ever use the level of what quote unquote conventional attractiveness that you apply onto someone specifically, right? To like in this context, right? To whether or not they would be sexually assaulted. Are you saying that women who aren't supermodels are less likely to be assaulted because they're quote unquote not supermodels? Is that your view?
No,
Okay.
I'm talking about the
Okay,
definition.
so then, are you saying that people in general are less likely to be assaulted if they're not supermodels?
No, I'm
Okay,
talking
well
about
then
the
why are
different.
you making this fucking argument? You're not making the argument that just because you think someone's conventionally quote unquote less attractive, that they're less likely to be assaulted. That would not be a good reason to dispute why someone was sexually
didn't say that.
assaulted by
I
saying
didn't
that
say
they're
that.
not attractive. That's insane.
But that's not my point. I'm talking about the defamation. In that you're saying that Trump said, I wouldn't even do that because she's not attractive, right? That's what he said. My point is that that's not an outrageous thing to say when you're feeling attacked. You're feeling like
That is incredibly outrageous. What the fuck are you talking about? You're saying someone is less likely to be sexually assaulted because of their quote unquote
No.
conventional attractiveness. That's a disgusting
I'm
thing to
not
say.
saying that.
Also,
But you muted me.
also, doesn't it imply that you would sexually assault someone if they were more attractive? He's saying that he wouldn't have sexually assaulted her because she's quote unquote not his type. Doesn't that imply that you would have sexually that he would have sexually assaulted someone if they were his type?
Oh my God, dude. How are you getting to these conclusions? These are weird conclusions.
This is not a weird conclusion. Think about what I'm saying.
I'm thinking about what you're saying.
Clearly not
Like-
not critically enough.
Okay, well, fair enough if you think so. Do you want a response or not?
I'm waiting.
Okay, so on the defamation piece, the question is, what would you say if somebody accuses you and you feel offended by the fact that you've been accused? You feel offended by that fact. What would you say? Would you say something outrageous like, dude, I can't believe this girl is saying that. I can't believe that girl is saying that because I'm not even attracted to her and she's saying that to
No.
me. You would feel so
No, I
offended.
wouldn't. I would never say that. It's
What
fucking
would you
insane.
say?
That's fucking
What would you
insane.
say? What would you say?
You don't say that because that's not true.
What would you say?
You don't say that. I'm
No,
confused. what
okay,
you're
but I'm
wanting.
asking you, what would be acceptable to say?
Would be to dispute things on the basis of what things are said, right? Which you
Like-
wouldn't be able to.
It's like your friends are saying, Parker, bro, what happened? Why is this girl saying that about you? What would you say?
I would wait. So in terms of this, again, right? You're saying that if someone you're bringing up some scenario of someone accusing
Yeah.
someone of sexual assault. What is an important thing to say? You would say specific reasons why you think it is false, not reasons as to why, right? You think that like people who are less attractive are less likely to be assaulted. That's not a reason at all to believe that
Nobody's
this didn't
saying
happen.
that. That's not what he said. Well, that wouldn't be defamation in the first place. So that's not even what he said.
You know, it'd be acceptable to say that like you had no clue something like this happened. You've never met them before, right? And you're confused as to why this happened, right? And that like you've never heard of this before. That would be an acceptable thing to say. It's not acceptable at all to dispute that you would sexually assault someone because of the quote unquote attractiveness of them, because that implies that you would sexually assault someone if they meet that standard of attractiveness.
That's not. But the point is that
That
that's
is literally what
you're
it
calling-
means.
oh,
That's literally what it means.
Yeah, okay, but you're saying, oh, and imagine that he said that and thus it's defamation. That's pretty ridiculous. That's my point. It is ridiculous. He just said, like, I would never touch her. Look at her. That's the only thing he said. Like, come on.
He said that he wouldn't have sexually assaulted her because she's quote unquote not his type.
He wouldn't do anything with her because it's not his type. That's the point,
No, he
man.
said that
This
he
is-
wouldn't have sexually
every
assaulted
man
her.
will understand that. Any man understands this. You're just like trying to be picky about it because it's Donald Trump. That's
What do you
the
mean
truth.
every man understands this? What the fuck are
Any
you?
man
Tell me
understands
what you
his point.
understand. Tell me what you understand.
He's saying that girl is not attractive. How in the like I am a billionaire. I can get any girl in the world, you know, and like how in the
Wait,
world would this
are you saying women that aren't supermodels can't be sexually assaulted by billionaires?
why would he have that motivation? Why would he even want to do that? Why?
Why would he? Okay, so why would he? Power. You understand that sexual assault is about power?
Well, he would find a girl that's more attractive to do that,
You're
man.
so
Like,
fucking disgusting. You're actually so fucking disgusting. He's literally disputing that she got sexually assaulted because he doesn't think that she meets the standard of fucking attractiveness. What a fucking disgusting, absolutely abhorrent person. That is so fucking disgusting to say. Jesus Christ. That is so fucking disgusting, dude. Actually fucking gross, dude. Paige, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I've seen that. That's obviously shocking. Paige, thank you so much for the $10. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, also, if you want to support me for free, you can follow me here on TikTok. Also, you can subscribe to me on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. We're on the road to 200,000 on YouTube. Ivan, think of the $5. I know it's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Toads, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I know, absolutely horrible caller that we had there. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Yeah, 23.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Oh, what month?
February.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here and there.
If you could go back in time, right, and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would say Trump still. I feel like Kamala Harris. I think I'm gonna be honest. I'm not like too big on this political thing because I don't really know much as you. I genuinely do think Kamala Harris would have some sort of bad ideas, and she probably wouldn't have the, like the balls to probably, how do you say it? Not trying to be disrespectful. To bomb. I think, okay, what Trump did about Iran, because the only thing I do kind of agree with it is because they are chanting like death to America, and they are building like weapons of nuclear weapons, and that's like very, very dangerous. Would you agree?
So I have a question. You think?
Yeah.
Would you ever think it's justified? Can you fix your echo?
Is this better?
No.
Like
Can
what are you
turn me
hearing?
off Bluetooth?
Oh yeah. Give me a second.
Okay. In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes.
All right, is this better?
Yeah. Can you repeat what you just said?
So I think the only reason why I like Trump is because he has like the commander in chief mindset that needs to be done, and he's like, no, I'm the final say, and this was going to happen. We need to bomb Iran, and because Iran is
Tyler, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. Oh, I have a question. Would you ever think it's justified to go into war in the Middle East because of quote unquote weapons of mass destruction?
Well, then again,
would you ever believe that?
If it's justified?
No, yeah. Would you ever believe that there were weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East based upon a claim, or as a reason to go invade?
No, because I'm not.
You
trying
wouldn't.
to
Well, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Listen.
Wow. Wow. I have an important fucking thing for you to identify. That's exactly what you're fucking doing here. It's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, let's go to war in the Middle East with Iran. specifically,
never
which is in
said
the Middle
no.
East,
No,
right?
listen.
Specifically, why?
Well,
Because they
can I
have quote
clarify?
unquote, they're going to have weapons of mass destruction, nuclear
clarify?
weapons. That's weapons of mass destruction. Am I right? And
Can I
they're going
clarify?
to use these weapons of mass destruction. That's the
Well,
idea.
just
Same set
can
of
I clarify?
justification that you're buying after Donald Trump claimed that it was a bullshit assertion and claimed that they were lying in the past and using the same fucking justification.
Can
when
I
using
clarify?
it.
Okay, so for starters, I think a war is calling in the draft and sending the men. You know, the men are the ones who are going to have to fight, and going across the Iran and actually like trying to invade their country and actually like killing them, the soldiers. I think that's a war, and Trump is not doing that. He bombed nuclear weapons that is a threat to a nation that is chanting death to America. I 100% agree, and he is protecting
Oh,
our
so then you
people.
would buy the idea that there are weapons of mass destruction in a country in the Middle East specifically as a reason to invade that country. So you would buy the exact
Well, I
same
didn't
reason
say-
provided in the early 2000s as a reason to justify invading Iraq, correct?
I didn't say invade.
Would you have
for
invaded
starters.
Iraq?
Well, what did Iraq do again?
Wait,
'Cause, they are-
there were claims of weapons of mass destruction, that there were weapons of mass destruction. Would you have invaded Iraq?
Well,
That's
I'm
what
not-
that's what they believed at the time.
Well, no. Listen, I'm trying.
Oh, so you wouldn't have done it. Okay, if you wouldn't have done that based upon that justification, why are you doing it now?
Parker, for starters, I never even mentioned Iraq. We're talking about Iran.
I
So
did.
what
I'm asking you based upon that because it's the same set of justifications. So please answer the question.
Look, if someone is threatening and you know, if your country is at threat, wouldn't you do what it takes to protect your country?
Not in terms of that.
No. Okay. Listen.
What?
Your
Dude,
country
this is
is
this
at
wait.
risk
Our
of
country.
threat,
I
correct?
don't think the United States is at threat currently right now.
You're
I believe.
chanting
I
death
believe.
to America.
Listen.
That's a threat.
Okay, I believe there's
Is that not a threat?
I believe there's something called mutually assured destruction. If someone has nuclear weapons, they're
My
not,
friend,
they're not
they
going
are
to use those.
chanting death to America and building nuclear weapons. Trump did what the commander in chief did. He went and protected his people and our country. That's what he would do, and he did do it. He did his job he did his job, and that's good. But you want someone who is going to say, no, let them build nuclear weapons. No, we can't do this. They're killing their own people. No, let them do that. You know, because that's their country, because we need to be soft-hearted for them. No, what the fuck? That's why I wouldn't vote someone like Kamala, because Kamala is like too soft-hearted. We need a commander-in-chief. That's what we need. But you want to let
Wait,
them
wait.
build-
Can you
wanna
explain to me?
no,
Can you
Parker,
explain to me
Parker,
what you
cut
mean? What
me
you
off
mean
a
by?
lot, and then when you cut me off, I
Because
stop talking.
Can I clarify points at all?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What do you mean by she's quote unquote too soft-hearted?
I believe Kamala Harris wouldn't do anything about Iran. It would be the same situation with Biden. and the
Okay. So
same
you believe that
situation-
you believe that it would be weak not to do something about
She
Iran.
didn't do anything
Okay,
about
I have a
Iran.
question. You believe it's weak not to do something about Iran? Is it weak to not defend Ukraine?
It's not that it's weak. It's that it was
Answer the
it's
question.
doing what is necessary.
Okay, is it weak to not do something for Ukraine in terms of defending them?
Ukraine is not really our problem, and we gave them much money because it's Putin's problem and Ukraine, Zelensky. It's their problem. They're going at war.
Wait,
with
so
their,
explain to me why do we need to involve ourselves with a conflict against Iran?
Because they're chanting death to America. That concerns us.
So say a country chants that. Why does that mean we have to go to war with them?
We're not at war with them. All we did was just bomb them. Again, a
What?
war.
Wait, we bombed them. They bombed us.
Okay,
What's war?
Let me clarify. Let me clarify, please. A war. What I believe a war is if you call a draft, and again, the men are gonna have to fight this. We call a draft, and they're going to have to invade their country and literally kill each other, us and the Iranians. That's a war. We bombed their nuclear weapons that are chanting death to America. So again,
We only set them
commander-in-chief-
back, I think, for 3 months. Not only did we only set them back for 3 months, but it is the case that we have threatened conflict globally.
Yes, the man. I see the.
We got nothing out of it. Okay, I have a
Parker,
question. I have a
Parker,
question.
The women
I
are
have a
not
question.
in the lines
If you
fighting.
think,
I'm sorry,
hold
this
up,
is
hold
just
up.
not true. I see the comment. I see
Jalen,
the.
if you think that right now we're at threat right? Specifically of there being war, because it is the case that Iran chants death to America. Why did Donald Trump pull out the nuclear peace agreement, which got Iran in the situation where they're then going to enrich uranium again?
Because it was a horrible agreement.
What was bad about the agreement?
So basically, it was like, oh, like you promise that you won't make nuclear weapons out of your resources, and then there wasn't even anybody from the U.S. over there all the time. There was just people that were supposed to be checking in on them.
Wait,
so like
there were third-party 24/7 surveillance, which is unprecedented
No, there
for
was
any
not,
nuclear peace
Parker.
agreement. Seriously. Name me one other
Also-
nuclear peace
also-
agreement. Wait, no, seriously. Name me one other nuclear peace agreement in the history of the world that had the
There's never
level of
been one.
that had the level of surveillance that they had.
There's never been one though.
Exactly. There has never been one that has
That's
had
the only
that
one.
level. No.
No, that's the only one.
No, there's been other nuclear peace agreements, for example,
No,
with
there
Ukraine.
wasn't.
With Ukraine.
No, they wanted to. No.
Yes. Yes.
No. Okay, then you tell me, because I don't know about it then.
Okay, so there's a nuclear peace agreement through the Budapest Memorandum with Ukraine.
You're not talking about Iran?
I said Ukraine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had you on mute for a second. Maybe there was, sure, but it wasn't a good one. It definitely was not a good one.
What was not a good one?
You can't just you can't just say like, "Oh, we trust you to not do something,
Exactly.
and we're gonna let you do whatever that you
That's
want."
why we had 24/7 surveillance.
But they didn't have
that's not-
24/7 surveillance.
What did you say?
Surveillance, and they also
What'd you say?
also came out and said that.
No, repeat
if
what
they
you said.
were-
Repeat the first thing you said.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I said they did not have 24/7 surveillance.
Yes, they did.
Surveillance.
Yes, they did.
What makes you think that? Because you read
That's
CNN
what the
and it
no. That's
said
what
that?
the deal. No, it's the deal indicated, and that's exactly what the
No,
third-party
deal
source
can
have
say
verified.
that. It doesn't mean that happened.
It was third-party verified.
By who?
But I'm blanking on the name of the organization.
Yeah, no. It was proven that nobody was over there checking on it.
No, that's not true. Can you give me a source?
I can't even remember where the hell I read it, but I'm sure I could find it. Yeah, you can't just trust that somebody's going to do the right thing.
Did you
know
see
what I
this
mean?
on like Fox News or something?
100%.
No, I don't do that. I do not do that.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm confused where you saw this information.
Just like Iran said, if we had a nuclear weapon, we would
It's
not
the
be-
IE. It's the IAEA.
Okay, well, just like Iran said, if
And then
they had
Richard,
a
thank you so much for
nuclear-
the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Richard. As well as Mia, thank you for $2. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sid, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sid. W's for Sid. And then Alexandria, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $45. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alexandria, thank you so much.
No, Anthony, I did not get my shit from Fox News.
Okay, you were saying, Brittany?
So just like the Iranian president, he just came out and said, if we were going to build nuclear weapons, we would not be building them in the facilities that you know about. He literally came out and said, if they were going to be building nuclear weapons, they would not
Go
be.
ahead, give me a source.
Now I have to click off of here and find one.
That's totally fine. We can talk to this guy in the meantime.
Okay, hang on one second. It's literally on, it's on video, him saying it.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on.
In the meantime, everyone, make sure to like the stream if you're on TikTok. Let's get to 1.5 thousand likes if you're on YouTube. 500,000 here on TikTok if you'd like to like the stream. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So yeah, do you have anything you want to say real quick, Jalen?
So, do you agree with the bombing or no?
What, of Iran?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Just let them build weapons and let them kill each other. Let them kill their own civilians.
I preferred the nuclear. I preferred the nuclear peace agreement, but that Donald Trump pulled us out of.
Yeah, like they're gonna listen, bro. They're totally gonna listen to us.
They did.
That's
They
smart.
literally
But,
followed through with the agreement.
yeah, totally.
They did.
Okay, so
That was verified.
and source.
Yeah, I told you the IAEA.
Okay, Parker. Sometimes do you believe sometimes when it says it's true, do you believe it can be not true? Do you think it's a possibility?
Obviously, but the
There you
evidence is indicating that it's
Right,
likely
the
true.
evidence-
Now,
right.
if you say everything, it's possible to be this. It's also possible.
Yeah, what? Tell me.
It's possible for me to actually be Ben 10, right? And I actually, it's possible that I have an Omnitrix.
It is possible.
And that when I get off live, I grab my little Omnitrix, and that I turn into different aliens.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's possible.
It is possible.
So like, don't just say because something's possible that's what you're gonna believe, because that would be a ridiculous thing to say.
But it's the same implication. It is the same thing. Okay, so besides Iran, tell me why else you disapprove of Trump.
Well, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls at Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Aubrey, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Right? We can also point to like literally Donald Trump, his horrible policy. Right? He was less fiscally responsible. He added significantly more to the debt, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2
damn,
trillion.
you lagged.
What lagged? Hello?
Your video froze. Okay, so I the last thing I heard was Trump like 10-year-old girls. So repeat after that because your thing froze.
Yeah, he said he would date a 10.
No, I swear.
He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Right, his policy is also horrible. He's less fiscally responsible. He added $8.4 trillion to the debt, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related by signing it into law. The Biden-Harris administration only did 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Plus, the campaign plans for the different administrations, based upon the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, said that Donald Trump would do another 4 trillion more for the next administration. His big beautiful bill just alone will add multiple trillion to the debt, right? In order to cut massively taxes for millionaires and billionaires while reducing benefits for Medicaid, right, and food stamps.
Okay, so I'm not too big on the trillion and the billion thing, but sometimes so what if you think sometimes you have to make it worse to get it better? Do you maybe something like that could happen? You get what I'm saying? The only thing I could say is we have to see what happens in the next 2 years.
So you agree that Donald Trump makes this country worse?
No, I think this is one of the greatest country, and we are a privileged country, and we have the freedom of speech. Like you, Parker, you have the freedom of speech. If you were to talk like this about your leader in other countries, they would eliminate you, bro. That's why we have freedom of
the
speech.
bar is in hell. Now, Donald Trump literally said that people should be put in prison for burning the American flag. He has violated the First Amendment right based upon the Supreme Court's determination.
Freedom of speech. This is freedom of speech. I'm not even going to pay attention to the comments. Like, Parker, I'm gonna just say it again, Parker. If you were to talk like this in other countries,
did you hear what I said?
Repeat it. Sorry.
Donald Trump said that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which was determined to be protected by the First Amendment, according to the Supreme Court. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. This guy is as anti-American as it gets. He's undermined our democratic processes, our Constitution, our rule of law.
You're saying if someone burns the American flag, they should go to prison for a year?
No.
Or Trump is saying that?
That's what Donald Trump said, which is a violation.
You don't agree with that?
That's a violation of the First Amendment.
You don't agree with that?
It's a violation of the First Amendment to put someone in prison for a year for burning the American flag. You know how they retire the flag is by burning it?
But you don't agree with that?
No, because
so Americans to burn the American flag?
Wait, you're against the First Amendment now.
No, okay, I understand that's freedom of speech, but why would Americans that live in America would burn the American flag? That deserves some sort of punishment.
Why?
Like,
What punishment?
If you're in Mexico,
oh, he's so pro free speech. So pro free speech. Oh my gosh, so pro free speech. Look at this guy. He's advocating for punishment for expressing your First Amendment and burning the American flag. right? That is literally someone's First Amendment. It is speech as granted specifically by the Supreme Court. And you right now are advocating against that very First Amendment because Donald Trump said so. You don't give a shit about America. You don't care about America's values. You
Yes,
don't
I
care
do.
about anything that America stands for. You care
I
about
do.
Donald J. Trump. That's all you
No, I
care
don't.
about.
No, I don't. Trump. Fucking Parker, you're just making accusations. I never said anything like that. That's what you do. You make accusations of certain people, and then you want your community to believe it when that's not the case
Which
at all.
accusation is false, and let's address it one by one.
Okay, you said I don't care about America. I do care about America.
Okay.
for
Okay,
starters.
really? Do you care about America when we're literally acknowledging that Donald Trump has undermined our rule of law, our constitution, our court system, our democratic values? Do I need to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, Donald Trump has also, right, he's undermined fiscal responsibility, added trillions of dollars to the federal debt. He's advocating to gut things like Medicaid and food stamps, which will take
I
food
think-
off of Americans' tables, right, in order
No,
to give
food
massive
is not
tax
off
breaks to
American
millionaires and billionaires.
No, I don't think so.
That's what
I
he
think
did.
what he's probably looking at it. If you want to look at it through his view, I think what he's doing is trying to like make it has to get worse to be better. That's the business mindset.
Wait,
You
if
know,
you're saying it has to get worse in order to get better, what evidence do you have that it's going to get better in the long run and it's not just going to get more worse?
well, I have to look it up, but I don't have evidence to support that claim. But all I can say is we just have to look in the next 2 years because people. This is what I find funny. They say, "Oh, America is like really bad country. American was we don't like is poverty." and this is
I never said America is a really
I'm not
bad
talking about.
country.
I never said you. I'm talking about people in general. They're saying this, this, and this, and this. Like I don't see it like that. It's just like no, it's not. This is a really good country to live in, and you should be appreciated where you live.
And you need to
It's unbelievable.
no, you know what we need to do? We need to accept and appreciate the good aspects about it and get rid of the bad aspects of it, right? That's what we need to do. We need to always be working to be better as a country, to progress
Yeah, I
ourselves.
agree.
That's what the American dream is that we're going to make it better for our children than what it was for us. And that has to be in an ethical standpoint every single day in and out. We always try to do better. Okay?
I agree.
That's not what Donald Trump's doing. Donald Trump's regressing us.
I think he's making it better, and I think he's protecting his country. I do. I think
How?
that's
How is he protecting the country?
Well, for Iran, for starters, but we don't have to get into that conversation again. We
Here,
have our
we'll
own.
address this in a second. Paul, I have a question.
Yeah, Park. What's up, buddy?
Do you support Donald Trump?
100% I do. I talked to you yesterday, man. I'm a military veteran, dude.
Then why are you hopping back in my guest box in the
Because
chat and saying,
I want to
"Do
talk
not
to you,
give
dude.
Parker
That
money"?
You are, yes, dude. Why are people? Why? Let me ask you the open-ended
All right,
question.
why are you mad
Parker.
about
Why
that?
should people give you money?
Mary, thank you so much for the $25.
Parker?
Thank you so much for
Why
young.
should people give you money?
Thank you so
Parker?
much, Mary. I appreciate the $25 for young people like you. Give me hope. Muhammad, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think Trump's a racist.
Thank you so much. And by the way,
Parker.
I just want to clarify, Paul.
Yes,
I don't.
please do, Parker. Clarify it.
I don't think someone should give me money. I think someone can give me money if they would like to. All right, I'm not claiming that there's an obligation or that it's like a moral obligation that someone has to give me money. That would be a ridiculous assertion.
Right.
If someone wants to give me money to show their appreciation for the type of content that I do, I really appreciate
It's
it.
ridiculous, Parker.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because let's go back to the flag burning, Parker. Are you a U.S. citizen,
Parker? Yes,
Yeah,
I
I
am,
know.
Paul.
I'd love to talk to you like that because I think you're an idiot, Parker.
Why so, Paul?
I'm gonna shut up.
I know.
Why
I would love
so,
to talk to you
Paul?
face to face because you think you're so smart.
Asterisk, thank you so much for the
$10.
$10 just to trigger Paul.
you're
And
an
then
idiot.
Ist, thank you so much for the $2. Why
Do
so,
not
Paul?
give him any money, people. That is ignorant.
Yeah,
Give it
thank
to
you so
the
much for the
people
hand
that
art.
need food
Justin, thank you so
stamps,
much for the
right,
$2.
Parker?
Thank you.
You should tell your people to
well,
give
Donald
to the
Trump's
people that
cutting.
need
Well, Donald
food
Trump's
stamps,
cutting
Parker.
food stamps. Nobody, thank you for the $15 for the money.
Yeah,
Thank you so
because
much. Maddie, thank you for the $10. Christian with the
doesn't think that
$15.
people should get
Brittany
food
with the
stamps. So,
$5.
Parker,
Thank
you
you.
should be a good US
Too legit. Thank you so
and
much for
give
the
your
galaxy.
money
I
to
appreciate
people
it.
that
Thank you
need
so
food
much.
stamps.
Thank you for the hand
You're
dollar.
a
Thank you so
fucking
much.
idiot, Parker.
And you're so mad.
You are a fucking idiot.
You're so mad, buddy.
You are. You're
Appreciate
a
it.
fucking idiot.
How mad are you, buddy? Look at that. Edward, thank
I'm
you
not
so much for
mad.
the
I'm just
70
speaking
Canadian
truth.
dollars. Thank you so
I
much,
speak the
Edward.
truth,
I really appreciate it,
I
Edward.
speak
Thank
for
you so
all
much for the 70
people
Canadian
that
dollars.
think you're a fucking
Skrill, thank you so
don't-
much. I
don't
really
speak
appreciate
with
it. Thank you so
emotion like
much.
a
I appreciate the $10. Elizabeth for the $5. Thank you so much for
guys
your
are
obligatory.
idiots to give this idiot any money.
Look at him. He's crashing out. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Rev, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Toads, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jessica with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
but that's
Patty,
the
thank you
thing
so much
too,
for the
like-
$25. Thank you. Lauren with the $10. Thank you so much for Paul's crash out. Julia with the $5 because Paul's triggered. Chelsea with the $5. Jessica with the $3. Maddie, thank you so much for
why would I
the
be triggered
$10.
over a little
Laura,
kid
thank you for
like
the
you?
$5. Thank you so much. Thank you. I
I've
really
dealt with
appreciate it.
idiots like you my whole career.
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Appreciate the sunglasses. Well, you're
Yeah,
clearly
please
you're
give all your
clearly
money
really
away
mad.
to this idiot.
Yeah, Caitlin,
know-
thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ivan
wanna
with the
know something?
$5.
Yeah,
Thank you.
idiots.
Vic with the $2.
Idiots,
Aubrey,
idiots.
thank you so much for the
Money talking
galaxy.
about
Thank
Trump.
you for the coral. Thank you so
Yes.
much, Kat.
Idiots.
Omar with the $10.
All these
Bristles, thank you
idiots,
so
I
much
love
for the
it.
$10. I really
I'm
appreciate it.
actually
Thank you.
making an idiot some
Maddie with the
money.
$20. Thank you so
I
much for
love
Paul's
it.
crash out. Candace with the
I'm
$2.
not
Thank you.
dude, I dealt
Edgar,
with
thank you
idiots
so much for the
my
$5.
whole
Jennifer with the
career.
$5. Thank you so much.
I
Richard
know,
with the
like,
$20.
Trump,
Thank you so much,
You don't have to
Richard.
Talk about it.
all these
Thank you,
idiots.
Casey. I really appreciate it.
Trump, and
Thank
it makes
you.
you money.
Thank you so much. Rollin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Bubbles with the $2. Thank you. Clara, thank you so much for the $5. Fletch, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
This
Brian
is
with the
comical.
$5. Laura with the $5. C-Max with the $2. Lay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Violet with the $10.
Comical.
October, thank you so much for the $10. George with the $5. Eric with the $2. Thomas with the $5.
Idiots.
Thank you so much.
Idiots.
Violet, thank you so much for the $10.
Idiots.
Ashley with the
Idiot.
$5.
Idiot.
Maddie with the
Idiot.
$20.
Idiot.
Silky with the
Freedom of
$5. Thank you so
speech,
much.
chat.
Chelsea
You know,
with the
Paul can
$10.
say
Thank you
whatever
so
he
much. Maddie with the $2. Thank you so much. I really
Wow.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Sabrina,
Sabrina, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you, Charlie, with the $2. Lily with the $2. Thank you. Rampy, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you, Margarita with the with the $5. Susan with the $50 for triggering Paul. Thank you so much,
Get it to the
Susan.
homeless veterans,
Susan, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you.
Oh, you're making
Tyler with the
him get
$50.
rich. Shut
Thank you
up.
so much, Tyler. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tyler with the $50. Thank you so much for getting more elevated for this crazy guy. I will. Josie, thank you so much for the $5. Dana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Nathan with the $2. Melissa, thank you so much for the $2.
give it to
Abigail
the
with the
homeless
$40. Thank you so much, Abigail. I appreciate it. Thank you. Felicity, thank you so
I
much for the
love it. He's
$5.
triggered.
Peter, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, Paul, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dude, shut up. The more you rant, the more he's gonna make
Duh,
money.
thank you for the
You know how-
$5. Spock, thank you for the $2. Aaron with the $2. Ewan, thank you so much for the $1.40. Austin with the $25. Thank you so much. I know it's crazy. Thank you so much,
I got him
Austin. I appreciate it. Lamia
I
with the
got
$5.
Parker
Thank you.
triggered. I love
Spencer
it.
with the $2. Matthew with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Matthew. I appreciate it. Thank you. Amaya with the $4.80 for Paul is
look at all
triggered.
these idiots.
You know
Parker.
something funny? You know, Parker doesn't like Trump, obviously, but when he
Right.
talks about Trump, he's making money talking
Oh
about
my
Trump.
gosh, Laura with the $5. Sid with the fucking $100 for
many
Paul's
idiots
crash
there
out
are, though?
fund.
Yeah, there
That's
are.
what
Thank
shows
you
how
so much.
idiotic.
Let's go, Sid, with the $100 for the Paul Crash Out Fund. Paul with the $100 for not every Paul is created equally. Clearly, thank you so much, Paul. Joshua with the $50. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Joshua. Vivian, thank you for the $5. Samantha with the $8.
Let's see
Thank you
Parker's
so
blood
much.
pressure.
Maddie with
I
the
wanna see
$2.
Parker's blood
Diana,
pressure right
thank you
now.
for the $5. Taylor with the $3. Thank you so much.
Show us your blood pressure, Parker.
Destiny with the $10. Maya, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Delaney, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Idiocy is incredible.
Griselda, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Toads with the $2. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Maya, thank you for the $5. Brooke, thank you so much for
give
the
it to homeless
$20 to
vets
piss
now,
him off.
Parker.
Alexander with the
Give it to
$4.20.
charity, Parker.
Caitlin, thank you so much. I really
Can you
appreciate the
give it to
$10.
charity,
Thank you so
Parker?
much, Caitlin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Caitlin in the comment section. Desiri, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 from the idiot JK. Thank you so much. Tabitha, thank you for the $5. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. This is crazy.
burn the Mexican
Spock,
flag
thank
in
you for the
Mexico.
$4.
Cut your head off,
Star,
bro.
thank you for the $2. Thank you so
dare you.
much. This
Yeah.
guy's
He
going
should give it
nuts.
all to charity now.
Thank you so much,
What do you
Lindsay. Thank
want?
you so much for the $2. Thank you. Why did you just leave? Alyssa, thank
you
you so
give it
much for
to
the $3.
charity,
Thank you.
Parker?
Anonymous with the $2 for Parker's rent-free,
what you get,
rent-free in this guy's head. Darcel with the $5 for a fellow idiot drinking Paul's tears. Mitchell, thank you so much for the $2. I
Parker, would you
appreciate it.
give it
Thank
to
you.
charity?
Thank you so much. Laura, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Amanda, I really appreciate it. Give some W's for
Will you
Amanda.
give it to
Amanda in the comment section. Felonious, thank you so much for the $5 for He's So Mad. Brushes with the $10. Thank you so much
Will you
for being
give
a
it to
voice of
charity?
reason. Thank you so much, Brushes. I really appreciate it. Molly with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Molly. Aaron with the $2. Thank you. Maddie with the $5 for my blood pressure. Adam with the $5 to piss him off. Pierre, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2.90. Thank you so much. Beth, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it.
America.
Beth, thank you for the $50 for Buy Your Girl Some Flowers. Thank you for being you and standing up for us. Thank you so much, Beth. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Trump.
Dude, he's just saying Trump now. Claudia, thank you for the $5.
I know. Are you gonna give
This
the
is
money
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Yo, thank you, nurse. I appreciate the galaxy.
Are you
Thank you so
gonna
much.
give it to charity?
Wait, no, Naomi, thank you so much for the $2. Do you want to debate about the topic now, or are you still gonna sit up here and say that I should be receiving money that people are gonna keep sending me money for? Roland, thank you so much for the $2. Garo, thank you for the $2. I'm giving you the chance to speak to me about anything else.
Yes.
Mindful, thank
Are
you for
you
the
gonna give
$2.
the money to
Valeria,
charity?
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Claudia with the $5. Anna with the $5. Thank you so much. October with the
Are you gonna
$5.
give it to
Mindful,
charity,
thank you for the
Parker?
$2. Thank you so much. Dana, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Look at all these idiots
I've
giving you money.
I have a
Parker.
question. I have a question. What makes you think that they're
Yes.
idiots?
Because they're giving you money. They're idiots.
What makes you an idiot for giving me money? Oh, he left. Wow. Wow. He got kicked, actually, by the guidelines. Shin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Surprising. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Sean with the $5. And Rachel, thank you for the $10. He's such a crybaby. Jackie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jay with the $5. Tabitha with the $5. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $5. Maya with the $5. Thank you. Sion, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Laura with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What? Wait, permission denied? Wait, why can I not open up my multi-guest? Hold up. Did I just get my multi-guest removed? Plum, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Did I just get my multi-guest removed? Alphabet, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Chat, my multi-guest just got removed. Let me go to my account and see if I got like a ban or something. Hold up, let me see if I can appeal it. If not, I'll have to hit a restart, chat. System notification. Here we go. You've been suspended. Hate speech, hateful behaviors. Let me appeal it. I'm still on live though? Why didn't it take me down? Guest live access restricted. Wow. Look at that. Miss, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Romy, thank you so much for the $20. Eccentric, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Plum with the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Alphabet, thank you for the $2. By the way, everyone, I'd recommend to go to my YouTube right now because bans like this happening are insane and ridiculous. We'll see if we get that appeal back. But I seriously cannot get a new guest. I cannot get a new guest until then. How long does it last? How long? Will be restored on 8/47. Oh, in 3 days. It's 3 days? If I actually lose it for 3 days, that sucks so bad. Jonathan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. All right, well, there's one thing. I mean, actually, I can't even add up any more people. Oh, fuck. What do I do, chat? Someone's telling me to go get a real job. What do I do, chat? What do I do? Do I just wait for a second? I can wait for a second. I think if you restart, we find. Actually, no, it won't. Sabrina, think of the $2.79 though. Thank you. So here's one thing that I can do, chat. One thing that I can do. See, I don't have a backup for TikTok Live Studio. I need to get TikTok Live Studio on another account, and I don't have that. That's one thing. I can try to get some debates. Otherwise, see, the thing is, I don't have StreamYard set up because I'm on the Streamlabs right now. So it's not like I can just add guests up through StreamYard. I can use another account real quick. So here, I might just tell people to go over to my YouTube, and then I can just try to set up my other account right now. Is that what we should do, chat? I could try to set up like my third account or something. Ethan, think of the $2 here. Let me try to do it actually while I'm on stream right now. I'll stay on stream so that I can tell everyone where to go, okay? TikTok live studio. Your multi-guest live access has been restricted due to repeated. Oh, did it get appeal not approved? Chat, it's appeal not approved. No. No, I'm lost my main for 3 days. No. Dude, L TikTok, bro. L TikTok. Okay. Everyone, can you please go to my YouTube right now? I would really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. I have accounts I can use, everyone. I have accounts I can use. It's the fact that I have to go and use the account. That's very unfortunate. Let me see if I can try my third account, everyone, real quick. Let me log out. Yes, log out. And let me try to sign in. That's so brutal. That's so brutal. Get access. Use QR code. Hold up, hold up. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'd really recommend to go to my YouTube right now. That's so unfortunate, bro. That's so unfortunate. Get access. Come on. Come on, let me have access. Oh, I got it. Okay, we're in. Okay, we have access on the third account. Okay, everyone, if you want to stay on TikTok, we'll be on Parker Get a Real Job. But I would really recommend to go over to my YouTube channel right now. I'd really appreciate that. Jonathan, thank you for the $2. I'd really appreciate that. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Go check it out. We're going to go to my third account, Parker Get a Real Job. Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. But if you want to, if you'd really like to, support me, I'd really appreciate if you go to my YouTube. But Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. All right, I'll see y'all there. Okay, all right, everyone. That's so unfortunate. Whoa, and now it's just not loading. Okay, there we go. We're good. That's so unfortunate. All right, let's log out real quick. Log out. Log in to begin. All right, we're logging in. All right, we're good. Okay. I'm happy that we have the third account at least, Being able to use the third account for streaming is good. Okay. Now it's acting like it's not plugged in. Camera? Unlock virtual camera. Oh my god, I don't have virtual camera. I guess we got to start with this. Hold up. Okay, camera. Okay, it's not. Why is it not turning on? Here, let me. Oh shit, Chad. We don't have. I'm trying to get it going because we don't have the ability to do the virtual camera until I go live for enough time on TikTok Live Studio. So it will be higher quality here on YouTube, which is good for YouTube. It's great for YouTube. Oh my god, it's such bad quality here on TikTok. But we'll see. People will just have to be okay with it, I guess. There we go. All right. All right. It looks a little bit different, but whatever. It's not like too bad. Debates. Add live topic, chats, and interview. All right, there we go. What's his other TikTok account? It's Parker Get a Real Job. But I would just recommend to stay here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everybody. Make sure to like the stream. How's everyone doing? What's good? What's good? What's good? I know it's a little bit worse quality. And that's because we're using a different camera. Because I don't get my virtual camera for a little bit here on this account. How long are you going to be live? Probably another hour or so. Looks like the old stream. I know, right? I would recommend it to go on to YouTube. It looks really good on YouTube now. I messed with my settings with Dean, and it looks a lot better. The lighting and everything. We do have a guest request now. We're good. Let's see if we can start getting some debates right away. It looks weird. I know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
18.
And do you support Trump?
No, is that strictly for a Trump discussion? Or?
Yeah, I'm just looking for people who support Donald Trump, but I appreciate you coming up.
All right.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, for starters, I like his IVF policies. Everything that he does for people who aren't able to have children due to fertility reasons, and why he
what has he done specifically?
Leaves certain things up to the states. Well, he's trying to get a policy passed through so that IVF is more affordable for people who can't afford it or
which policy
have fertility problems. It's his IVF policy.
Which one?
If I can find the name of it, hold on, give me 1 second.
All right. In the meantime, everyone, do tap the screen, share the live. What's up? And Romy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Romy. Go ahead.
Give me 1 sec.
If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go. You got anything else? Or I can actually no. While you search that up, I'll mute you and I'll add someone else up to talk in the meantime. When you find it, let me know. We're gonna get someone else to help them out in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25. Let me turn you up. Yeah, there we go.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
I support Trump primarily because it's led to the resolution of most of the conflicts that we saw during Biden.
Okay, so it's led to a resolution. The Russia-Ukraine situation resoluted.
Yeah, it's downscaling right now, and it's in the process of being ended.
Really? What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, both sides are already basically on the table agreeing to a ceasefire. Not yet, but they're working on it.
Really?
And,
They're on the table
if you look at the
getting a
advances-
ceasefire right now. Really?
Yeah, if you look at the advances, like the advances
Is
are much
that why
slower
Donald Trump
compared
said they
to, like,
don't
during-
know what the fuck they're doing?
Well, yeah, right now it's mainly on Ukraine's side. Ukraine isn't agreeing to shit, but right
Wait,
now
I thought we were
Russia's
talking
on the
about-
table.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying Russia is on the table, and Russia has been on the table ever since Trump came into his presidency.
Okay, wait, no. So, okay, we're talking about Russia, Ukraine. So, what has he got with Russia, Ukraine?
Okay, he got
So-
Russia's cooperation. He didn't achieve
what
Ukraine's
cooperation?
cooperation yet. Cooperation in that they were willing to come to the table to end the war.
And Sid, think of the
They said
$5.
that
I
openly.
might do that, Sid. And then Corbin, think of the $10. Wait, say that one more time.
Yeah, Russia came to the table with Trump and said that he would agree to an end to the war.
Where? Where? Tell me where this happened.
What do you mean where?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to get a source open. I'm on my fucking phone, dude. Give me a sec.
Okay, go get your source. Now I got 3 different MAGA finding a source. Brittany got her source back. Okay, Brittany, what's the source?
Why did you kick me though?
I didn't kick you. It kicks you out like naturally itself when you've been out of the app for so long.
Okay, so I told you that that the leader of Iran said that we wouldn't know where he was making nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
It's not exactly right what I'm going to show you, so I misspoke, but it is messed up to me. Okay.
Okay.
So I don't know how you say this, but it's a credible source. Wait, I'm just going to spell it.
What did he say?
Reuters. How you say that?
Say that one more time.
The source. Reuters.
Reuters?
Yeah.
What's the title?
Because
I would accept Reuters.
The title is Iran moved most highly enriched uranium from Fordo before U.S. strikes. And then there's like plenty more from other sources.
So wait, it's Reuters. Iran moved most highly enriched uranium to where?
Iran moved most highly enriched uranium from Fordo before U.S. strikes. There's another one on their
Wait,
site
that makes you look bad. Oh my gosh. There's
Why?
no way you decided that.
I understand how you're going to spin this, but
No way you decided that. Come on.
Parker, can we be for real right now? Because guess what?
What?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so like let's say that Iran knew that they were going to be attacked, right? And they were building nuclear weapons. This proves it even more that they were building nuclear weapons. The fact that they had to move their
Wait, we agree that they were building nuclear weapons. We don't dispute that in a sense that they have 60% like enriched uranium.
No, but right, but
So
the
like,
level
so
of
let's be
enrichment-
clear. Let's be clear. They're not at the point where they're able to actually build the nuclear weapons. But sure, you could say that they're on track. But that's not at all what I was disputing. What people are disputing is that they're at a point where you should strike.
So then when would you strike, I guess?
Well, you look for peace negotiations. You look for particularly a deal in terms of the nuclear peace agreements that Donald Trump pulled this out of. That's
No, I'm
Donald
saying
Trump's fault.
I'm saying when do you think that it would be a good idea to
And Arya,
strike?
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. When would it be a good idea to strike? I don't believe it's a good idea to strike in general.
So do you think that we're like privy to
Hey, I have the source.
Military information? You think we have intel from the government that deals with Iran, and we know all of everything that's happening? There's no way. Like obviously it happened for a reason.
You would have believed the same propaganda and misinformation that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and you would have invaded Iraq.
So you disagreed with Obama then too?
I disagree with being involved in the Middle East. So yes, of course there are disagreements I have with Obama.
But we can't not be involved in the Middle East.
Yes, we can.
So you would allow Iran to build and have resources to build a nuclear weapon and just let them do whatever they
over
want?
going to war with Iran? Yeah.
Okay, so if they built one and they had a nuclear weapon and they took us out, then what?
They're not going to take
I
us out
see
with a
what
nuclear
Parker's
weapon
saying.
because there's something called mutually assured destruction. If they were to drop a nuclear weapon, well, then everything that they care about within their country would be destroyed by the international community, right? Alongside anyone who
They
has
don't care though. They're terrorists.
Wait. Okay, wait. So I have a question. People within the Iranian government, do they want power?
They already have too much.
So no, they don't want power?
They already have so much.
Answer the question. Do people within the Iranian government want power? At
Yeah,
all?
but they already have it.
Okay, well then they wouldn't have it if it is the case their country was destroyed, correct? So if they nuke another country and then every other country around the world is gonna fucking nuke them, right, to prevent that from happening. You're saying literally that that's gonna be preferable to them, and they're gonna have more power from that? No. That's why there's something called mutually assured destruction. The idea that you would drop a nuclear weapon on a country that has a nuclear weapon is asinine. It's a
But
ridiculous
that's
idea.
what they do. Okay, for instance,
No.
yeah, can I say the TRRO, like
Just say T group.
okay, so the T group for 9/11. These people, they think that if they give their life up, that they are like better off with God. Does that make sense?
But that's a terrorist organization,
No,
not
that's
a.
what, but they are. But then that's what I'm
But
talking about.
but
So they don't. Can I please
Also,
talk?
secondly, there's a means to an end. So, like, you understand that people are specifically doing things, even if they have a different perspective, and even if you disagree with that perspective, for some sort of purpose, for some person or some people or their family or something. Their family would die. Everything that they care about would be destroyed if they do this. So you have to
Right, but they
understand
don't.
there's distinctions. If they're giving up their life, they're again okay with doing that for again some greater purpose. But they wouldn't give up everything in the world.
Yes, they would.
No, I don't think there's like anyone in the world that would do that. Like practically anyone.
So the people that were on the planes on
Especially
9/11,
those that are
that's
in power.
so okay, but even the people that were planning 9/11 that were on the plane that went into the
I don't even know if they would have specifically wanted their own country to blow up. Like what?
but Iran doesn't care about their citizens.
Iran? Wait,
No.
so you're saying not a okay? So just to clarify, there's still some sort of like law that they care about, right? Right.
I mean,
Every
they might
government
care
around the
about
world
their
has some sort of
children.
law that they care about. There are people within their country that they care about, right? So obviously there's power within their country that they care about, and there would be stuff that they care about within the world, insofar as that they wouldn't want it destroyed.
But
Like,
also
wait, you should be able to
Hey.
acknowledge this. This is a really good
No,
reason
because
to say that we
Parker,
haven't had nuclear weapons dropped on other countries that have nuclear weapons, right? Since we've had nuclear weapons. That's a really good explanation.
then how come then you tell me how come nuclear weapons is a threat in general?
Why are because for now, like in terms of how everything is set up, it's how
No, because
it's how
that's how
countries
everybody feels about it.
it's how countries gain sovereignty, right? Because of what's called mutually assured destruction. So because of what I'm saying is so true, right? That it's like the basis of how countries get sovereignty in the modern
Okay, but
era.
do you agree that they should not be able to have a nuclear weapon?
I don't want any country around the world to have nuclear weapons, but like the point that but yes, I don't want especially Iran to have nukes, and that's why we wanted the nuclear peace agreement. But I wouldn't go to war to prevent it, if that makes sense.
Well, we're not going to war.
I think we are.
No, we're not.
What's a war?
A war is when you have, active combat going
I have
on.
a question. If we bombed Russia and Russia bombed us back, would that be a war?
Say that again?
If we bombed Russia and Russia bombed us back, would that be a war?
Like if it just happened and that was it?
Mm-hmm.
No. It wouldn't be a war until there was troops deployed and people fighting. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a war until there's actually military personnel out there combating each other.
Well, in the modern era, there is drone strikes and missiles being launched.
Right, and they're going after
So
individuals.
war isn't just combat boots on the ground. You have to have a little bit more nuanced thinking than that.
Yeah, but you also have to deploy an entire military system for there to be a war.
No, you don't.
There's no active Israeli and Iran war then.
Okay, so then
because they're just bombing each other back and forth,
if that's true, right? What you're saying that happened
which it
with-
is, but
with
Dude,
Israel.
I'm sorry, you even have a Trump supporter on the live disagreeing with you. Like, okay, well, we can acknowledge
this is a
war.
sorry. I'm sorry,
Oh,
but
okay,
it's
so
just
now, so what you're saying? Wait, can I ask a question? Honestly,
Yeah.
so because the U.S. took out the nuclear sites in Iran, and then they, combated with that one strike, and now it's been days later, nothing's happened. You would call that a war?
What do
We're
you
at
mean
war.
nothing's happened?
They've been putting bombs on each other the whole
Nothing's
time. What are you
happened. No,
talking
that's
about?
it. So now you're saying that you would
But
Yeah,
actually
no,
say we're at
they've
war?
been hitting him with drone strikes back and forth for weeks.
No, they have
and
not.
how would you? Yes, they
What the
have.
hell?
Where are you getting that information from?
Well,
If
for starters,
you,
for starters, if I may,
hey, I've
if I
seen the
may,
videos of it. You lost the
if
plot? There's no way.
if
No,
I may,
I'm
I'm just
actually
gonna put this
asking. Can
out
I have a
here.
source?
I mean, any news outlet in the world is giving you information
I
on
just
it.
went and got a
Oh,
different source for a
let me
completely
look
different
this up
argument, but this is
here.
super easy to look up. Literally go on
Yes,
Twitter.
I
After
You'll see the
will.
videos everywhere. Come on.
So what shall I
after the U.S.
Google?
launched
Tell me what to
ballistic,
Google.
no, oh my,
No, tell me what to
she
look
wants a
up.
source, but
Tell me what to look up. Like I would
Iran
just Google.
strikes on Israel. Israel strikes on
No,
Iran.
I said
Literally
the
anything about the
United
war.
States. I said the United States.
Okay, look up
Yes.
Tel
Okay.
Aviv strikes. Look up Tel Aviv strikes.
No,
Look up
I said
Tehran
Iran
strikes. Look
and
up
the
both of
U.S.,
those keywords.
not Tel Aviv. I
Oh,
said
okay.
I said
Okay.
United States and
Holy
Iran.
shit. Holy shit, my head.
We were
Yes.
Yeah, but that wasn't what we were just debating. We were just debating whether Israel and Iran were at war.
No, I literally didn't say Israel one time. Not one time. I'm talking about the United States.
Okay.
By the way,
Listen.
Parker, how do I send you my source?
So
I have that source that you requested.
Just tell me the title.
Yes, please. Just let me Google United States, Iran still at war.
After Putin called, Trump says Russia, Ukraine will start ceasefire talks.
After
It's
Putin
on Al Jazeera.
called, Trump said Russia.
Says that Ukraine will start ceasefire talks.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Trump's the best president we've ever had.
No.
I love him.
Wait, why do you love him?
He's just such a good person.
Wait, one of my friends.
Wait, what's the wait? I don't.
By the way,
I don't,
Parker,
I don't,
one of my friends, Jacob Keenan, he was on here before. He wants to.
Wait, hold on.
He wants to come up.
Wait. You're saying, oh, this was in May. That fell through. Yeah, that was over a month ago. That fell through.
Like, if it fell through, then it fell through. But like, it was.
Well, it already fell through.
Well, that's because of the Ukraine further strikes on. Like, there's a bunch of stuff on this. Jacob has some stuff that he wants to say.
I'm pretty sure a month ago. I'm pretty sure a month ago Trump was like really mad at Putin for manipulating him.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
Yep, use Chat AI bot.
I thought he was mad at Zelensky.
That's a reliable source.
Yeah, that's totally a reliable source. Use Chat
Is
GPT.
the United States at war?
Oh, okay.
With Iran.
Yep.
Here we go.
If I may say, since
And
it's gotten
I
a little
paid
bit more quiet. Oh,
premium,
never
okay?
mind. She's
She's totally gonna get the answer with Chat GPT.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. No, the United States is not formally at war with Iran. There has been recent operation in which U.S. forces conducted targeted strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites in coordination with Israel. However, Congress has not declared war. Statements from
Congress hasn't.
Yeah, Congress declaring war is not how you determine whether or not there's a war.
Congress.
I have a question. Strikes. Yeah, if it is the case that the entirety of
do you want
world.
me to ask this to ChatGPT in response?
Or we could use actual sources.
ChatGPT.
I just want to get to my point, and as long as we're talking about this, it's not going to ever happen. So, I mean,
all right, I'll
We're
make sure.
not at war with Iran.
Brittany,
Okay.
I'll make sure to address your points right after. I'm gonna address John real quick, and then we'll get back to you, Brittany.
Thank you.
But Mitchell, thank you so much for the 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank God. Okay, so what I was saying about the policies, there's not a direct policy. He signed an executive order. I misspoke at first. So the executive order was to make it more affordable and more guidable for people who are infertile or struggle with fertility.
But what did the executive order do?
to lower the cost for people to get IVF.
Where do you see this?
It was under whenever. Hold on, I'll give you the exact source if I can.
Yeah.
I found it on the Prelude Fertility. It's Trump's IVF executive order.
What does it do?
Well, like I said, it makes it more affordable so that those who struggle to pay for it can find alternative ways to
I
pay.
I don't see anywhere. I just think it says that there's an issue. It doesn't like do anything specifically to reduce the cost of.
It doesn't show anything for you?
Americans. The order instructed the assistant to the president for domestic policy to give Trump a list of policy recommendations on protecting IVF access and aggressively reducing out-of-pocket health plan costs for IVF treatment within 90 days. So no,
Yes.
this isn't anything. It's just saying that this is just like an order for him to get policy. It's seriously just an
Well, you know-
order to get policy.
I don't.
Like
But
that's not even a
when he
policy.
signed
It's
the-
just an order for them to give him a list of
Well,
policies.
that's what I'm saying. I missed.
He didn't even have
misspoke when I
concepts
said
of a
policy.
plan.
I said he signed an executive order.
He didn't have
I was
concepts of a plan.
conceding that he didn't have a policy. He signed an executive order to start the process.
No, to just get policy recommendations.
But that's starting the process to make the step towards making it more affordable, whether it's healthcare or any benefit.
This was from February. It said he was going to do this within 90 days. It's been 90 days since then. It's been well over 90 days. What fucking policy did they get? What policy did they get?
Hey, Parker.
It's been over 90 days. Hold up. I want him to answer this question. Oliver, think of the gold medal. What policy did they get? Oh no. This is concepts of a policy.
No, I concede to the fact that he didn't make a policy yet. I told you that he made an executive order to make those steps. And yes, he promised it was in 90 days, but it wasn't, unfortunately.
So no policy. So nothing. He hasn't done nothing for IVF, and you're like, dude, I supported him because he gave us IVF policy.
That's not what I'm saying. He's making the steps towards it, which was something that no president in the
Clearly,
last...
he didn't follow through with those steps.
Well, I mean, there was kind of him trying to bring peace to the Middle East. And
Yep, he's done a great
Ukraine
job
as
doing that
well.
he did a great job doing that by bombing Iran. He's really great.
No,
increased peace in the region.
Well, yes, I understand he hasn't succeeded, but he's focusing on multiple things right now. That's why
He's
hasn't
brought
gotten
peace to
one or
his
the
new
other.
empire. Sorry, not the Star Wars reference. So like, yeah, it's like actually insane. Like, there's no evidence you have of any of this. There's nothing you have. You said he's been too busy. He can't do the policy that you wanted him to do.
Well, no, I'm not
But not
saying
only is he
he's too
fucking up
busy,
the
it's
thing that
just-
he's too busy with, but then also he's not providing the policy for IVF. So, dude, give me one thing that Donald Trump's done in his administration that you think is good.
In this term.
Yeah.
In the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. For starters, since he didn't succeed with the IVF, he signed a bunch of executive orders to make it to where women's sports can be more fair for those who.
No, what policy for
aren't
that? What policy did he pass for that?
You want the policy name?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, let's see if he can find it.
Can I say something real quick, just real fast?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my friend Jacob Keenan from before, he specializes in international affairs and he has family in the CIA. He said he wanted to debate the Russia-Ukraine topic with you if you could bring him up. And also, I also want to have my own topic and specialize away from that. Specifically, I want to talk about the fentanyl crisis and the amount of.
You can't say that on the live. You literally can't. I have to kick you now because you can't say that on the live. Brittany, you can finish with what you're saying. I don't even didn't even remember the person's name. Apparently, someone with family from the fucking FBI. John, I have a question. What state do you live in? John, can you come back into the app?
Yes, sorry.
What state do you live in?
Indiana.
What time is it?
It is 12:22.
Okay. What's the capital of Indiana?
Indianapolis. Huh?
Okay. Why are people saying you're from Canada? What the fuck? Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Why would I be from Canada? Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. But people were just spamming in the chat. You're from Canada for some reason. But you're good.
I don't understand why.
Keep looking. Keep looking. Brittany, you were saying?
Okay.
I don't even know now. You muted me for like half an hour.
I'm sorry, Brittany. I apologize. Would you like to continue?
Well, what do you want to talk about, Parker?
Like why you support Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, we were talking about the nuclear situation, but now we can move on.
Can I
guess.
ask you? Can you name one economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Yep.
Go ahead.
The big beautiful bill.
Really? Oh, did you know that the big beautiful bill adds trillions of dollars to the debt? It cuts Medicaid and food stamps, and it cuts massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
No, you're generalizing your statements.
Well, what am I generalizing incorrectly?
It doesn't cut food stamps.
What's up?
It doesn't cut food stamps.
It does cut food stamps.
Oh, so you're saying that it eliminates food stamps?
No, it cuts food stamps by $300 billion over the next 10 years.
I don't know where you got that information from.
The bill.
Oh, maybe I asked ChatGPT.
Yeah, go ask ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT if the bill cuts food stamps. Can you do that real quick?
Are you genuinely asking me?
Yeah. Go ahead. Look it up.
Okay.
I actually bet
But
you.
I will tell you
Let's
one
see.
of the biggest reasons why I
No.
support
Ask
it.
ChatGPT. Go ahead. Do it right now.
Yeah, but
Type it
before
in.
I forget,
Type it in right now.
it doubles the standard deduction.
No. Type
for-
in. You're thinking the Tax
I'm
Jobs
going
Act.
to. It doubles the standard deduction for low to moderate income families.
Can you just type it in real quick? Does it cut food
Okay.
stamps?
Does the big beautiful bill
Well, you're asking ChatGPT that.
use eliminate?
Cut food stamps.
Oh, cut food stamps. You must be real confident, Parker. Do.
Are you reading it? It's for some reason taking a
No,
really
my-
long time.
Excuse me, can you give me a second? My
One.
Really? Send me your address. I'll come over there.
I'm not giving you my address. That's fucking weird.
I'm sorry. I'll mute. I'm sorry.
States may cut benefits or tighten eligibility. Eligibility.
So does it say it's cutting food stamps?
It says it would shift 5% of benefit costs and 75% of administration costs to state governments.
So it says no cuts? No federal cuts?
It's indifferent.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you
but
read it off verbatim for me?
Yeah. To help pay for extended tax cuts, the bill purpose will shift 5% of benefit costs and 75% of administration costs to state governments. Rest, capital REST, cutting approximately 295 billion in SNAP funding over 10 years. House version. Potential to reduce benefits, increase work requirements, or shrink eligibility for millions. States may cut benefits or tighten eligibility given the states would bear a larger financial burden. Many are expected to reduce benefits, tighten eligibility, or require work training mandates for SNAP participants.
So it seems like
This
your own chat AI bot just proved you wrong.
That's not a yes or no answer.
It said clearly that there was like it said $290 billion in cut food stamps
Yeah,
benefits.
but my thing, Parker, is that it says this, but then is there something offsetting it that it's not telling me?
No, your own AI bot's not giving you enough information. Maybe that's why you
Is
shouldn't use it as
there
evidence.
a
Maybe you shouldn't
bill?
use ChatGPT as like your basis for truth then, right?
I don't. I was messing with you.
Interesting. Really? You were messing with me?
No, I barely use it.
What evidence
I'm,
what do you typically look at for resources?
honestly, I used to go to AP. Why are you laughing?
Nothing. Nothing. Just nothing. Yeah.
I used to go to AP, but now I think they're being super biased. So I don't believe anything that they're saying anymore.
Where do you go for information? Newsmax, Fox
So
News.
now I read everything.
What is everything? Can you give me anything in specific?
I read AP. I read
So you still go to
Fox.
so you still go to
CNN.
AP? So Fox?
Even though it's biased.
No, I read all of it. But you know what I do?
You go to CNN?
Because I work
really?
from home.
Can you explain to me the last CNN article you read?
The last CNN article I read was about the ceasefire in Iran. Because my husband is a liberal and he was arguing with me saying that Trump did not implement a ceasefire.
You know what? You know what? You know what? He could do better. I really think he could do better. Like the fact that you hold these views is really bad. Yeah.
Why?
This is like one of the only times where I'm like, poor husband. Yeah, like seriously, dude, what a poor guy. Like I feel bad.
No,
for him.
I'm a very good wife.
I mean,
no, you don't.
I mean, like this is diabolical. Like okay. So what has your husband said to you about like your support of Donald Trump?
So this is the problem. He like literally loathes him. Like he cannot stand this man. Like if Trump came out and was the best president in the world and he did such a great job and it was like, oh my God, he still would find a way to be like, oh well, he blah blah blah. And it's like,
no, accurately describe
so
him.
like,
Wait, no, hold up, stop. Accurately describe him to me. You're not accurately describing him to me right now. Please accurately describe him to me.
My husband?
Yes. Tell me what are his actual standpoints in terms of your positions as to why you like shouldn't vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, he says that he does not follow the rules of the Constitution.
Yeah.
And he says that he is just a bad person to represent the United States of America.
Yeah. Keep going.
And that's it, though. No, that's all he says. He just doesn't like how he speaks, how he carries himself, and he says that he does not follow the laws of the Constitution.
Yeah, those are all base points. Your husband's right. Can we some W husbands in the chat?
I agree with him on certain aspects, but when you're talking about things like illegal immigration and stuff like that, And one of his favorite presidents ever was Obama. I feel like Obama had so much in common with Trump. It's not even funny. But I don't even know if he was, I feel like he was too young to really realize.
Wait, what?
Maybe Obama has a lot in common with Trump.
Wait, how old are you?
So I am 37. My husband is 35. Why are you looking around like you're... Are you looking for me?
What do you mean he was too young? He's 2 years younger than you.
No, but I'm saying like maybe he didn't pay attention to politics. I don't know, because a lot of what Obama did is what Trump does too. So like I don't know.
I think I might see what she's saying or what she's
Wait,
trying to
I
say.
want to clarify. I want to
It's just
clarify.
that
You're saying in
He
terms
didn't
of, you're saying in terms of the level of deportations. The distinction
No,
is
but not even.
the
No.
distinction is the process. Donald Trump is
No,
undermining people's
Parker.
due process rights.
But no, that's not true because Obama did not
Also,
give
Donald Trump did
anybody...
not call for the termination of the Constitution. To like sort of defend your husband real quick. Like Donald Trump did not, or I mean, Obama did not call for the termination of the Constitution. Obama did not was not held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. Obama did not say he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Obama did not
I don't care
brag
about
about
any of
walking
that
into the changing
stupid
rooms of girls
stuff.
of Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Thank you so much for the future encounters. Like you have to be very clear here. Like
Parker, Obama
ask
did
you a
not
question,
give
Brittany?
due process. Can I say something? Obama did not give due process to
Sure.
the people that he deported. Literally, the nonprofit that supports illegal aliens
undocumented
sued...
immigrants.
Yes, they sued Obama because they did not give them due process. He did not give them due
Wait,
process.
can you tell me the court case? And I have a question. Do you accept the results of that court case?
That they sued him?
Yeah. Do you accept the civil court? Do you accept the determination of the civil court?
No, but I guess that's where our differences lie. You know, like I feel like if you come into our country illegally, you shouldn't have due process, honestly.
Wait, that's a violation of the Constitution. Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country
Well, I
gets
guess
due
they have to
process
change the
rights.
Constitution.
Okay, I have a question.
Maybe
So,
they can.
wait. So you think that they shouldn't get due process? Okay. Do you think that undocumented immigrants should get due process for the death penalty?
Say that again?
Do you think undocumented immigrants should get due process for the death penalty?
I don't think that they should be tried in America in a situation like that. They should be sent back to their country and probably given the death penalty.
Okay, wait. Okay, so then do you okay? So you do think that there should be due process if that were to be applicable? That should not be allowed.
No, I don't think they should get due process. I think they should get the death penalty.
So without due process, they should be given the death penalty. How do you know that they did that?
If a government finds you to be guilty of killing or taking
Hold on.
somebody's life,
A government finding you guilty of something is due process.
no, honestly,
Yeah,
I
we're
think
saying
that
without due process.
if you're an illegal citizen and you commit a crime like that and you're being charged with it and you're not found guilty yet because you haven't went to court, I honestly think that you should be sent back to your country. We should tell them what they did and they can handle it how they want to handle it, and hopefully they are given the death penalty.
Okay, we're saying without due process. So you're
No,
saying
I don't.
So, hold on. You're saying that there should be a due process part to ensure that there is no treatment of an undocumented immigrant that would include as such?
Say that again?
Do you think there should be due process to determine whether or not someone should be deported or whether or not someone's committed a crime in all instances in the country?
No.
Okay, so why should Donald Trump get due process?
Because he's a citizen of the United States.
Should tourists get due process?
Yes.
Why?
Because they're touring.
So?
Oh, you don't think that there's any difference between
They're
like
not a
visiting?
citizen. They're not a citizen.
So you think that there's no difference between like somebody from Italy coming and visiting America other than them like just breaking in here and living here illegally?
I'm saying based upon the reasoning you provided, there wasn't a distinction.
No, if you're going to enter our country and live here illegally and be an illegal citizen, then I don't think that you should have due process.
Again,
I'm
you
sorry, I'm
keep
a little
saying that,
confused here.
but in order to determine whether or not someone is in the country undocumented, you have to give them due process.
Okay, well, Obama didn't give them due process.
Expedited removal
Can-
includes due process.
May I ask a question, please?
Go ahead.
So your belief, Brittany, if I'm not mistaken, is that undocumented immigrants is not given due process and should be sent back to their country, but tourists shouldn't be sent back and given due process in their country? Is that what you're saying? I'm not trying to badger you into anything. I'm just a bit
Wait,
confused.
let me just ask actually, like, do you believe in innocent until proven guilty?
Do I believe that?
Yeah.
I do believe that, yeah.
Okay, well then why don't you believe in innocent until proven guilty for undocumented immigrants?
I do believe that. I'm saying that.
Oh, then you believe in due process.
No, I'm saying that they should, right? The moment that they are charged with a crime, they should be sent back to their country and their
Wait.
country.
I'm sorry. Being charged with a crime is not evidence that you did this crime.
No, I'm saying like whatever. Say that they, I don't know, ran over somebody with their car and they got like a hit and run charge, and they're an illegal citizen. They should be sent back to their country, and their country can deal with.
I'm sorry. If you believe in due process, you have allow the court system to adjudicate that. Okay?
Oh, but their country can't give them due process?
Wait, I'm sorry. You understand that due process we can actually actually I have a question. Would you let someone legally enter the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
You really asked me that, Parker?
Yes.
He's asked this before, that's why he's asking.
I know, just such a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question. It's actually a really good question. You only say it's stupid to undermine it because you don't have a fucking response.
You know I do, but you're not going to want to hear it.
Try.
Would I let an illegal citizen into America?
Nope. Would you let someone legally immigrate into the United States legally, if it is the case that they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Sure. Oh, so now you want to deport all American citizens that have ever committed or been charged with a sex crime?
Charged,
meaning
guilty.
You can't
meaning
deport.
proven
You can't
guilty.
deport American citizens.
Oh, okay, so you would tell any person that was coming into America if they were charged with any type of
If someone's held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for sexually abusing a woman, I don't think they should be allowed to legally immigrate into the country. Yes, I think someone in that circumstance should not be allowed to immigrate to the country. Yes.
And you're talking about civilly liable.
Yes.
Not even criminally.
It doesn't need to be. Wait, I have a question. Do you accept the criminal case against Donald Trump?
He doesn't have a criminal case around.
Yes, he
against
does.
him. No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. The 34 felonies?
They were all released.
No, they weren't.
They were.
No, they weren't. He was
Look it
convicted.
up,
He was
Parker.
convicted and sentenced.
They literally removed them all.
No, they didn't.
Like a month ago. They removed all of them.
No, they didn't. You just made that up.
Can you look it up?
I have. He has 34
No, I don't
felonies
think you
still.
did. I don't think you did.
Yes, he does. It's a fact.
Okay, well I'm gonna have to look at that again because I thought that they removed all of them.
Okay. Well, do you accept the criminal case given that it hasn't been removed?
Given that he what?
given that it hasn't been removed, do you accept the criminal case against Donald Trump?
I do.
First, the Diamond Gun. Thank you so much. Oh, you do. You do. So you would vote for a 34 count felon?
Absolutely.
You have no issue with voting for a criminal? Enforce the law. Enforce the law.
Parker, would you
Undocumented
rather have
immigrants, they're so
somebody-
bad for violating the law. But votes
Would
for
you
a
rather have
criminal?
somebody that knows how to run the country and has felonies, or an absolute moron that doesn't have felonies?
How is Kamala Harris a moron?
She can't even speak. What are you
How-
talking about?
What are you talking about? How so?
Okay, so just so you know, I used to be a Democrat.
What do you mean she can't speak? Please tell me.
I used to be a Democrat, and then I started
Stop.
watching.
What do you mean she can't speak?
I have watched every singular interview of hers, and she can't even answer a question. She sounds absolutely crazy. Like she doesn't even answer questions. You don't even know.
Wait, you've
how
watched
she
every
feels.
interview? I have a question.
Yes, I have.
Okay. What podcast did she go on? Right, that was typically like that starts with this that starts with call her.
Call her daddy.
Okay, you do know that one. Okay, I have a question.
I watched everyone.
Every single one, literally every one.
Yeah.
What about the Fox News one?
Yep.
What about the CNN one?
Yep.
Okay. Hold up. Next question. What about the Newsmax one?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I watched it, but I don't know, like, if I watched, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it was called.
You're sure you watched it? I just made that up.
No, it doesn't ring a bell to me. is what
I
I'm
just
saying.
made it up. You just said you're sure you
No, I
watched
just
it.
told you I didn't. I don't. I watched every
She's
one
sure.
of them.
She's sure she's watched it. It doesn't
Parker, did I
exist.
not
I just
just
made it
tell
up.
you? Did I not just tell you that doesn't ring a bell to me?
But you said you're sure you've watched it.
Yeah, I'm sure I've watched all her interviews, but it doesn't ring a bell to me.
I have a question. Is this going anywhere, or can I talk about my
Do whatever you'd like.
article that I found? Okay. So the article.
Oh, we can't hear John.
He's on mute.
Hey, I have a question. I have a question.
hello.
Brittany, could you tell everyone to like the live?
Hey, everybody, like the live. W. Parker. Send those.
Diabolical. Justin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, well, while she's muted, the article I found, it's the movement project, the movement advancement project. It's cutting transgender women or what's the word I'm looking for? Transgender women from being able to compete in women's sports.
Okay, so I have a question. How many trans people, right? Or actually no. Did you know that there are less trans people in the NCAA than there literally are sexual assault allegations from different women against Donald Trump?
No, I understand.
Can you name a single trans woman dominating in women's sports?
Well, there's none now because
No, prior.
Prior? You mean in the WNBA or in college sports?
I'm saying give me any.
Any sports competition?
Any trans woman dominating in any women's sports.
I don't have a name, no.
Not a single name do you have, yet it's such a great policy. You can't name a single fucking person.
I have one.
Try.
Oh, I gotta think of her name. She's in the WNBA, and she's definitely a man, but she says she's not a man. What the hell's her name? Do you know what I'm talking about, Parker?
There's no one in the WNBA that's trans.
Well, she says she's not a man, but she is. Because she doesn't identify as a man.
What? No one. Wait. I have a question. Do you know that every single person within the WNBA is biologically female?
I'm
Are,
gonna
are
show
you
you
asking
one right
either one
now.
of us?
Oh,
Hey,
Brittany
did you
I'm
Griner.
aware of that. Yes.
get the fuck off my live, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck? Jesus
What did
Christ,
she say?
dude.
She cut out.
She's fucking insane. By the way, I just want to let everyone know there's literally not a single trans person in the
In the
WNBA.
dub.
They're
No.
they're just assuming that.
I never made the
They're
assumption
literally
that there
just
was.
assuming that. That's so
I just
literally
want to put that
fucking
out there.
shame. Literally fucking shame. That's so disgusting. That's so disgusting. Oh my
Was
gosh.
that something that she said?
Yes, that's something that she said. She's
Oh,
just a
I'm
racist
sorry.
piece of shit.
I'm so sorry. Now, I'd like to openly say that I do have family members that have transitioned, and for me, that's a very sore thing to say for anyone to say. I apologize to anyone who would ever be offended by that.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up specifically? Like that's
Like
just
any
so
other
crazy.
any other topic, I mean, we can go to anything. We can have a conversation about the Iran-Israel war, since it seems like no one else has actually wanted to have a real debate and just
Sure,
argue
go
with
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So may I just ask what your belief is on that whole war and what you think could be changed to make more progress in the situation?
With Iran and Israel, I think that we should have
Yes.
never involved ourselves in the conflict in the very first place. I think that
Okay.
it was I think that it was a mistake to involve ourselves.
Why, if I may ask?
Because I don't think that I think it leads to more global tensions. I think it involves us unnecessarily. I don't think we even limited them much from getting access to nuclear weapons in the future. Also,
Yeah, it
Donald
was
Trump's
only
the
for a
reason
few
why we
months.
pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement in the very first place, which literally led to this
Mhm.
very circumstance.
Yeah, I actually did my research on that prior to actually finding your live. As far as that war goes, I'm one of the firm believers in the fact that we shouldn't have involved ourselves. But now that we are involved, I will say that I think the way that the United States has handled it and Trump's
Oh, actually, hold up.
um,
Can I catch up on my Venmos real quick?
yeah, go ahead, man.
Corbin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Erica, thank you for the $5. I did. That's so crazy. Thank you so much, though, Erica. I really appreciate it. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Rhea, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I just saw this now. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you for letting me know that, Chelsea. Karen, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Jeremy, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, though, Jeremy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. That's crazy. That's so nuts. Brandy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $8. Thank you for the $5, Taylor, and the $10 as well. Thank you so much. All right, I think I'm caught up. Go for it. Continue.
Okay. What I was gonna say was that now that we are involved in the situation, I must admit that I think that now that the U.S. has gotten involved, it kind of pushes Iran to make a decision. Israel, I believe, was in the wrong for acting after the ceasefire was held. And I feel like there should have been no strikes that the U.S. had made, and we should have just been mediating in the situation. But Trump did say before he got elected that he planned on, and I quote, bombing the shit out of them. So a lot of the people that voted for him wanted to be involved
with Iran. So
yeah.
I thought they were super anti-war. They claim to be
You
so
mean
anti-war.
like
I had people coming up on my live all the time that were like, "Oh, Kamala Harris is going to lead to World War III. Donald Trump is against war." That's literally what they would come up on my live and say all the time. Anyone in chat remember that?
I think those are
like. Hold on, I just want to ask the chat real quick.
think
Anyone in chat
Go ahead.
remember that? I swear, all the time I would hear that. It would be all the time, and then now it's just gone.
I think that was mostly people that came from Charlie Kirk and were like, "Oh, no new
Oh,
wars."
and I wonder what
you know?
Charlie Kirk's doing right now. Charlie Kirk is defending Trump like crazy. Charlie Kirk just said that Donald Trump should receive the fucking Nobel Peace Prize.
Nobel Peace Prize.
After
I saw
literally
that.
starting a war. Like Charlie Kirk
saw
has gone
that.
fucking unhinged recently. It's been disgusting. He said the most Islamophobic shit ever about fucking Zohran Mamdani. It was disgusting. He was trying to associate
I
just
didn't
because
see
he's
that.
just because he's a Muslim with 9/11. The tweet was fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Just straight up mask off even more than he's ever done. It's so fucking gross.
I wish he would actually like debate more people that are more informed, but I mean that's just my opinion. I saw you guys on Jubilee, and you guys had some good arguments. Respectfully, you kind of annoyed me though, because you kept agging at him with religion. I wish that you guys had better like arguments. You know, well, not like arguments, but like you guys had like a real debate rather than
There's the
sitting for 2 minutes
nature
at
of
a
the
time.
few minutes at a time, along with
Yeah,
the fact
I get it. I understand.
along with the fact that like sure, actually if I would have gone back I probably would have not interrupted as much, but I actually do think that process was good with him, because if you don't interrupt with him, he just yaps. He yaps so much.
Yeah.
Like it would take
I
me like
understand.
3 minutes to get him to answer one question, because he just wants
Maybe.
to yap about things that are irrelevant so that he can change the topic.
Or something that better fits his narrative, because
Yeah.
he can't admit to being incorrect. But can we get back to the topic, please?
Go ahead.
With Trump involving himself in the Iran war, actually going over and bombing, while it puts pressure on Iran, I don't believe that any innocent civilian should be injured in any way, shape, or form. I disagree with that, but I disagree with how Israel handled the ceasefire, and immediately, like an hour in, they released their entire arsenal essentially on them. Even Trump said that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, so like
I don't know if you happen to see that.
what's your point from this then? And then
Well,
Chloe,
what
thank you
I'm
so much for
trying
the
to-
$10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
What I'm trying to say is that I believe the U.S. should have been involved, but they shouldn't have been involved for what they're.
John, for some reason, it just gave you a hate speech, hateful behaviors, and I just got that, and that was a reason why I got banned on my main account, so I had to kick you for some reason. I'm so sorry, man. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. I think I can only have like one more debate up here today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only one more debate, everyone. I'd really recommend to go over to the YouTube and like this stream, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. We got banned on the main account, everyone, so make sure to follow me here as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? 31. We talked before. Yeah.
Okay. Have a good day.
There's something I want.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Probably can do one more debate here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Speak, be quiet, mute yourself, leave the live, or do any of the above.
You're a backup
Oh,
dancer.
what a good boy. What a fucking good boy. Oh, my gosh. Milwaukee, thank you so much for the $5. If you don't know, by the way, that Liam's an insane lunatic. And, you know, we have like a little troll joke with him, where we do that. Alexis, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, it's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Alexis. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
What's your birth year? Oh, so you said you're 36. Never mind.
No, 1982.
Yeah. Why do you support
Sorry,
Trump?
1988.
Yeah. Why do you support Trump?
I just think everything about him is kind of cool. You know what I mean? For one, he's like a man. You know, he knows what he's doing, and he seems to get shit done in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? And yeah. And I like him for other reasons too that are just like funny that you would probably never understand, you know, because you get angry about little things.
Okay, so he's a man. What about him being? I have a question. If Kamala, have you ever watched the movie Freaky Friday?
I have, as a matter of fact.
If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, would you vote for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body, or Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body?
Jesus Christ, that is the strangest question I've ever been asked. Even my girlfriend was just like, "That's a good question." What do you mean? Okay, say, oh, I don't know. All I can see right now is Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis's haircut. So
no, I don't think women should lead because of our estrogen relevant.
all I'm saying is that, listen, what happened with Kamala Harris, she kind of got placed and put there, and it was kind of disappointing.
I understand everything you're going to say. We can talk about that here in a second. You should answer the question that I specifically am asking you, right? If Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swap bodies, would you support Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, or Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body?
Shit, that's a really good one, man. I'm gonna
Still
say
don't support women as leaders.
yes. I would still go with
Wow.
Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump's body, and hopefully that he would have some.
Oh, okay. Wait. So
JD Vance will be there to
So just to clarify, it has nothing to do with the policies. Has nothing to do with the characteristics of either candidate. Has everything to do with the fact that they are just a man. It's literally just their biology. Like, you are not supporting them based upon any specific characteristic.
No, yeah, absolutely, no, yeah, for sure. I just don't really like Kamala Harris.
That's just like so obvious that that's misogyny.
No, okay, but how about we talk about something real?
That women have
Stacey,
estrogen.
stop.
No, because you just didn't.
How about we talk about
explain-
something real for a second? Okay, because I know this is your last debate of the night, and I would love to talk about something real. I've waited for a while, I've listened to a lot of shit, and I would like to, I wanted to chit chat with you, Parker. I've been watching you for a bit.
So you want to chat with me, but you just engaged in utter misogyny. Right, that's what misogyny is. That's when you say specifically
100%.
the only reason, literally the fucking only reason you voted for Donald Trump is the fact
It's 'cause I'm a female and it's because of estrogen. Women cannot lead because
men have estrogen too.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, we do.
Not enough. Not
No, women
as much as
have
Parker.
testosterone and estrogen. I don't think men have estrogen.
Men do have estrogen.
Anyway, do we? I don't really know about that.
No, I'm certain they don't.
Now my girls go to fucking
look it up,
Google.
though. I don't
Why'd
know.
you have to open this can of words, Parker? We could have just had a nice little conversation. You had a Freaky Friday, my ass. Jesus.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I asked tough questions that you're not ready to
He's
answer.
right. He is right.
Yeah.
He is right. It does say that.
Okay, so Parker wins on that one. So
Wait,
yes.
hold up. Let me ask. Do you believe that you shouldn't vote for someone just because they're a woman?
No, absolutely not. But at the same
That's what you
time,
just
though, I
said.
think women. I know. Actually, you know what? I do actually believe that.
You do believe that? Well, can I ask? Wait, can I
don't
wait?
think
Can I
women are
ask?
fit to lead.
Can I
I
ask?
don't think women are fit to
Can I
lead.
ask your girlfriend real quick?
Sure.
Would you believe? Would you not vote for someone, or do you think that you should not vote for someone just because they're a woman?
Yes, he followed me. I was the one that said that.
Okay, no, but
Wait. So you?
No, so I wouldn't vote for a woman to lead because I do think we're too emotionally charged. We're led by emotions. Like, we could be amazing to lead for like 2 weeks out of the month,
What are
3
you?
weeks out of the month.
Well, I'm sorry.
But I
I'm
would
sorry.
not trust
Have you
us.
been around men at all?
I've lived with men.
Okay. Do you know how emotional men are?
I don't get along with women.
Well, no, men like we
Men are
Yes, I do. All
men
my
are
friends
so
men.
men are so emotional. Have you ever
No,
been in a
very
fucking?
simple.
Have you ever been
If
in
you
a gaming
respect
lobby?
He's got a point, Stace. You gotta back this up, okay? Like I was gonna have a fun time with Parker here, but
I'm listening.
okay. Here's the
Talking,
thing.
I'm trying to listen.
Yes, okay. Men are emotional, but yeah. Sorry, go on.
Like I don't think that you can categorize that women are like so emotional and like more emotional, right? That's ridiculous. There's no good evidence
Women are
empirically
too
to.
competitive against other women, though.
Well, Parker, do you have
Wait.
a
I
girlfriend?
thought I thought a masculine characteristic is competitiveness.
Yeah.
So are
men
you saying that women are too masculine? Is that what you're saying?
No. When did I say that men are competitive? No, women are competitive against women. Men are biologically, they are made for
Lead.
safety protection.
Yeah, like,
lead.
if you're looking for like general biology of it, we lead and we are to protect. You know what I mean? Whereas like,
Wait, I'm sorry. Lead and protect. Lead and protect. You know, both parents do that in a relationship, right? Both
Not
parents.
really.
I'm not saying that.
Regardless of gender, they provide, they protect, especially when we're talking about families.
But that's why there's more broken families now than ever before, right? And that's because we're all trying to play that we're all equal bullshit.
She's got a point.
When you say there's a lot of broken families, there are broken families that existed prior. They were just forced into cultural conditions where they stayed together even though the families were broken.
It was
so
better
what,
for
you're
the
not,
children, though. At the end of the day,
I don't think. Wait. Are you saying that abuse rates over time have gone up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give me a source?
I would absolutely say so. Just personal experience, looking around, especially since COVID.
I just no. Can you give me a source for that?
And I think that the abuse rates have
No, she can't give you an actual source, but I think that
she's just like looking around.
She generally goes off of like instinct, so that's where I think
because
women do thrive.
I love talking to people. I love just learning people's stories.
But she's a Trump supporter, though.
Did you?
She voted for Trump also.
But I'm not like hardcore Trump. Like I like to look at.
So ask her why she thinks she likes Trump.
Yeah. Why do you like Trump?
Why do you like Trump, Stacey?
I like Trump because of his leadership, because of the long-term difference he'll make in the world. I have a lot of family in Canada, and even they said that Canada was going downhill without Trump. They apparently got rid of, what was his name? Pierre?
No, Justin Trudeau.
No. Oh, Justin Trudeau?
I don't know.
Because of apparently Trump?
Yeah, so I don't know. For me, though,
can you give me one Trump policy that would make a positive long-term difference?
Immigration.
What immigration policy?
Well, just closing the border up. Like I think about 10 million people came over the border in the last 4 years, and I think there's only been about literally I would say a tenth of that has come in so far.
Okay.
So
You said the border. So you didn't give me a specific policy. You said the amount of people coming. So did you know at the end
okay,
of
so we'll say
I just want to clarify. Did you know at the end of Donald Trump's first administration there were more people on a daily average coming to the country than there was the end of Biden's administration?
Oh, I didn't actually know that, but I do know the overall. I do know the overall statistics of what was going on during Biden's entire, his tenure with.
So then here's my question: are you saying that after all the policy was implemented from the first year of Biden's administration and the first year of Donald Trump's administration, or first term, given to the very end? Right, once the policies were all implemented, are you saying at that point it was better with Biden than it was with Trump?
No, 100% not. I think once they got rid of Remain in Mexico, I think that was definitely an incredibly big mistake. And I think that
why did Donald Trump only
implement? Logical brain would know that was, and I think that people like AOC,
why did Donald Trump
things like?
I'm sorry, I have to ask this question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Why did Donald Trump only implement Remain in Mexico in 2019? I'm sorry, I had to ask this question.
I don't, that's an incredibly good question. I don't actually know the answer to that, but I will say this. I think Remain in Mexico was an incredibly good policy because I did actually see what was kind of going on there with people that were kind of crossing the border and stuff like that. And people are being ripped away from their families and stuff, but not every single time were they being ripped away from their families. They were, maybe perhaps being ripped away from somebody who was trying to exploit them and take them and sell them into, some sort of sexual slavery or into some sort of I have no idea, human trafficking situation. It's just like any other situation in America that we have. If there's a crime committed, the first thing they do is they separate everybody at that situation. They want to make sure everybody is who they are. So I think that was a really good policy that Biden kind of went.
So I have a question. You think Remain in Mexico reduces how many people are persecuted?
I don't think it actually came all the way to fruition. I think that it was, like you said, it was in 2019. I just want to clarify. Actually got the legs.
No, do you think Remain in Mexico reduces persecution?
I don't know what you mean by persecution.
Like
nobody's getting hung up by their legs. You know what I mean? This is in Iran.
The basis of the asylum laws is based upon the fact that you're persecuted based upon a certain protected class. So
but only if you come in through a port of entry, right?
No, you only have to come in through a port of entry because of Biden's law that he passed through an executive order. Otherwise,
Which was what?
otherwise there wasn't an executive order for anyone going through the asylum process to go through any specific process through going through the border. They just have to identify within a certain period of time within the country.
Okay, well, can I ask you a question, man, Parker? I know that you're actually, listen, I follow you. I've seen your shit. You know what I mean? I love DNC Disney and all that shit. You guys are pretty. You guys, I like you guys. All right.
What do you mean by DNC? What do you mean by DNC Disney?
Because you're like the the teen channel. You're like YTV. For the Democrat Party. Like you, Dean, and Harry, and like. By the way, man, you guys are way too hard on Harry.
We're not
way
friends.
too hard on Harry.
We're not friends with Harry. 1, 2. Is it really? To
I
this?
know, but you.
Why am I? If I'm for the DNC, why am I banned?
Banned from what?
TikTok. I'm on my 3rd account right now.
Am I not on TikTok? You are. Say, well, listen, like I don't know. That's good. You got like still 3,000 people on here right now. That's pretty dope.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
California.
What time
I'm in
is
Alameda.
it?
Right now?
Yeah.
Babe, what time is it? 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Can you name 3 cities in California?
What do you mean?
Can you name 3 cities in California?
Why?
Just do it real
Like,
quick.
do you want to, like, I live in Alameda, San Francisco. Like, where do you want me to go from there? Los Angeles? Fucking, right?
Okay. What's the
Nevada.
Okay.
Well,
What's the capital of California?
What the fuck is the capital of California? I actually do know this because I was actually fucking there. What the fuck was it? Tell me, fucking like what? I just smoked a joint, man. So give me a little break. You're putting me on the
You can't
spot.
say that online.
What do you mean, Sacramento? Fucking Sacramento.
You can't
Yeah.
say that online.
Sorry, wait, yeah. Actually, my grandparents live in Sacramento. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she wait?
Sorry, man. You kind of caught me off guard there. I was just like talking about hilarious things that I thought you would think were like. I was talking about Harry. I was like worried about him and like you guys, your friendship.
No. Wait.
Yeah,
wait.
so-
I have a question. Did she say Nevada?
No, she said we're. No, yeah. Did you say Nevada? No, she said Alameda.
When did I say that? I don't know.
Well,
Was I,
she's
like,
from
throwing
Oakland,
out,
so I don't
like-
really know.
I
But
was what, throwing out like random names.
yeah, she was throwing out
So-
random names.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god, you're like quizzing me. Like you don't believe me. Like why would I
Well,
lie
no,
about something?
no, it's just because the chat was spamming that you're Canadian for some reason.
Canadian? No, actually, she just actually said that she has family in Canada. So and
Yeah, I do have a lot of fan. Yeah, we came over, which is by the way, which was a heck of a parent like test for my mom, my dad, and my uncle to pass to become an American citizen.
So, anyways, Parker, I got to ask you a question. Why do you hate Donald Trump so much? Do you want to see Donald Trump fail so badly that you would like to see the falling of America?
America is not going to fall if someone else is president other than Donald Trump. If anything, it would do
But
better.
he is president.
Yeah, and it's doing worse because he's president.
How? We're the price of
He's
eggs,
destroyed.
Parker.
He's destroyed relations with our allies. He's called for
Like
tariff
what?
policy that has led from multiple quarters of real GDP growth on multiple percentage points to literally
Has
a
inflation
point
gone down?
to a 0.3% decrease in real GDP. Right?
But has inflation gone? Has inflation gone down?
Only by a 0.2% or something, and that's because of the
And
fact.
have the price of eggs gone down?
I
know you were quite mad about that for a while.
So listen, eggs specifically went down because of bird flu, right?
Oh,
bird
now
flu
you
happened.
say that because I remember you actually on one of your lives you had on the back the price of eggs is like ridiculous or some shit.
That's
So I was just like,
not
saying,
what I did.
I
But
can promise you. Okay,
I promise you, I didn't. I
you
don't
did
do
not
that.
say you did not have on your background the one time the price of eggs was like ridiculous or something.
No.
You promise?
I promise.
Okay, well I can. Okay, who do you like more, AOC or Ilhan Omar?
I don't categorize who I like more, but like, can you like, instead of just moving the topic, can I please address what we were particularly saying? The
Yeah,
only
sorry
reason
about
the
that. I got a
prices
little carried away.
slightly decreased a little bit in terms of the inflation rate, which is, it's not the prices decrease, is that the rate of increase in prices diminished a little bit, is because of the
That's
fact
a
that
good
we
thing.
went from multiple percentage points increase in real GDP, right, for several quarters to a 0.3% decline overall,
Okay.
right, real GDP in Q1 2025 because Donald Trump imposed disastrous tariffs that negatively impact the American economy.
Okay, but what tariffs do you think really were disastrous? Like, if you could like pick one that like really
No,
think
it's it's the Liberation Day tariffs, the imposition and then pause that caused such a harm and uncertainty in the market.
But that's the thing, right? Because he is trying to bring people to the table. Because isn't he just trying to level the playing field? Isn't that what he said he was going to do? That's why we all voted for him, right?
He's not actually leveling the playing field. I can give you multiple examples how he's not. Can I give you multiple examples how he's not? For example, he had the USMCA with Canada and Mexico, right, where that actually reduced tariffs. Then he increased tariffs on Canada and Mexico to tariffs that they did not have on us. Secondly, he placed tariffs on an island inhabited by penguins with no exports or imports. What did the penguins do? What did the fucking penguins do?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Morgan Freeman about that one. But at the same time, hasn't inflation gone down a little bit? And yes, you are right. The Penguins do not deserve to take any bullshit, especially
It's not good that inflation went down in the manner that it did. It would have gone down actually quicker in other ways, because it is the case that the only reason it went down the marginal rate that it did, right, is because it is the case that we saw a decrease in real GDP. Actually, we saw the Federal Reserve not reduce the particular target rates as quickly as he possibly would have otherwise, because it is the case that they were expecting to see more inflation because of Donald Trump's tariff policy. If Kamala Harris were president, they would have decreased the target rate quicker, which would have likely led to a quicker landing and lower interest rates.
Sure, that's very fair. But can I ask you a question? With Elon Musk and Donald Trump's falling out, how do you feel about that?
He doesn't address anything I said. Okay. How do I feel about Elon Musk and Donald? I think it's just showing of the disunity within their party and what Elon's willing to say once there's nothing for him to lose.
But did you? Okay, I did see you once say, and you were pretty adamant about it. Like, do you really believe that he was throwing up a Hitler salute at that one? You really do. You actually believe that in your whole heart of hearts, really? Parker, come on, really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. So, but why would he do that? And what form of white supremacy is he kind of preaching to? You know what I mean? It's not like, American History X over here.
Mustache. See, the thing is, I don't know the full extent of what his ideology is on this, but I do know that he intentionally did a Nazi salute.
But how do you know he did it intentionally if you don't know his actual intent?
Well, he did it twice, and it is the case that he's given his heart out to the crowd by doing this in other circumstances, which is totally different than what he did.
Okay, well, listen, it didn't look very great, but at the same time, just wasn't he with Ben Shapiro down at Auschwitz not too long ago in Israel and doing things like that? Don't you think it's a little bit crazy to think that?
How does that change whether or not he did a Nazi salute there?
Because it's just so ridiculous. The intention of it. I just don't see it. He is he's a billionaire in the market of America, and he was obviously quite a MAGA member for quite a while.
I don't know what his purposes were, but I can likely indicate his intention.
Okay. Do you think Donald Trump is a racist?
Yes. Mojo,
Really?
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
How do you
Donald Trump
feel
does
that
not
Donald
support
Trump is
Palestine.
Of course he doesn't.
Yeah, and in terms of the racism, he didn't run to black people in the 1970s. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five when they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He popularized the
I
birther
know that
movement.
happened in
Let me please finish.
2018, but it was Al Sharpton and all them gave it first.
Not 2018.
When was
way
it?
earlier.
No,
Let me finish my points. Let me finish my points.
Sorry, my bad.
He popularized the Berlin movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States to undermine him in a position of presidency. Right? He also said that Kamala Harris turned black, and he increased the amount of violence targeted towards the Haitian community in the United States because he assumed that Haitian immigrants that were coming to the country, right, were specifically eating cats and dogs, which was a total fucking lie.
Okay, first and foremost, we'll start from the with the Central Park Five. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson actually kind of gave him the go-ahead along with the chief of police. They had already come out and said that these kids, they were absolutely 100% responsible, as they all did.
No.
And that's why
they were wait. They were exonerated based upon DNA evidence, and Donald Trump did not acknowledge it after the point in which they were exonerated.
No, at that time they. So what? Did he have to?
Yes.
Did Jesse James and Al Sharpton?
He did after, and he called for it. And I don't know who those people are. So I'm just not
You
sure.
don't know who Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson are?
No, I'm not familiar very much.
You don't know who Al Sharpton is?
The name sounds familiar, but I'm not very like familiar with like who they are specifically.
Are you fucking? Come on, Parker. You're fucking with me right now a little bit, right now. Like Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, like they're like, you know, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, like very famous like evangelist for the black community, top like grifter, always out there whenever something bad happens. You know Al Sharpton.
Wait, why do you say grifter?
Oh, because every single time something bad happens within the black community, he's there, but then he kind of fucks off for everything else. You know what I mean? So like,
I'm sorry. How does that make so? Wait, you say someone specifically involved that makes them a grifter? How does that make them a grifter?
Oh no, I'm just saying like throughout the years. You know what I mean? Like not so much just for the Central Park Five, but the Central Park Five is just one example. You know, it could be like George Floyd, or it could be like every single thing after that. You know what I mean? And like he, essentially he's one of those people who does come in and he turns a buck, and like, you know, him and Donald Trump actually were great friends. Like actually even back in the 70s, which you alluded to, where he was not renting to black people, where actually he was I think his actual Mar-a-Lago, he was the first person to actually start renting to Jews and blacks.
Can you wait? Don't say that. Use black people specifically. But here, can you address the fact that this doesn't take away from the fact that Donald Trump is a racist? Can you address that Donald Trump?
He's not racist.
Can you address the specific situations that I specifically brought up?
Okay, well then you must think that Biden's a racist then too.
I do think that Donald Trump or Biden has done things that are racist.
Okay,
absolutely, but I think that he's I also do think that he's acknowledged racism on behalf of himself to a different standard and degree that Donald Trump specifically has. But
Can I have an example of what you mean by that?
Wait, specifically like he's acknowledged times where he's done racist behaviors. He's apologized for them, and he's actively himself tried to do better and advocate.
Or like the racial jungle, which is it?
Am I able to address these things or no?
Yes, absolutely. I want to hear it. I'm actually very curious.
Yeah, so in terms of this, like he actually like actively apologized for things, actively tried to address those behaviors, actively advocated against those types of things, right? Given that he did hold on, can I please finish? Given that he specifically did those types of things, I would acknowledge in of itself that that's different than how Donald Trump responded to it, given that he never addressed the behavior, he never acknowledged it being bad, and he never advocated against those types of things. Does that make sense?
Okay. It makes perfect sense, but I'm just wondering which behaviors did he apologize for? Biden, I mean.
Which behaviors did Joe Biden apologize for? Well,
yes.
So specifically, he's apologized for the comments he made about like if you don't vote for me, you aren't black. Like that specific comment,
yeah.
which is clearly a racist comment.
Yeah, it was just kind of like funny. It's just a man with dementia, you know.
I mean, we don't have evidence that he has dementia. He's been diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah, and that's horrible, actually. And I'm very, very sad to hear that, actually, you know, because like as much as like, you know, I'm not a Democrat or anything, but the last thing I want to see is anybody, you know, sick. But at the exact same time, isn't it like, didn't he get tested and like get a full physical like right before Kamala kind of like stepped in? Like, isn't he at stage 4 cancer right now? Like, that's like pretty far along. Like, do you ever feel that maybe people within the Democratic Party were perhaps kind of using him and pushing him along until they saw that he couldn't really handle himself after the debate?
Okay. Obviously, in terms of Joe Biden, like people acknowledged that he had more cognitive decline at that point, and more people were willing to say that he shouldn't be in that position. I was saying this well before. All right, and obviously acknowledge this, but I can also still acknowledge, even in the standpoint that Joe Biden's at right now, he's still better than Donald Trump.
Right? Well, that's not really true at all. Because
I totally would take Joe Biden in the state he's right now.
Where is Joe Biden right now?
I don't know where the location of Joe Biden is. Do you want me to tell you what
his
IP or his location? Like I don't know. I don't fucking know. What?
No, I know, but like, would
probably
you actually
where he
want him,
normally lives
right now? Would you want him handling this situation right now, like within Iran and everything? And like, would you think that Joe Biden would be doing a better job than what Trump has done?
I prefer that than to Donald Trump. Yes.
Really?
And,
okay.
Yeah, obviously.
Would you prefer that to Kamala Harris?
I prefer Kamala Harris over Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, okay. Well,
obviously.
Okay. Cool. What makes that's interesting. Yeah, but agree to disagree. So like it's just kind of where we are and stuff like that. But do you not think that Donald Trump deserves even the slightest bit of recognition for how he handled this and how nobody American-wise was hurt, and these were targeted spots that were taken out, and now we actually really don't have to worry about a nuclear threat from, perhaps a threat that is maybe something that we are kind of undermining and not thinking it is as serious as we thought it was type thing. Is they do chant death to America every single day, and like they hate us, So do you give Donald Trump any recognition for the way he did it?
No. I appreciate the Galaxy.
No,
He pulled us out of the nuclear peace agreement, which is what led to the circumstance where we're at right now. Also, in terms of the enrichment, they're at 60%, right? That's not at the point in which they are able to get nuclear weapons, not even close at this point, right? Secondly, it is the case that where he blew up, right? Some of the facilities that they had, they got the enriched uranium out of those areas before they even sent the bombs. So they only said no, it doesn't. No, it didn't. What?
Well, of course it does, because you just said there's nothing that they're getting knocked back, but they're not getting knocked back, and they didn't have anything that we hit, but like the uranium got out.
What is this guy saying?
According to Ben Shapiro, we knocked him back 10 years. According to him.
No, that's not true. That's not true. What good evidence?
I saw you.
What good evidence do you have?
I saw you, by the way, debate Ben Shapiro, which I was very impressed, because he's kind of he's a shark, and that wasn't bad, But he said that 10 years, like that, and maybe forever,
I don't think Ben Shapiro is an accurate source for that.
Why is that?
Because there's no good evidence indicating that it's 10 years. Would you like to provide a single source indicating that?
I just told you Ben Shapiro is my source.
Ben Shapiro is not a source.
Okay, well, so how far do you think it was knocked back just by them going in, they scientists and like all the things, like you just said they saved the uranium, thank God, but how long do you think, or how far do you think they push back a potential maybe actual nuclear threat to somebody in the Western world?
Since we're just citing people that we know, Dean Withers from the Dean Withers show, he said it was 3 months.
3 months. Okay. Well, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. So like, if we're just citing people we know, Dean said it was.
Okay.
Dean Withers said it was 3 months.
Yeah, I know. But
Mitchell, think of the $5, and Rad, think of the $5. What? Are you okay?
No, nothing. I was just joking. You and Dean are best buddies, though. I gotta ask you though one more time. Why did you guys go so hard on Harry, man? He didn't deserve it like that. All right. I hate his friend Chris, but I feel like you guys turned your back on him.
Do you want to actually debate, or do you want to
Yes, sorry, I'll get off that. Yes, I do want to
I don't
debate.
think he took accountability. That's going to be the answer. Now, can you?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, and it's very, very. My girlfriend likes you because of that. Actually, she just gave you the thumbs up. So, But yeah, so either way, I think that right now, I think Trump is doing a bang up job. I think it's very okay. Better question, Candace Owens, is she gone so far right she's turned left?
There's just certain things that people on the left agree with her on. I don't think she's on the left now. Of course not.
No, she's definitely not on the left. But what do you think? What's your take on her? I'm actually curious.
I pretty much disagree with her on most things, but when it comes to right, Palestine, it seems like we agree with her.
I know, right? And I'm the exact opposite. Switch it backwards, you know what I mean? So it's really interesting to see how things are kind of falling together right now. And it's a very interesting time for politics, but at the exact same time, don't you think we are living in probably a better space than we were 5 years ago? Right when COVID hit, and now that Trump's in it, as much as people hate Trump and want to be after him and stuff like that, he does seem to, there's 77 million people that voted for him, and there's lots of people that love him. And as far as I'm concerned, there's not that many people are too disappointed with what happened with this Iranian situation. And I just think that, don't you think this is a perfect time for, maybe the right, left, everybody to sort of, I don't know, maybe come together and, I don't know,
You got to not support insane lunatics, and maybe we can.
Aspen,
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Aspen. I appreciate it. Haley with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, insane lunatics.
No sauces or dips ever again. Nathan, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And then Stacy, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that my girlfriend? I better not. Stacy, did you give him $11?
Never.
I think that was your girlfriend.
Thanks.
I think it was there actually. I think she's looking down and laughing. And so she's looking down and laughing.
Stacy said, "Keep kicking ass." with MAGA
Oh my!
fools.
Did you do that? Oh.
Yep.
I don't insult
I knew it.
people,
I knew it.
and I get mad at you when you do. So no, I would never.
I knew she did it. Yeah,
That
but like,
sounds very out
no,
of my character.
no. Either way, though, man. I'm just wondering. Also, like, when are you and like, what's your big beef with Charlie Kirk nowadays? Like, are you guys gonna like actually like once and for all just like get her done? Or
He doesn't want to debate me long form. He's also fucking insane. Did you see what he posted about Zoran Mamdani?
I actually did, and
It's
I thought it was
fucking disgusting. It's so fucking gross.
I thought it was kind of out of character for him, you know.
I mean, I don't know if I would say it's completely out of character, but it's really fucking gross and disgusting.
But you know where he stands, and you know how he.
Yeah,
you know, and
we knew he was a racist piece of shit, but for him to be so fucking blatant with it, is just so fucking disgusting.
No, I'm kind of with you on that one a little bit, Parker, because, like, you know what? I always want to, like, disagree with you, and I always just, like, get mad when I listen to you and shit, but you are right about that. And talking to you makes me like you at least, like, a little bit, you know what I mean? And, like, and Charlie...
I thought we were both on the left. Like, now that we won, now everyone should be kind, and the right's being just as mean.
The right's being a little bit weird, and, like, even, like, Tucker Carlson's been disappointing us and stuff like that, which is interesting as well. But I'm sure he's making you guys a little bit happy. But I will say that, you know, Charlie Kirk, I would love to see you guys actually just, like, really, like, for once, just, like, throw down for real. But, like, on a debate, like, okay, even your debate with Jordan Peterson, I can't believe it was over atheism, over everything that fucking, like, he can come and debate over. It was atheism.
It was kind of ridiculous that he chose to do that. That was like actually, like, honestly, like, it was kind of like a diabolical thing to happen in general.
Okay, so you agree? You agree with that then? Okay.
Like, yeah, he's not even a Christian, and as prescribed in the video, he wouldn't even answer if he was a Christian, and yet he was like 1 Christian versus 25 atheists. They even had to change the fucking title. I knew this was going to happen before, and that's why I asked those specific questions.
I know, and I was so pumped actually to like see it if it was like something like, you know, like a better whatever. But like as soon as I saw that was like the fucking heading, I'm just like, what the fuck are they even gonna talk about? Like after I watched like you and like 2 others, I couldn't even watch it anymore, man, because he gets like so. I gotta ask, what's it like looking at him face to face when he's like doing super intense mode, man? Because he gets like pretty intense.
I'm gonna
like, I saw you get a little bit scared, a little bit, like the
no, not at all, not at all. You know what?
No?
I didn't really even notice that he was that mad until I watched it on camera.
Oh really?
You know, like I'm serious. I'm serious. I did not know he was that mad. Like I mean, I got he was like responding kind of unhinged, but I didn't realize how mad he was and unhinged it was when it was happening.
Oh man, I was just like, I was waiting for him to flip the fucking table. Like it was fucking hilarious. And like I said, I couldn't believe that you guys were doing the atheism talk. And I'm just like, well, here we fucking go. And like me and my girl are watching it, and she's just like, what the fuck is kind of going on here? And he's just like, well, what does that mean? Well, would you stake your life on it? And I'm just like,
yeah, it was
holy
unhinged.
Shit, man. Like, yeah, it was hard. That was definitely hard to watch. You held your own pretty good, man. I gotta say on that. You know what I mean?
All right. Well,
but yeah, man.
I do have to get off here. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up?
Good talk.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right, man. Maybe and until next time. All right.
All right, for sure. You should watch back this debate. Maybe it'll change your mind.
Say bye to me.
Say bye to my girl really quick.
Bye
Bye, Stacey. All right. Bye, Parker. Later.
Alrighty. So thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I fucking love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. We're gonna be on the 3rd account probably tomorrow as well. We'll probably be on the 3rd account tomorrow. Because it seems like we won't get the main account back, which is very, very unfortunate. I'm really kind of sad about that, but I'd really appreciate if you go over to YouTube, like the stream. You can also check out some of the videos that I have posted. I've been posting videos on YouTube every single day, like 2 videos. So make sure to check them out. I would really appreciate that. All right. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Peace out, everybody. Love y'all so much. Or actually, wait, can I raid someone real quick? Hold up. Let me raid somebody. Everybody go to Santana's live. Everyone go to Santana's live. Everyone go raid Santana. Is Santana on someone's live? Or Santana's live himself?
Make sure to join Santana's live. Read the room, everyone, as always. Parker Raid, love from Parker, everyone. Join Santana's live. And secondarily, there's also a live from Carbon. You know, I want to send some people to Carbon stream too. Look up Carbon Says with a K. So either go to Santana 24 Speaks or go to Carbon Says with a K. Spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Either go to Carbon Says with a K or go to Santana 24 Speaks, everyone. I love everyone so much. Have a good night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.